Was this a turn-on for him? They'd been so belligerent and argumentative toward each other at first. But was watching a part of their fantasy? My hand tightened on Rowan as I leaned closer. The shiny skin of the mushroom-shaped tip was glistening with liquid. I'm merely teasing her, brother. Fuck. I didn't let Rowan finish whatever he'd been about to say. I dipped my head forward and sucked him into my mouth. In the next instant, Rowan was speechless. I grinned around the cock between my lips as he moaned, his fingers coming up to cup the back of my head. Off to a good start. I swirled my tongue around the tip, tasting the slightly salty liquid, and began working my way further and further down the shaft until my head was bobbing up and down. I'd seen some of the female fae in the Court of Crimson doing this in barely shadowed corners. I assumed this was what men liked. Rowan certainly seemed to be beside himself with excitement. His cock practically leapt against my tongue as I hollowed out my mouth. His fingers tangled in my hair, becoming more insistent the longer it went. I inhaled and exhaled slowly through my nose, not wanting to find a reason to pull away. I lost myself for a while in the movements, hypnotic as they were. His moans filled my ears. Orion's hands on my skin, stroking as I sucked, lulled me into a new sort of realm. This was a different kind of magic, one that I was falling prey to. I almost forgot that this wasn't how I wanted Rowan to finish. I came back to myself when his body began to tense and his hips gyrated up. I reached up and gently tucked his hand from the back of my head and pulled myself away. I pivoted, searching Orion out. His eyes met mine, and he leaned forward, not caring what I'd just been doing with my mouth. His lips captured mine, his tongue sinking past my barriers and stealing away what little sanity I had left. Breathless, feeling like I was trapped between them, I fought my way up from the drugging kisses he was lavishing me with and pushed him away slightly. Rowan's eyes met mine when I turned my cheek. I need you inside me, I said, panting. I shoved my hair back as the strands stuck to my face. Rowan's muscles bunched as he got up on his knees. He looked like a wild predator ready to pounce. Without a word, Orion shuffled away, sitting up with his back against the headboard as he watched curiously. You want me, little bird? Rowan asked, his hand smoothing down his ripped abdomen until he took his cock, still wet with my saliva, in his fist. I nodded sharply. I needed him. Felt a fire burning inside me, wanting out. Please. I watched his hand, the movement of his fingers squeezing his shaft, sliding up and down. The head of his cock disappeared in his fist, reappearing a moment later, looking even more purple than it had earlier. I flicked a glance back at Orion, but he had gotten comfortable, his hands folded behind his head as his eyes ate up the scene before him. Rowan prowled over me, pressing me into the smooth sheets of the bed. His hand left his cock and moved between my legs. I gasped as his fingers swiped between my folds, collecting the wetness there. My eyes widened when I watched as he spread it over the head of his cock, before sticking his fingers in his mouth and sucking the rest off. You taste even sweeter after your pleasure, he growled, before I felt him push my thighs open and position his tip so that it rested against my opening. He breathed, his head dipping down, and I nearly whimpered in disappointment when he backed up at the last second. His hands found my hips, and he urged me over onto my stomach. I was shifted until my hands and knees pressed down into the bed, and I faced Orion, who gave me a dark smile. Rowan's hands touched the backs of my thighs. Automatically, my legs opened, making way for him. I was ready. More than ready. If he didn't fucking take me right now, I was going to strangle. He surged forward, cutting that thought off. My eyes closed as the pleasure of being filled overwhelmed me. But when a hand gripped my chin and lifted my head, they snapped open once again. Orion hovered in front of me, a mask of lust covering his face. His own impressive cock stood at attention. Those glassy, opaque eyes of his danced with an unspoken question, one I knew he wouldn't ask aloud. At least, not here and now, not in front of his friend, for fear of rejection. I wouldn't have rejected him anyway. Without hesitation, I moved my hands so I could grip his cock. I tilted it toward my mouth, opening wide and keeping my gaze locked with his as I lowered my head. Thick, wide palms touched the back of my neck, curling around it as I swallowed him down just as I had Rowan. And as I did, Rowan pushed his cock deep. My hand fell away as his sudden thrust made me moan around Orion's cock. A shudder worked its way up the dark fay as his head sank back on his shoulders and he released a low groan. Rowan's hips slapped against mine, and I felt stretched in every direction. My pussy tightened around him, and he grunted behind me, powering forward anyway. A sliver of panic crept into me. Could I really handle this? It was a little late to be asking that. But he was so big. They both were. When I looked up at Orion, I saw that his eyes were back on me. He was stroking my hair, pushing it out of my face as I sucked him deep. He gave me an encouraging nod, and I remembered how scared I'd been with him for my first time. And I knew this wouldn't be nearly as bad. One of my hands came off the bed and held his cock at the base once more. I didn't know why, but it felt like the thing to do. It allowed me more control to move my head up and down his shaft. The faster and harder I sucked, the more Rowan seemed to thrust. I was suspended between the two of them, the back and forth movement starting a new sensation in my belly that spread outward, lighting me up. Magic, I realized. This is why Fae were such sensual creatures. Sex was magic. I could feel mine, newly awakened as it was, fill me up. It tingled along my nerves, crept into the corners of my vision in little sparkles. I didn't know if they were real or not. Orion and Rowan didn't seem to notice. Maybe they were used to it. I felt like I was floating. Soon enough, though, I couldn't focus on anything outside of the two of them. The sensations that Rowan and Orion were providing as they touched me. Orion's fingers dipping below my chest and touching my breasts, finding my nipples and tweaking them until I clenched hard around Rowan. I wasn't sure when my eyes had drifted closed, and I couldn't force myself to reopen them. Rowan's hand nudged under me as well. His fingers touched that bundle of nerves between my legs, as if he knew exactly what I needed to go over the edge a third time. This one wasn't as strong as the first, which was good, because if it had been, I probably would have passed out. While I cried out my pleasure, and my pussy clamped down on and pulsed around Rowan's cock, I felt his rhythm falter, and he came a few moments later. Part of my brain could swear that I heard him growl my name, but I was already feeling Orion's cock throbbing in my mouth. My eyes popped open when he pulled out. I half collapsed on the bed as Rowan rolled off me, his chest heaving as he lay next to us. Orion continued to work himself with his hand. His eyes ate me up, wandering over my naked flesh, making me feel powerful under his stare. I held my hand out for him. I want to feel you as well, if you want to, I asked, almost hesitantly.
Cressida, there is never a time when I don't want you. Every moment I'm awake, you batter at my thoughts like the sea against the shore. You're in every breath I take. Of course I want you,
Orion said, as his lips descended on mine. He pushed me onto my back alongside Rowan, and his legs moved between mine, gently nudging them apart as he positioned himself before pushing into me in one long, slow thrust. Rowan may have been fast and furious, like fire itself, but Orion was slow and sensual like darkness, covering me with his body until he was all I could see. And I loved it. His movements were strong and sure, slowly working me to a different peak. He continued like that for what felt like forever, as though we existed in our own little universe, until suddenly neither of us could wait any longer. Orion pushed his body up and off me slightly, so he could reach between us and pressed on my swollen clit, pinching it gently and making my body jerk and shake as I erupted into another orgasm in his arms as he took me. I could feel my whole body pulling taut around him. I encircled him with my arms, holding him as close to me and as deep into me as possible. Just as my release subsided, his began. For the first time, I got to watch the pleasure wash over his face as he fought to look me in the eye. I didn't know if he meant it to be as special as it felt, but I relished in the connection. We weren't just two bodies, just bed partners who tumbled into the act of sex. We were two souls coming together, clutching at one another as we tried to rip pleasure from our bodies. When he was done, I gently pulled his head down and claimed his mouth with mine, tangling my hands in his hair until we were so close together. I wasn't sure where I began and he ended. Whatever private bubble we'd managed to lose ourselves in was soon popped as the storming of boots against hard ground sounded outside the tent. My head lifted just in time to watch as Sorrel pushed the front tent flap open and strode inside. 2 steps in and he froze, his nose wrinkling in distaste as he swung his gaze toward the bed.
It reeks of sex in here,
he snapped, eyeing us as his lip curled back in disgust. Orion and Rowan moved fast. 1 second, they were languidly laying against the silken sheets, and the next, I was rolled and covered from head to toe by Rowan's form as Orion launched himself off the bed.
Sorrel, get out!
Orion roared. Actually roared. I gasped as I tried to look over Rowan's shoulder. Sorrel's face was closed, as Orion stood with his hands fisted at his sides. I didn't understand it. Sorrel was an asshole. He hated me, that much was clear. But he wasn't a threat. Rowan reached down and snagged part of the sheet and drew it up over my naked frame. For that matter, why were they trying to hide me? Fae were sexual creatures. This wasn't, or shouldn't have been, out of the ordinary for them. Neither Rowan nor Orion seemed too concerned with their nudity. Once I was sufficiently covered, Rowan backed up, sliding off the edge of the mattress as well. Sorrel's gaze bounced between them, his eyes growing colder when they landed in the space between, right where I was. I stiffened, holding the sheets up and staring back at him in confusion.
When you're done fucking your plaything, come and find me so we can discuss the route for tomorrow.
He turned abruptly, as though he couldn't bear to look at me any longer.
And for fuck's sake, put some damn clothes on. Unless, of course, she didn't satisfy you, and you need to find more bed partners.
Rowan growled.
Fucking watch your tone, Sorrel. You may be my fucking brother in court, but don't think I can't put you on your ass.
Sorrel stopped just inside the entrance of the tent and glanced back, arching one white blonde brow.
Put me on my ass, he repeated haughtily. I think a few rounds with the near human have you forgetting who is the better fighter.
Rowan's entire body swelled. His muscles bulged, and I watched in fascinated concern as sparks danced at the ends of his hair. Wrapping the sheet around my front, I moved to stand. 2 steps was all it took for me to be at his back. I placed a calming hand against the center of his spine, feeling his start of surprise against my fingertips a moment before his arm moved toward me. His fingers wrapped around my wrist and tugged until I was flush against his side. In a slower, much more mild tone, he replied to Sorrel,
"We'll be there in a second. Just get out of the tent."
The flap of the tent fluttered, closing as Sorrel's icy blonde hair disappeared behind it.
Orion, you stay with Cress. I'll see what Sorrel's so worked up about,
Rowan said, releasing me and pushing me gently toward the dark fae. He quickly tugged on his trousers and shirt and turned to leave. He only managed a few steps before he was suddenly spinning back to the two of us as Orion urged me to sit on the bed. His feet ate up the distance between us, and he ignored Orion as he leaned down, dropping a kiss on first my forehead and then my lips. I sighed into his mouth as his tongue met mine in a too short motion. These fae were so confusing. I touched where his mouth had consumed mine as I watched him leave. And addicted, I added almost as an afterthought. Way too damn addicting.
Chapter 9. Sorrel. Those fucking fools. Wrapped up in a pretty face as they were, they had lost sight of the real trouble we were in. As I stormed back through the camp, I felt my body tighten, my groin reacting to the scent of sex and the image ingrained in my brain. A pretty face indeed. In the flash of time before Orion and Rowan had covered her and shielded her from my gaze, I'd been subjected to a view of all that creamy flesh. Pinkened nipples peaked and hard in the cold air. Her hair had tumbled over her shoulders, blonde locks nearly as light as my own, surrounding a heart-shaped face that all but screamed to be fucked and protected. The fact that they'd hidden her from view so quickly was another problem. Fae were open. Fae were carnal. As a species, hedonism was a trait we shared. It was only when a mating bond began to form that our protective instincts came out. The fact that both of them had reacted the way that they had told me that Cressida, the changeling, had become a much bigger problem than I'd ever anticipated. Sorrel! I paused at Rowan's call, turning slightly and keeping the same facade of cool detachment I always did on my face. He was flushed, his cheeks heated in his irritation as he stormed across the ground toward me. "What was that?" he demanded, stopping a foot or two away. "That was you handing your balls over to a small changeling with undetermined amounts of power," I replied coldly. "If you think I didn't notice the way you and Orion protected her, then you've lost your mind. Playing with the girl is one thing, but acting like that is absolutely ridiculous." Rowan's eyes widened, and I cursed internally. He hadn't even noticed his own protective instincts. Sorrel. Dear gods, I muttered, shaking my head. You're in over your fucking head. Have you lost your mind? She's a disaster waiting to happen, I reminded him. And we're about to go into the Court of Frost, or have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten anything, Rowan snapped as his fists clenched at his sides. Your distaste for the changeling is starting to wear on my nerves, though, brother. She is more human than she is fey, I pointed out. And humans were known to be conniving thieves. The changeling may have been fey by birth, but she was human by environment and rearing. I didn't trust her for a single second. Rowan scoffed. Orion and I will handle her. Don't worry about that. She's not a threat. So you say. Rowan's fiery gaze shot to my eyes, and for several long, tense seconds, I wondered if he would hit me. He was tense enough to need the release of a good fight. I thought about saying something about him not getting what he needed from the changeling, but sparks danced at the ends of his hair, and I could practically scent the sex and magic on his skin. He'd gotten his release and a fulfillment of his own magic, something I hadn't allowed myself in far too long. Suddenly I was tense for a completely different reason. I was an idiot. We were about to walk into the Court of Frost, a dangerous wasteland of dead emotions and predators, and I hadn't re-upped my magic in far too long. After moving the castle not just once but twice, my cock leapt in my trousers as if the reminder had awoken his needs. Of course, the fucking image that assaulted my mind then wasn't one of some nameless, faceless fae meant only for relieving my stress and strengthening my magical reserves. No, it was of the changeling, with her mouth open and her head tilted back. I pictured her under me, her soft flesh all mine for the taking. I turned away, breaking the moment. Just handle her, I gritted out. I'm calling a gathering tonight. Make sure you and Orion are both there. We need to discuss more than just our route for tomorrow. We need to warn Cress about the Court of Frost, Roan replied with his nod of agreement. I resisted an eye roll and strode off. The cackle of feminine laughter greeted my ears as I passed through a throng of servants and court members. Sorrel, darling, you must hear what Vincent was saying. The scrape of Ariana's voice inside my ears made me pick up the pace. Another time, I called over my shoulder, as in never. I hurried back to my tent, sure that Orion and Rowan would be sharing and keeping the changeling between them the entire night. I shoved aside the flap and turned, pressing my back against one of the poles holding the thing up as I reached for the placket of my trousers. My cock sprang into my hands the moment I had the ties undone. I cupped myself, squeezing my fingers against my hardened flesh. Baring my teeth, I closed my eyes and sank into the fantasy that had started earlier. The changeling, Cress, with those big, luminous eyes, her peach-toned skin, light, blushing flesh. Dangerous as she was, I desired the girl. She must have been good if my court brothers were so obsessed with her. I wondered what it would feel like to have all of that innocence beneath me. I'd power into her, slide between her legs, shoving her limbs out of the way to get at what I truly wanted. Her magic. It would taste so delicious on my tongue as I sucked on her ripe pussy. I grunted as I stroked my cock from base to tip. She may have been a virgin no longer, but by the gods there was a purity about her, a freshness. Perhaps it was her naivete. Whatever the case, I wanted it with a fierceness I'd never felt before. I pictured her in all manner of positions, not just beneath me, but on her knees before me. I bet she'd already sucked one, if not both, of the others. Would she swallow me down like the filthiest and most experienced of fey females? stretched beneath her tongue as she waited for what I had to give her. A grunt escaped my lips as I cupped the palm over the head of my cock and released into it. Whether the others cared to admit it or not, the girl had pushed us all to a precarious edge that would either have us tumbling down into a darkness none of us were prepared for, or rising to heights I didn't think were possible. Chapter 10. Rome. The fire raged, sparks flying up, drifting into the night sky, and yet the only thing I could focus on was her. The way her white blonde hair reflected the light. The way she took Orion's hand as he helped her perch on the end of one of the logs set in a circular pattern around the fire. Sorrel watched us all with his cold, impassive gaze. At least I assumed it was cold and impassive. I couldn't be completely sure. There was something else there. Instead of focusing on Orion or me, his eyes strayed to Cress and stayed there, as if he couldn't pull himself away. I knew the feeling. She was like a light drawing us to her, moths to her flame. "All right," Sorrel announced, barking the word out as the soft murmurs of our traveling crew quieted down. "Tomorrow we'll be heading toward the Bavarian Pass. We need to plan accordingly. The path is narrow and through the jagged cliffs of the mountains. We have to go in a single file line. Groups of 4 or less are necessary. The Bavarian Pass, the last major obstacle until we reach the Court of Frost. It wouldn't be an easy trek. If Cress thought that delicious ass of hers ached today, she'd be a sore little girl tomorrow. My mind drifted to other ways in which I could make that ass of hers sore. It was unnecessary, and yet I couldn't keep my mind from replaying what I'd witnessed in my tent. Her lips wrapped around Orion, the way her pussy had wept as I'd speared her with my cock. I'd fucked many a fey female before her, but none had her spark. None had her innocence. "We won't be able to stop for the night like we did tonight," Sorrel went on, drawing me from my inappropriate thoughts. The pass was one of the most difficult landmarks of Alfheim to cross. Magic would have made it easier had the land not been devoid of it. Even now, years later, it still didn't respond to our fey magic the way it once had. There would be no getting through it easily. We would simply have to walk or ride the horses and deal with our barren magic. The Bavarian Pass was known to leech magic from whatever creature passed through and use it to fuel the coldness it emanated. As you know, the Bavarian Pass feeds on magical energy, Sorrel told the crowd that had gathered to listen to his short spiel on the dangers of our journey. "From tomorrow until we reach the Court of Frost, it is imperative that you do not use your magical energy. Save it for an emergency. We will decide on groupings in the morning." Oh, there would be no deciding. Cress was with Orion and me. That was for damn sure. After tonight, especially, I wouldn't want her more than a few arms' lengths away from me. I could still smell her fresh scent in my nose. I wanted to bury myself in that girl and inhale her light. I closed my eyes and forced the desires back, pressing them into the deepest, darkest parts of my mind so I could focus on what was needed in the here and now. I moved up and took a seat next to her, and almost immediately I felt her lean into my side. I looked down, and her face was tilted up, her eyes watching me. I couldn't help it. There was no way to delve into that mind of hers to know what she was thinking unless I asked. But I kept my voice low, not wanting to interrupt Sorrel's tirade as he advised the rest of the members of our group. He was pissed off enough as it was. "Why is there a pass that sucks up magical energy?" she asked, not bothering to show the same respect. I looked up and caught Sorrel glaring at her as he answered a question someone else had asked about teams and packing. "It's a result of the loss of magic magic in the area. I whispered the words as I leaned closer to her. I inhaled her scent, wanting to bury my face in her hair at the same time that I wanted to bury my cock in her pussy. It's also a protective measure for the Court of Frost. The Frost and Crimson Queens are a bit paranoid that they'll be assassinated. They had reason to be, but I didn't say as much. Sorrel's mother, as well as my own, were not well liked by other courts or even their subjects, but they were powerful, and power, more so than personality, held far more appeal to Faye. Oh. She turned back to Sorrel as another member of the party asked a question, and I lifted my head, scanning the area. Thankfully, it seemed that Ariana had chosen not to attend this particular meeting. I wanted to keep her as far from Cress as possible. As Sorrel brought the meeting to a close, I lifted Cress by her waist, surprising her if the quick intake of breath was anything to go by. Rowan, we need to talk. I cursed when Sorrel called after me as I moved to lead her back to the tent. I wanted to get her back in bed and under me and see how she would scream when it was my mouth covering that delicious place between her legs. I huffed out a breath and practically shoved her into Orion's arms. Take her to the tent, I ordered. I'll be along shortly. He didn't hesitate. He nodded, and when a frowning Cress looked like she was 2 seconds away from arguing, he deftly lifted her into his arms and carried her off. I stared after them, wondering why it didn't bother me so much anymore that he was touching her, that he had touched her in other places, and far more intimately. I'd shared plenty of women with my court brothers, but this one felt different. Cress was special, whether she realized it or not. What is it? I asked once I was sure they were out of earshot. I knew I sounded rough, angry, but I couldn't help it. Surprisingly, he didn't rise to my tone. We'll be in the same group tomorrow, he said. I assume the girl will be with you? Yes, I answered. I don't want her far, and I certainly don't want her anywhere near Ariana. I agree. I've placed Ariana with the ambassador from the Court of Frost. I'm sure she'll be able to charm him and his entourage. Tense, awkward silence settled between us. All right, well, if that's all. I took a step away, only to be stopped as he reached out and locked onto my shoulder. The movement startled me. Sorrel rarely touched me. Gods, the man hardly touched anyone, even the females he bedded. I know you're angry with me, Sorrel said. You have to know that I'm not intentionally being cruel. I worry for both you and Orion. You've become very protective of the changeling. When we get to the Court of Frost, you do realize that any special attention you lavish on her will be under close scrutiny. I'll deal with it. Will you? He lifted his head and his eyes caught mine and held. I can tell she's become important to you. If that's true, then at the very least, while we're in the Court of Frost, you should keep her at a distance. I didn't like that idea at all. If Cress was seen as an independent fae, one without an escort, the other members would be all over her. She was quite an attractive little morsel, and there was an air of innocence about her, despite the fact that she was no longer a virgin. Innocence was so rare in a fae court. I had already caught many members of the ambassador's group looking her over with lust in their eyes. If someone didn't lay claim to that girl, she'd be in danger. Oh, no fae would dare lay a hand on her without her consent. The queens might have been power-hungry, but they had made sure that anything so distasteful as rape wouldn't happen. And if it did, I shuddered to recall the punishments of such a crime. But fae were also very persuasive, and Cress seemed to enjoy pleasing. At least, she'd seemed quite adept and happy with pleasing me and Orion in bed. The idea of someone else seeing that side of her made me see red. Rowan, your hair. I blinked and reached up, feeling for the heat along my scalp. gods, I was losing control of my flames, and it was all because of her. I took a deep breath and felt the heat die down as the fire along the ends of my hair dispersed. "Don't worry," I said. "I'll take care of it. I'll make sure she's safe." "Just make sure that she doesn't cause any problems," Sorrel replied. "It's bad enough that we're bringing her along at all. We should have left her with the fucking human." "She's Fae," I said, narrowing my eyes on him. "She deserves to go as much as any of us. She was raised human," Sorrel snapped. "I don't trust her, and I don't like the fact that you and Orion seem particularly obsessed with her. You can like it or not. I don't give a damn." My voice rumbled in my throat, deep, rough, and angry. I yanked my arm from his grasp, and he let me. That heat I'd just put out was rising back up to the surface. "She stays. She's a threat," he argued. "No, she's not. If you truly thought that, then why the fuck did you save her when the castle was crashing?" I volleyed back. Sorrel paused, his face going carefully blank. "I don't know what you mean." I glared at him. "When we were crashing, she would have been crushed, but you dove for her. You saved her life. If you truly thought she was a threat, you wouldn't have bothered. I know you. You think 10 steps ahead when everyone else is still learning the rules of the game." Sorrel took a step back. "Watch the changeling, Rowan. She's your responsibility." With that parting statement, he turned and walked away. Interesting. I watched him go, my mind working over the conversation. There was something more there, something he didn't want me to see. Sorrel had always been secret, had always kept his thoughts close. But in this, with Cress, he couldn't. It would endanger her, and I wasn't willing to let that happen.
Chapter 11. Cress. Alpine seemed to be designed just to torture anyone who might pass through. First, it was the cold temperatures. Then the climb uphill, which I had only thought made my ass hurt. But now this Batavia or Bavarian Pass or whatever it was they kept calling it was even worse. Ugh. I even sounded grumpy in my own head. But god damn it, my legs felt like they were frozen solid. Still, I waddled on with Orion at my side, holding on to me as if he feared I'd fall into one of the snowdrifts and be lost forever. We'd been forced to abandon the horses at the edge of the pass once Sorrel got a look at the amount of snow and ice covering everything. Rowan had petitioned heavily to keep them, but Sorrel wouldn't budge. So now, here we were, walking through mounds of snow in a pass that ate magic. Lovely, I thought sarcastically. I glared at the back of Sorrel's head as we trudged through the snow and ice. If Gazes had any physical heat, I'd be melting him under my impenetrable irritation right now. What a dick.
"Wind's picking up."
Rowan shouted over his shoulder, which made Orion's grip on my cloak tighten. He wasn't kidding either. As we rounded the corner of the ridge, the wind seemed to burst down the mountainside, almost pushing several of us over. I stumbled a bit, and had it not been for Orion, I would have ended up on the cold, hard ground. Up ahead, I heard a shriek as Ariana did stumble and fall. Ironically, not one single person jumped to her aid. They were too busy trying to keep from falling over themselves. A wicked glimmer of satisfaction burst through me, but the evil feeling was quickly followed by a voice in my head that sounded strangely like Nellie. Be kind to others, Cress. You never know what they're going through. Except I did know what Ariana was going through, and it had been a whole lot of power craving and jealousy that made her push me off the castle. Still, I didn't get to enjoy the pleasure of seeing Ariana being buried under snow as she struggled back to her feet and kept was like we were walking into the worst storm I'd experienced, multiplied by 10 because of all the snow and ice being whipped about. I reached out and grabbed the back of Rowan's cloak as I started to lose sight of him amidst the snow. White clouded over my vision until nothing but the few steps in front and on either side of me were visible. His hair lit up like fire for a split second before it sputtered out. When he turned toward me, he reached out a gloved hand and grabbed hold of my arm, tugging me closer until Rowan, Orion, and I were doing a strange sideways shuffle so we didn't lose our hold on each other. The ground dipped below us until there was nothing but air and a long drop. I looked up and saw that Rowan was hugging the side of the mountain, his free hand touching the stone and gripping onto what looked like pre-gouged handles. I supposed people had come this way before. We weren't the first. The hairpin turn of the pass opened out in front of me, as though there was a crack running between the two mountains we were traversing. The other mountain alongside us was just out of reach by a few arms' lengths. It was a narrow split between the two mountains. But what frightened me the most, what sent my heart galloping in my chest, was the darkness below. There was nothing. No sound, no warmth, and certainly no light. The moment we crossed it, a gust of wind slammed into us. The strength of it knocked me off balance. My feet slipped against the icy ground, and I found myself falling into that crack, my mouth opening on a scream. As I started to fall, I couldn't help but think, not this again. As if being pushed off one of the castle's towers wasn't enough, now I was being blown down between two mountains, likely to be crushed the further down I went. Why did this stuff always happen to me? I couldn't even bring myself to scream properly. Instead, the sound caught in my throat and came out as a humiliating gurgle. Two strong hands each grabbed a hold of my wrists and held. Unfortunately, though, the gloves I'd borrowed from someone else earlier that morning were caught up in their grasps as well. The momentum of my fall and the tightness of their fingers only managed to slip the gloves loose, and I continued downward. One fucking disaster after another. It was the story of my life. The princes exchanged a look as I slipped further into the trench. Then they shocked me by releasing their holds on the mountain. They dove after me at the same time. Mouth gaping, eyes wide, a true scream found its way past my throat. What were they thinking? Now all of us were going to die. The sharp sound of my surprise and terror echoed around the three of us long after I'd closed my lips again. My scream ricocheted up the trench's walls as we fell. Down, down, and down some more. Of course, neither of the guys screamed. They moved like arrows through the air, diving like it was a competition to see who got to me first. They didn't peel their arms away from their sides until they managed to get within reach, and then their limbs shot out, arms wrapping around me as the light dimmed around us, and their bodies were all I could see or feel. And that was when we finally crashed into the top of a mass of trees. Even as cushioned as I was by Rowan and Orion's bodies, as a unit the three of us slammed into branch after branch. Every instance jarred me, and at one point, I felt a branch slap me in the side of the head. I saw stars dancing before my eyes as we descended into the maddening, painful brush. Rowan and Orion held me tighter as they grunted, taking their fair share of hits as we came to a crashing halt onto the icy ground below the trees. When I was sure we were stopped for good, and it appeared that we were all still alive, I could feel their harsh breathing above my head. I opened my eyes. It was dark. Inky blackness spread out in every direction, with only slivers of actual light from above there to outline the two men wrapped around me. I pulled my head back slightly and sighed when I realized that as close as they were, I could still make out their features. Rowan opened his mouth on a low groan. My body, when I tried to move it, felt severely damaged, but I was going to be sore for a long time following this for sure. Are you guys okay? I asked. I pushed up between them into a sitting position so I could get a better look around. Rowan cursed, and I felt hands on me.
I'll need a healing spell for this damnable pain in my back.
Rowan admitted.
I think I landed on a fucking ice mount. Let me check you over first.
I shoved his hands away and reached for him instead. What's wrong with your back? I demanded, trying to roll him away from me so I could see. He winced as he sat up straighter. His eyes tracked my every movement as Orion did the same on my other side.
I landed wrong. Are you hurt anywhere?
He asked. I shook my head. I'm sore, I replied, but I don't think it's anything more than bruising. He stared at me for a moment before he slowly got to his feet. Despite what he'd said about his back, I noticed that one hand was covering his side as well. I narrowed my gaze on that hand, wondering what he was hiding.
You're sure?
He demanded as his eyes ran over me with a desperation I wasn't used to, as though the simple thought of me being injured was more than he could bear. You cushioned my fall, I said carefully.
Not really.
Orion grunted as he shifted beside me, and I turned immediately toward him to make sure he wasn't hurt.
If anything, the trees did that. But we should have been going much faster, considering how far we fell. We should be a lot more hurt than we are. Speak for yourself.
Rowan muttered. I pivoted my head back, but before I could say anything, Orion grasped me about my hips and lifted me onto his lap, his breath hissing through his teeth as he moved, letting me know that he was injured somehow too.
I am.
He replied after a moment.
We should have broken bones. I didn't use magic, did you?
Rowan asked. Orion shook his head.
No. If I didn't do it, and you didn't, that leaves Chris.
His eyes focused on my face mere inches from his.
Did you feel any magic move through you? Any kind of energy?
No. I shook my head. I hadn't felt anything but the wind as it had rushed around us and in the crevices of space between our entangled limbs. Now what's wrong with you?
Just a bruised rib. Nothing to worry about. I'll be fine before we get to the core frost. I promise.
He replied, dropping a kiss on my forehead. Can't you heal it or something? I kept my focus on him, and when he blanched as I leaned too close, I decided to push off his lap. I got gingerly to my feet, testing out my legs and arms. Surprisingly, Orion was right. I truly didn't feel any worse for wear despite the fall. Banging through the trees should have left me with more wounds, shouldn't it have?
I could.
Orion replied, answering my question about healing.
But we're still in the past, technically. Any magic I use will be at less than half the potency, and it'll leave me dangerously low otherwise. We're not safe here.
I opened my mouth to tell him that I didn't care. He needed to be healed. I didn't like seeing him in pain. I didn't like seeing either of them in pain. Before I could get a word out, however, Rowan reached out and grabbed my arm.
We need to move.
He said, his voice dipping low as his head came up, and he scanned the area. Orion got to his feet immediately, his eyes following the same path as Rowan's. I tried looking around as well, but beyond the nearest trees, I saw nothing but darkness. What's wrong? I asked. I don't see anything.
The forest has its own dangers.
too, came out and latched onto the arm opposite the one that Rowan had.
He's right. We need to move.
Won't the others notice that we've fallen? I asked. If we stay put, shouldn't it be easier to find us? If they wanted to find us, a dark thought intruded. I was sure Ariana and Sorrel would be happy to be rid of me. But they would surely come for Rowan and Orion, right? Rowan shook his head in response to my verbal question.
It's either freeze to death out here while we figure out where we are, or we can set up camp for the night and see where we are in the morning once this storm has passed. It shouldn't be too much further to the castle, but if we get turned around, we could be walking in the wrong direction, and in this weather, getting lost is not something you want to do.
Orion nodded.
We set watches,
He said,
one at a time. There's no telling what else is down here. Easily done.
Rowan shifted away from me as he released my arm. Orion did the same. I immediately missed his warmth as he moved ahead, reaching back and capturing my hand instead. He tugged me behind him, moving to a more open area, the snow crunching under our boots, the sound echoing up the dark tree trunks around us. I shivered. It was so quiet down here. None of the wind that had been rushing through my ears before was present. It was nothing but yawning silence. Orion followed behind us a moment later. As I trailed behind Rowan, I tried to not think about the fact that the trees that we had fallen through suddenly looked even bigger and more imposing. The deeper we walked into the forest between the mountains, the colder the temperature seemed, until I feared we'd be nothing but frozen fae, lost in the space between the mountains by morning. Chapter 12. Cress. We walked in silence for a while before it finally became too much for me. Where are we? I asked, clutching Rowan's hand as we passed a tree I swore we'd already passed a couple of times before.
The Bavarian Pass runs along the side of the mountain. This is the path we try to avoid at all costs because it's easy to get lost in.
Rowan replied, keeping his voice barely above a whisper. I wondered if there was a reason. Probably. He seemed to have a reason for everything he did. This time, I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the reason, though. He proved that a moment later by finishing his explanation.
There are creatures that live in these woods that have adapted to the cold and dark. They are vicious and ravenous, and exactly what we were trying to avoid. It's also much harder to get through the woods and over the crest of the mountain to the Port of Frost this way than on the pass, since the visibility is so poor.
He finished. Creatures? I asked, fear winding its way through my chest as I audibly gulped and scooted a bit closer. Rowan looked back over his shoulder, and something in my expression must have warned him. He paused and turned to face me, his hand coming up to cup my cheek.
Don't worry, little bird. I won't let them hurt you.
He dropped a kiss on my forehead.
Orion and I would die before we let anything happen to you. Agreed.
Orion said at my back. I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. I didn't like the thought of them dying for me. The world would be a much more intolerable place without these two men in it. Sorrel I could take or leave at the moment. He was kind of an asshole. Rowan pivoted back and continued on. It was only a few more moments before we came to a series of trees much larger than the ones we'd passed before. They towered over the rest of the forest, large and commanding. Their trunks were a veritable wall forming along the pathway. When Rowan just stood in front of one, not saying a word as he stared up at the big behemoth thing, I began to worry that something was very wrong. He inhaled and then released his breath with an irritated sigh.
All right,
he said, turning toward me and Orion. His eyes lifted over my head, zeroing in on Orion.
We're going up. Do you need a hand?
To my utter surprise, Orion nodded. Admitting weakness was not common in the Fey courts from what I could tell. So to admit he needed help meant that my dark lover was in more pain than I initially thought. He stepped forward, and Rowan bent down, lacing his fingers together to offer his friend a boost to the closest branch. One that still seemed much too far away. Orion made it, though, his hands gripping and pulling as he levered himself up onto the thick protrusion.
You're next, love,
Rowan said. I gulped, unsure that I would be able to make the same leap that Orion did, or have enough strength to pull myself up. It wasn't like I had a choice, though, so I put my foot into Rowan's clasped hands and pushed. I hadn't expected him to throw me, but throw me he did. When I landed, I scrambled hard, hands reaching out, trying to find purchase to keep from slipping off. My legs kicked at the trunk as I huffed and clung to the branch I'd landed on. My fingers were slipping and I squeaked as my upper body slid right off. If it weren't for Orion's hands reaching out and gripping around my wrists to yank me back up, I would have fallen back down. His gasp of pain was like an arrow straight to my heart, though, and I hated that I was the cause. As soon as he released me, I flipped on him. "Are you okay?" I demanded, wanting to touch him, but afraid to hurt him. His teeth flashed in the darkness.
Don't worry about it,
he said tightly. "Pulling me up a tree can't be good for your ribs," I said. "Maybe I should look at it."
Got any medical skills you've been hiding, sweetheart?
He asked. Well, no. Not really. I mean, I tried to help one of the sisters from the orphanage deliver a calf, but I kind of threw up at the first sight of the baby's head, so she sent me away. Orion barked out a quiet laugh.
No. Don't worry about me. Just try not to fall off until Rowan gets up here.
At the exact moment he said that, Rowan called up from the ground.
I'm coming up.
Seconds later, I heard him back up on the ground and take a running jump. The tree shuddered as he gripped onto the same branch I was half draped across and clambered up around me. Even as Rowan shifted into position, he tensed and gritted his teeth. "Are you sure you're okay?" I asked, worried. He ignored me and instead lifted me onto his lap, facing him. Orion settled in and cupped an arm around his side, as if in pain. I shifted and eyed him with a sharp focus. He must have sensed it too, because the second Rowan stopped moving, after having laid his back against the trunk of the tree with me leaning against his broad chest, he spoke.
Stop worrying.
Orion chastised.
I'm fine. I'll take first watch.
Rowan said, distracting me.
Wake me when you want me to take over.
Orion mumbled as he pulled his cloak around his shoulders and promptly fell asleep. How guys could just shut their eyes and fall into blissful slumber was a damn miracle to me. Even I had to lay there for several minutes just thinking before I finally tired my thoughts out enough that they would let me sleep. Wait, I thought. What did he mean by wake him? We're sleeping in a tree, I asked, turning my head to look at Rowan. Rowan just chuckled, his chest rumbling with the sound.
Yes, little bird. Now stop squirming.
How are we not going to fall off? I gasped as I looked down for the first time. We were much higher than I had initially thought. Even though I'd fallen off a mountain and been thrown off the roof of a castle and survived each time, falling out of a tree while I was asleep was somehow scarier. I mean, at least I'd been awake all those other times. I'd seen it coming.
Well, I'll be holding you so you won't have to worry.
Rowan's voice was filled with barely suppressed laughter as his lips grazed the edge of my ear while he spoke. And what if you fall asleep? I demanded, barely suppressing the shiver that stole up my spine from the minuscule movement.
I won't.
Oh, and it's just that simple. I snorted. These two had to be out of their minds if they thought this wouldn't end with the three of us on the ground and in pain.
It is. We've done this before, little girl. Trust me.
He replied. It was those last two words that stilled my tongue. I knew if I argued, he would take it as a lack of faith in him. The bond we'd formed was still new, fresh. I didn't want him to think I didn't trust him. Fine. I huffed out a breath. But if you let me fall, I trailed off vaguely. Not really sure how to threaten a prince.
You'll what?
Rowan teased. I couldn't see so much as hear his grin in the dark. I'd bet my left tit that he was smiling at me, ridiculously amused. Okay, maybe not the left. The left one was just slightly bigger than my right, and if I was going to give up a tit, I'd probably want to give up the one that had less value. That's how it worked, right?
Do you even realize when you drift off? Or does it just happen?
Rowan asked suddenly. I blinked. I guess it just happens, I answered. He chuckled again and pulled me closer until there was literally no room separating him from me. And in this cold place, he was a warm breath of fresh air. I snuggled down into him and sighed.
Go to sleep, little girl. I will keep you safe.
He whispered into the darkness surrounding us. There was something about being in the dark, a certain dynamic feeling. I felt magnetized, drawn to him. Rowan. I said his name as quietly as I could.
Yes.
Will you? I bit my lip hesitantly. It was an odd request. The timing wasn't exactly appropriate. But I found that for some reason, I wanted him to kiss me. I wanted to feel his lips against mine in the shadows of night. I wanted to strain against him and feel him do the same. My heart raced in my breast, hungry for this. I felt my legs tighten around him. Will you kiss me? I shoved the question out as quickly as I could. And then I waited. The abrupt silence that fell between us felt like answer enough, and my muscles tensed as I pulled away. You don't have to, I started. But Rowan's hands found my back and drew me back into his chest.
No, I want to,
He said,
I'm just surprised. What brought you to ask me for that? Especially right now.
You're dashing good looks, I guessed. He snorted, and his head bowed against me, his forehead pushing into my shoulder as he tried to hold back laughter. It took him several more moments to stop.
Not.
He huffed out, still laughing, albeit quietly.
That I don't appreciate the compliment. But you can't even see me down here.
I shrugged. I know what you look like. I know what I'll be kissing. And you're prime kissing material, Rowan.
That I am.
He agreed absently.
Lean toward me, Chris. I want to teach
on the strands and sending a thrill through me. His breath washed over my face, a warm reminder of other places his mouth had been. I felt myself tighten all over as he pushed against me. But his lips didn't land where I expected them to. Rowan? His lips touched my cheek and whispered down to my jawline. That's not my mouth.
No, he said. It's not.
When I asked you to kiss me, I meant my mouth,
I know what you meant.
he said, breath puffing against my skin.
But as I'm the one doing the kissing, love, I figured I should get some leeway.
My thoughts scattered like mice caught by the light as he dragged his mouth down the length of my jaw. His lips parted as his tongue touched my skin before he kissed the underside of my chin and pulled away.
Rowan,
I croaked out his name. Please,
please don't. Little bird.
please kiss me, I begged, unabashedly.
With fucking pleasure.
His mouth came down on mine hard. He parted my lips with his tongue and dove inside at the same time that his fingers clenched in my knotted hair. My nails locked onto his shoulders and dug into him, eliciting a grunt from him. Rowan's hips tilted up, grinding into my core. I panted, dizzy from his kiss as he dragged me away from him for a moment. I could hear his harsh breathing in the dark, as if he were trying to catch his breath. Then his head tilted down, and his forehead touched mine.
You are so dangerous, Chris. Perhaps the most risky thing we've ever let into our heart.
He whispered. What? I didn't understand. My mind was still caught up in that all-consuming, soul-sucking kiss he'd just laid on me. One I'd asked for, and one I wanted to experience again and again. He lifted his head, and his hair brushed my cheeks as he shook it.
Never mind. You got your kiss now. It's time to sleep.
I thought you said you weren't sleeping, I replied. He untangled his hand from my hair and pushed me down so that my cheek rested against his shoulder. Gods, it felt right to be in his arms. It felt the same as it had with Orion. It felt like home.
I'm not. You are. Sleep.
A soft snore lifted into the branches around us, and I glanced to Orion. In the dim light, I could see his head tilted back and his mouth propped open ever so slightly. I watched his chest rise and fall in steady, even breaths for a second before speaking. How is he already asleep? I asked.
He's letting his body heal. Sometimes that means the mind needs to stop and rest so the body can focus on what it needs to do.
Rowan answered. Then he shifted and wrapped both of us in his cloak, giving me an extra layer of warmth. He'll be okay, though, right? I asked.
Of course he will. Believe me, Orion's been through much worse than this.
I wanted to ask what that meant. What had Orion been through? I considered asking, but a part of me wanted to hear it straight from Orion's mouth. I mean, I wouldn't like it if someone was handing out my secrets like candy. So I kept my mouth shut and let the thump of Rowan's heart and his breathing relax me. Then, despite his edict that I go to sleep, he spoke again.
I'm worried, Chris.
I didn't lift my head, my eyelids drooping even as I responded. About what? I asked.
I care for you.
He admitted. I smiled against his shoulder. I like you too. He shook his head above me.
And I'm worried. Because the Court of Frost is a dangerous place.
He continued.
I don't want you to get hurt.
I'll survive, I said. Apparently that's what I do. I tried to go for confidence, but it sounded hollow to my own ears. I just hoped it didn't to his.
The Court of Frost is much different than the Court of Crimson. They are more ruthless and brutal than I can explain. But it's always in ways you won't expect. And there are conditions of going into a court that is not your own. We're not the ones in charge like we are in the Court of Crimson. We must bow to the Court of Frost's power hands.
Your mother, I guessed. And Sorrel's.
Yes.
Silence echoed after that one word, and I could feel my sleepiness drifting away, making way for responding worry. I still hadn't thought of a thing to say when his chest moved as he sucked in a breath.
If you belonged to one of us, you'd be untouchable.
He mused. The worry and longing in Rowan's voice made my heart break for him. And tell people I belong to you. I don't care so long as they leave us alone, I said. That solved everything, didn't it?
Just like that.
He asked. I yawned, my eyes sliding completely closed as I sighed and sank into him. Just like that, I said. I belong to you. See, it's not so hard to say. I could say it all day and night if it meant we'd get back to the Court of Crimson in one piece, and I could see Nellie again. At the thought of my best friend, guilt crept into my heart. She must have been so scared without me. I missed her. But I'd never admit this out loud. The guys, including Sorrel, had probably been right to leave her behind. The only thing worse than being stuck in a dark crevice in the middle of an icy wasteland was doing it with my best friend. I'd already proven I could survive impossible situations. But I was sure she already regretted following after me, and I didn't want to put her in any more danger. Even as those thoughts lingered, sleep crept up on me. I wasn't sure whether it was from being snuggled against Rowan, or finally being away from all the tension of the camp and our traveling companions. But finally, I fell into blissful slumber. No sooner than I felt like I'd fallen asleep, something jerked me awake. I gasped, the sound hitting my ears loudly as I sat up abruptly. The body under me, Rowan, my delayed mind recognized, shifted in discomfort and let out a sleepy grunt. Normally, I would have just tried to go right back to sleep. But something felt wrong. My senses were screaming at me. I strained to listen for what had woken me. At first, I heard nothing. Then a slow, low growl came from below us. I froze, and then, half terrified of what I would find, peered over the edge of the branch we were spread out on. A pair of red, luminous eyes stared back at me. My heart leapt into my throat when another pair appeared next to it, followed by another, and another. I couldn't tell how many creatures there were, but their eyes lit up the floor of the forest. Rowan, I hissed, slapping at his chest. When he didn't respond, I groped around frantically. Rowan? I said a little louder, snapping my hand out again.
Ugh.
He grunted.
Why are you hitting me?
His groggy voice asked. You said you weren't going to fall asleep, I accused in a panic, unable to look away from the eyes staring back at me. There's something below us. A lot of them, I think. I immediately felt the change in his body. Tension flowed through his muscles, and when he leaned over and followed my gaze, a muttered curse left his lips. What are they? I squeaked.
What we were hoping to avoid by sleeping in a tree.
He growled. His hands gripped my waist as he turned his face away.
Orion.
I turned my head to where Orion was as he jerked up out of what appeared to be a fitful sleep. His hand snapped out and wrapped around the branch he was on, balancing himself as he came to full awareness in a matter of seconds.
What?
Orion's deep voice rumbled as he replied.
What is it?
Rowan didn't even get a chance to respond as a vicious snarl sounded from below. My gut clenched and I swung my gaze back to the ground, squealing as I saw one of the creatures, their shadows barely visible, lunge up into the branches. Rowan! I screamed. He released me as he reached up and cupped both of his hands over my mouth.
No.
He snapped quietly.
Don't scream. You'll only draw more.
More? I thought with alarm. It looked like a fucking army of creatures down there already, with dagger-like teeth and blood-red eyes. Oh, I was going to have nightmares about this until the day I died. I just knew it. What do we do? I couldn't breathe as I wheezed out the question. He pulled his fingers away from my face. Another, even more feral-sounding growl erupted from below us, cutting him off as his mouth opened.
Shit!
He cursed. I tilted, and the next thing I knew, something had snapped onto Rowan's cloak and was pulling us both down. I watched in horror as Rowan's arm lifted, and he caught himself with one hand, clinging to the branch we'd been sleeping on. But me, I tumbled down behind him, literally being thrown to the wolves, or whatever these creatures were. Despite Rowan's urging not to scream, I couldn't help it. It was automatic. As I fell, my lips parted and I let loose the loudest scream I'd ever screamed in my life. And considering how many times someone had tried to off me as of late, that was definitely saying something. I saw the exact moment when Rowan realized what was happening. I reached up as he lunged down, trying to catch me, but one of the creatures launched itself at me at the same time. Teeth clamped down on my boot, and I thumped to the ground with a jarring thud as red eyes hovered over me. Drool dripped onto my face as my scream cut off to make way for the rush of air that escaped at my landing. All I saw was way too many shiny white teeth, and those creepy pinpoints of red coming toward me as they began to circle. Without thought, I curled in on myself, bracing for impact, waiting for their sharp teeth to dig into me and rip me apart.
Chris!
Orion's voice rose above the growls.
Run!
There would be no running, I thought. Only death. My breath hitched as it finally came back to me. I curled tighter as the creatures crept closer, sniffing, drawing back, preparing for their attack. No, I couldn't die like this. It wouldn't happen. I wasn't done yet. What would happen to Nellie if I died? Would the guys keep her safe? Would they protect her even though she was human? I didn't know. I wasn't sure. My panicked mind was racing so hard. I had to survive, at any cost. With that thought, I knew I couldn't just lay here curled on the floor of the forest waiting to be eaten. I had to... They weren't pouncing, I realized a bit belatedly. Why weren't they pouncing? I lifted my head and looked around curiously. uncurling from my prone position. They weren't attacking because they were backing away. Confusion filled me as I struggled to my feet, my legs feeling weak. I didn't understand. Sweat coated my palms, drawing my attention, and it was then that I saw the light. A golden glow emanating from my fingertips, racing up my arms and down across my chest. I felt warm. More than that, I felt hot, like I was boiling from the inside out. I couldn't breathe properly. My breath kept catching in my throat as if there wasn't enough air. "No!" Rowan shouted as he climbed down the tree. "Cress, stop! Your magic is being depleted. Stop using your magic!" "She can't!" Orion shouted back as I looked up and saw them doing the same, both of them mirroring each other's movements as they scaled down the trunk of the tree.
It's the only thing keeping them at bay.
What was? My bleary mind asked. Keeping who? What at bay? I couldn't even think straight through the heat spreading inside my limbs. Couldn't remember why this was happening. As if in answer to my unspoken question, a new growl filtered into the air as a large creature, like the rest, stepped forward. It was much bigger than the others gathered around, with an ugly mug of a face, and a scar that ran the length of its face on one side, splitting through an obviously blind eye. The Alpha, I realized. There always was one. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Curses rained from above as the guys descended faster, but it wasn't going to be fast enough. The Alpha drew back, its hackles rising as it prepared to launch. Despite my glow, it wasn't going to go down without a fight. But it would find that neither would I. The Alpha lunged, and at the same time, the glow from within me burst forward. It exploded out of me, illuminating the darkness surrounding us, taking over everything, shoving back the Alpha and its pack of creepy wolf-like creatures. I heard yelps of pain just as the light dimmed and disappeared, and the smell of burnt fur reached my nostrils. Just as quickly as it had come, my magic was gone again. My only thought, before my mind fell away into the blackness, was, what the hell had I done?
Chapter 13, Sorrel. I could feel sweat collected at the base of my spine as I strode down the corridors, my steps echoing up the cold stone walls of the castle, my mother and Rowan's mother's court. When I'd gotten the news that Rowan and Orion had come in nearly an hour before, my blood had raced in my veins. Something was obviously very wrong. Neither had tracked me down, and the rumor mill was already spreading. Don't rush, I silently urged myself. Remain calm, remain cold. Do not let anyone see the emotion. Emotion was a dangerous thing in this place. Your Highness? One of my mother's ladies-in-waiting saw me and shuffled to the side, her eyes going downward in deference to my status as she curtsied and bowed her head. This was another thing I hated about the Court of Frost. The pomp, the circumstance, the fucking theatrics of it all. I searched my mind for the girl's name. Davina, I said shortly. Have you seen Rowan or Orion? She nodded. I just saw them enter the infirmary, my lord. It annoyed me that she kept her gaze down and her eyes averted. The changeling would do no such thing. She'd lift her eyes and bat those lashes at me and spit vitriol my way in that reckless way of hers. When I turned back to see her slip into the Bavarian Pass's crack and my brothers dive in after her, my heart had damn near stopped in my chest. It had taken everything in me not to go after them. I knew Rowan and Orion, and I knew that Rowan, at least, had traversed the lower paths before. He would lead them out. they would keep her and each other safe. I'd believed that deep in my soul, and yet I'd worked tirelessly to pick up the pace. We'd breached the pass and had arrived at the Court of Frost, only to be informed that they hadn't yet arrived. I'd been on pins and needles ever since. Thank you, Davina. You may go.
As you wish, Your Highness.
She gracefully got back to her feet and strode away. I all but raced to the infirmary. I was within viewing distance of the double stone doors that led into the medical wing when they opened and Rowan stepped out. I stopped short, horror assailing me. At first, I thought it was just his powers coming back after being in the Bavarian Pass for so long. The red I saw was too dark to be fire. It could have only been blood. It coated his hands, and smudges littered his arms and face. There were deep gouges along his biceps and forearms. I started forward again, walking slower this time as if I were approaching a wild animal. What happened? I asked, keeping my voice even. Rowan's head lifted, and his eyes found mine. The fire I thought had been missing was suddenly found there. It raged incendiary in the depths of his gaze. He bared his teeth and hissed as he released a breath. "The gods damned Bortugals found us," he said. Not by a flinch did I reveal just how emotional I was. Bortugals were bloodthirsty creatures, often starved for meat in the icy wilderness of Alfheim. They were on the decline, but only because they had begun eating their young when there was no other food to be had. And in this declining realm, there rarely was. "How did you manage to fend them off?" I asked. "Did you turn them to ash?" Rowan's wild eyes met mine. "We didn't fend them off." I could have heard a pin drop in the silence that followed that statement. "What do you mean you didn't fend them off?" I demanded. "You're here. Orion's—" My eyes widened and shot to the doors at his back. No, he couldn't. Orion had lasted years on the battlefields. He'd been squired at such a young age. He was brutal in war, cunning, decisive. But oh, I'd seen how he was around the changeling. He was softer with her. He was gentle, as if he'd waited his whole life to show that other half of himself that I knew he'd kept buried in his years of bloody service to the war with the humans. "He's fine," Rowan said quickly, once he realized where my thoughts had gone. "He's hurt, but it could have been much worse. He's being treated as we speak." "Then what?" The doors opened and Orion stepped out, stopping what I'd been about to ask. There were new scars on his face. They'd been cleaned and bandaged, and would likely heal by the end of the day, now that we were no longer entrapped in the magic-depleting vortex of the Bavarian Pass. The scars would remain, though. They always did on him. It was hard to recall a time that he hadn't had many small markings on his person. He'd had them even as a child, a testament to what he'd faced in the Court of Midnight. If ever there were a place more dangerous than the Court of Frost, it was my friend's home court of darkness, of pain. I shuddered to think of what might have happened if he hadn't been sent to us. "She's resting," Orion said, speaking directly to Rowan. The tension in Rowan's shoulders seemed to ease as he released a breath. "Good," he said with a nod. "That's good. Did the physicians say there would be any lasting effects?" "Lasting effects of what?" I asked, glancing from one to the other. Logically, I recognized that they must be talking about the changeling, but they still had yet to tell me how they'd survived the lower paths. Orion lifted his head. "There was an incident in the crevice," he began. "I saw the girl fall, and I saw the two of you dive in after her." I said the words with as much civility as I could muster, which wasn't much. I couldn't help but think that had the girl not slipped and fallen, we would not be here right now. Had the girl not even existed, we likely would not be faced with attending the Court of Frost at all. We wouldn't have the we were breaking about a dozen laws, committing the highest of treasons by hiding a human refugee in our court, and potentially putting ourselves in a position to not only get our titles stripped, but to end our very lives. The Mother Queens of the Court of Frost were not known for their tolerance, nor were they known for their mercy, even against their own sons. She was nothing, nobody, useless, barely magical at all. Oh, she might have survived the tests and trials of her heritage, but there was no doubt that she was the least powerful fae I'd ever met. She was trouble wrapped in a delicious package, a danger to me and to my brothers. Careful, Sorrel. Rowan's voice deepened on a growl. I'm protective of the changeling, and I don't like your tone. I'm well aware of your feelings for the girl, I snapped back. Don't let it slip your notice that despite your constant ignoring of my advice, the only voice of reason among us, I might add, I have kept to your deranged plans. I might have hated it, and I might have called them ridiculous imbeciles, but I would not leave them as they had never left me. Orion put a restraining hand on Rowan's shoulder when he would have moved forward at the cold tone in my voice. We don't have time, and this certainly isn't the fucking place, he said, his voice dangerously quiet. I straightened. He was right. I glanced back down the corridor and was thankful that no one had come upon us. My emotions were edging toward precarious unruliness. I gripped the control I wore around me like a well-loved cloak and pulled it back from the brink, letting a white mask of cold indifference fall back into place. There was no other way to be in the Court of Frost. Who knew when we'd be able to go back to our Court of Crimson, if we'd ever be able to go back at all? All right, I said in a clear voice. Tell me what happened. And as they did, I could feel that control I'd hauled back and locked into place, slipping just a bit more and more.
Chapter 14. Cress. When my senses slowly began to filter back in, I couldn't focus on anything other than breathing and how much it hurt. I could no longer smell the cold. My nostrils didn't burn from it as they had while we were traveling. So did that mean I was dead? That would really suck if I was dead. Despite my avoidance of said action, dying, that is, I'd always pictured myself old and gray, surrounded by heaping plates of food as I drifted off into a long, deep sleep. Yeah, that would have been a better way to go. Not being eaten by wild animals. Then again, would I ache this much if I was dead? A moment later, a low male voice answered my question when a hand settled on my shoulder.
Easy. Don't try to move too much. You're still healing.
I pried my eyes open and prayed to Merilyeth or whoever was listening that I was inside and not having some weird sort of hallucination. Four walls, a ceiling, a bed. It was better than I could have hoped for. The man appeared in my line of sight, and I could tell, just from his clothing and the way that his hands glowed as they moved over my body, that we were in another Fey court. The Court of Frost, presumably. Never let it be said that Cressida of Amnestia was an idiot. I could totally figure stuff out on my own. I took a moment to examine the man hovering over me, his brows drawn down in deep concentration. He looked like he had been up all night, and the long white cloak that was wrapped around him was stained with blood. As I stared at those crimson drops, I was reminded that this man was new to me. Where were Rowan and Orion? Whose blood was that, mine or theirs? I tried to think back. there was the tree, and then the eyes. I shuddered, the motion making an ache spread throughout my limbs. Gods, I was sore. But despite the shudder, my mind replayed the memory again, waking up to the eyes and the low growls, and falling. And then my scream as Rowan reached for me, his hand barely grazing me. Not quite fast enough. Then a white light and nothingness. It didn't quite make sense.
You've sustained injuries from your encounter with the Portugals. You're lucky to have survived at all with how little magic you have. The princes are brave indeed for coming to your aid the way they did.
The man said, as a movement out of the corner of my eye alerted me to a new figure. A woman with a severe-looking face and white blonde hair, similar to Sorrel's, stepped forward and began folding down the blankets that were covering me. Cold air assaulted my body, making me break out in goosebumps and shiver where I lay, which only made the ache in my skin that much worse. The princess, I began, swallowing around a dry throat. Are they okay?
For the most part.
The Fey doctor acknowledged.
A few new scars added, maybe. But that's the price of taking the lower pass.
We fell, I said defensively. I coughed as the air seemed to freeze my lungs.
So I heard.
The doctor replied, his tone sounding both bored and doubtful. The nurse peeled back some kind of bandages they had put over my stomach and shoulder. Bandages, I understood, but the sticky, foul-smelling goo underneath, that was a new one. What is that?
A healing balm. Do you not have these in the Court of Crimson?
He asked. His tone sounded bland but curious, and the way he was looking at me, it was like he was searching for any weaknesses he could find, other than the obvious injuries that his fingers were beginning to probe. I'm sure they do, I replied carefully, but I've never needed them. That much was true because I hadn't been in the Court of Crimson long enough. No lies there. I honestly had no idea if the Court of Crimson had a healing balm, but I wasn't about to give him an opening by playing ignorant or admitting that I was a changeling. At least, not until I talked to the guys. They probably had a plan they wanted me to go along with. They always had a plan. Or rather, Sorrel usually did, and even if he was an ass, he was an intelligent ass, and I would do what Prince Prick wanted me to, so long as it kept me alive. I was a giver like that. I hissed as the doctor touched the tender space around my ribs.
The area has begun to repair. Another day with the bandages on and you should be healed,
He said, before turning to his nurse.
Her magic will replenish with time and exercise, but the pass seems to have taken most, if not all of it, for the moment. Make a note.
I winced when he pressed a tender spot once more. His eyes dipped to me for a moment before his probing fingers moved to my shoulder. With a much less gentle touch, I could have been a corpse and received more attention.
The queens have requested her presence,
a new voice said from the door. I leaned up as much as I could to see who spoke. Even doing that much sent shooting spikes of agony down my back and sides. Through the pain and some deep breathing, I'd once seen a pregnant woman who'd come to the Abbey to give birth do when she was in the middle of her labor. I managed to focus on what was happening around me. A young man stood in the entrance, his hair cut short to his scalp. His cold eyes drifted across the room, settling first on the doctor and nurse, and then me. There was fear in his eyes, hidden but there. And that, combined with the fact that I saw neither Rowan nor Orion, I would have even taken Sorrel at that moment. For all his grouchiness, he was still familiar to me. Gave my heart a kickstart. Was I in danger? Had they already found out about Nellie? Or me? No, stop thinking like that, I urged myself. They would have sent you straight to the dungeon if that were the case. Or you wouldn't have woken up at all. You'd just be dead.
Thank you, Frederick,
The doctor replied, before turning to the nurse and adding,
apply more balm and get her dressed. Their Majesties have been waiting long enough. If her magic was stronger, maybe we wouldn't have been in this situation. But for now, I will go and stall the queens while you bring her along.
The way he spoke about me, as though I wasn't there, made me lift a brow. Now that I was past whatever panic attack I'd staved off, I was starting to get more and more irritated with him. What kind of doctor had his bedside manner? Even a fey one? Maybe he and Sorrel were related. Gods knew they both acted like they couldn't care less what anyone else did, so long as they followed their every command. The doctor removed his blood-stained cloak and picked up a clean one, donning it as he strode from the room. As soon as he was gone, I turned my head toward the nurse. Could you help me sit up? She didn't blink or show any emotion as she moved to assist me. Her arms came around my back, and together, we managed to get me halfway upright. Never again, I swore to myself as I swallowed down bile. Nothing I had ever done in my life had hurt quite this bad. Not even being pushed off the damn castle. I continued breathing, as though I were about to shove a squalling infant out of the place between my thighs, recalling how accidentally witnessing that birth at the Abbey had nearly made me pass out. Even without the whole giving birth thing, I was feeling the same. My head spun as I struggled to keep from vomiting all over the mute nurse as she helped me redress the wounds on my stomach and shoulder. I hadn't even had a chance to see them since I had been too afraid to move while I was on the table. But I could feel the new skin that was growing and the way it tugged against the old. Once I was all bandaged up, she turned and reached for a swath of fabric laying at the end of the bed. The fabric turned out to be a flimsy dress made of the prettiest cerulean blue color I'd ever seen. It started at the top over the shoulders, but quickly became darker as it trailed down to the end. I struggled to put it on, lifting my arms and tugging the opening for my head over and around my neck. The nurse stood by and watched with a passive expression, and I realized she wouldn't help unless I asked for it. I groaned and cursed silently as I shimmied the dress the rest of the way down on my own. Finally, when it was situated right and I was panting up a storm, but feeling accomplished, I sent her a smug look of satisfaction. Instead of responding to my expression, however, she lifted what looked like a leather layer meant to go on the outside of the dress. I whimpered as she leaned forward and wrapped the tight piece around my chest, clicking several buckles into place as it tightened against my frame. Why? I thought. Why would it make any sense to shove the girl who's in pain into a torture contraption? I narrowed my eyes on the nurse. Was she actually trying to kill me? Sorrel and the others had seemed to be pretty concerned with walking into the Court of Frost. They'd warned me of the dangers. Was this one of them? Assassination by corset? Swirls of metal cupped my breasts before meeting in the middle and and expanding over my waist in thick filigree. I was thankful for the leather that sat under the metal because it provided a shield against the cold material, and also the possibility of being speared on something pointy. I kept a carefully suspicious eye on the mute nurse. She reached forward and attached a thick, wide black pendant that hooked into the collar of the top layer and looked like a necklace. It was by far the fanciest thing I had worn in a while, or ever if you excluded the dresses that Rowan and Orion seemed to be constantly putting me in. They often acted like I was their doll. Their mothers must have not let them play as children. There could be no other explanation for why they relished dressing me up in ridiculous clothes that seemed less fabric and more sheer material. I wished I had a mirror to see myself, but there wasn't a single one around that I could see, and since the nurse was silently waiting for me at the door like a sheepdog, I didn't want to waste time looking. Dutifully, I followed her out and through the twists and turns of the pale stone hallways that seeped a chill that only seemed to grow more and more prevalent the further we went. It wasn't until we arrived outside two large double doors, one that was thankfully open, that I realized just how cold this place was. Nurse No Words, however, didn't even shiver as she directed me forward. I frowned when I took in the crowd milling about what looked like a larger and icier replica of the Court of Crimson's throne room. I scanned the arched ceiling, looking for pixies. I didn't see any, but that didn't mean there were none. Pixies, I'd come to learn, were quite good at hiding. When I pulled my gaze back, I noticed the nurse had disappeared into the crowd and left me out in the open with dozens of eyes on me, and a sinking feeling that I had stepped between the jaws of a very sharp-toothed and dangerous creature. I stood there, frozen for a moment, before I heard Orion's voice, and relief slipped through me at the familiar timbre. I took several steps toward the sound, only to slow to a stop once more. I hadn't noticed it at first, but Orion's voice sounded colder, meaner. I continued to follow it, but more cautiously. When I finally spotted him, I noticed he was talking to an older man with a graying beard. To be fair, the man that sounded like Orion was turned away from me, so theoretically it could have been anyone. But I'd know that ass anywhere. I stayed further away, waiting until I could catch Orion's attention when he turned around. But the longer I watched, the more uncomfortable I saw he was. An increasing need to go to him rose within me. I didn't know what was being said. I could hear his voice, but not make out the words. Whatever was happening, though, was obviously making him uncomfortable if the set of his shoulders and the stiffness in his movements were anything to go by. The more I watched, the more I wanted to go to him. I was happy to see him still alive, but was I allowed to approach him? I hesitated, unsure of my welcome. My gaze roamed over his wide frame, seeking a sign of something that would push me over the edge. He was a grown fae. Surely he could extract himself from a conversation he didn't want to have. The longer I watched, the more details I took in. The clenched fist at his side that he kept opening and closing as though he was reminding himself not to display his emotions. I also noticed that his clothing was not the normal black or gray he usually wore, but a deep purple, one that reminded me of his bedchamber and the garden he had first tasted me in. My body might have been injured, but it knew what it wanted, and in that moment it was Orion. He wasn't the only one, though. As Rowan's voice reached my ears as well, I couldn't help but turn where I stood, my eyes searching for his fiery hair. When I found it, and his eyes locked with mine, I almost fell to my knees with relief. pressed against the wall to steady myself. I wasn't sure how I knew, since his expression remained blank. But the panic that rolled off him as he watched me lean against the wall was almost palpable. The men he was talking to didn't seem to notice in the slightest. It took only a few moments for him to excuse himself from his companions, but when he did, I watched him walk toward me, my relief turning to something else entirely as I stared at him. In the moments just before I'd passed out, when that bright, unrelenting light had overwhelmed me, I wondered if I might ever see him again. I had only been given a split second to mourn the loss of both him and Orion, and yes, even the turd wad Sorrel. For all his prickliness, I could tell he cared about Orion and Rowan. And even if his honesty often had me wanting to punch his torturously handsome face, I liked his candor.
Cressida, are you well?
Rowan asked as he approached. I balked at the use of my full name. It was something he never called me. It was always Little Bird or Changeling, sometimes even Cress, but never Cressida. I'm recovering, I replied, unsure how to handle this different version of Rowan. He didn't touch me, and that in and of itself was the strangest thing. Rowan always touched me. Any way he could brush his skin against mine and drive my libido absolutely insane, he would. When I reached for him, he took a step back. Small and almost indiscernible, but I noticed. It hurt. That avoidance. I looked at him, frowning, and finally noticed the strain in his features. He, like Orion, was stiff, wooden in their movements, as if someone had shoved sharp sticks up their asses. What was going on?
I'm sorry, Cress,
He said quietly.
sorry we weren't there when you woke. We couldn't. It's been...
He trailed off. I shook my head. You have another court to see to, I offered by way of answer. Though it did assuage some wounded part of me that I hadn't even realized had been hurt by the fact that no one but strangers had been at my bedside when I'd come to. Rowan closed his eyes and hissed out a breath.
Come. The Queen's requested your presence, and we'll be eager to meet you.
His words sounded kind, but there was something darker in his tone. Sorrow, perhaps. Dread. Whatever it was, it remained present in his eyes as he took me by the elbow and led me forward. The deep crimson of his outfit kept drawing my eye as we walked, and I had to resist the urge to touch the metal that sat atop a leather doublet over his chest. Now was not the time or place for that, and he clearly wasn't in the mood, even though just the slightest touch on my elbow from him made me want to move in closer. As we approached the front of the room, I saw the two women sitting side by side. They were exact opposites, fire and ice, and that only made it clear who was who. Rowan's mother was wearing a similar outfit to her son, only the metalwork over her chest was much more intricate. It was finely crafted and was studded with gems in all different shades of red, which matched the crown that sat atop her head. She looked every bit the reigning monarch, as did the woman beside her. Sorrel's mother was the Crimson Queen's mirrored image, only instead of gems of all different shades of red, I noticed that the metalwork had a blue sheen to it, and all the gems were white or clear, making it look like she was covered in frost. Of fire and ice, these were the two Fey queens that still ruled Alfheim. Rowan stepped closer, but still didn't touch me as we cleared the crowd and entered the space that remained empty in front of the queens. Rowan dipped his head in a show of respect, and only then did he reach out and tug me forward by my elbow. I didn't know what to do, but these were queens, and when you were introduced to royalty, you were supposed to curtsy or something. Right? Gods, I hoped that was right. I dipped into an uneven curtsy, wavering as I dropped, barely managing to stay upright. When I started to stand up again, Rowan's grip on my elbow tightened, and I realized that I needed to hold the position until the queens deigned to notice us and release us from it. My legs shook, but I held it, not wanting to disappoint him. In my mind, however, I was screaming at the two women up on their thrones to hurry it up. My knees were not meant to hold like this.
Rowan, my darling, who have you brought me?
His mother asked, finally acknowledging our presence. I sighed in relief as Rowan's tug and subsequent release of my elbow let me stand back up. I raised my eyes to meet the queen's, only to find a slight sneer covering her face and fire dancing in her eyes while Ariana, who I hadn't noticed before, stood to the side, just behind the woman's throne, glaring daggers at me. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as though they were urging me to run while I had the chance, and I knew that this wasn't going to go well at all.
This is Cressida.
Rowan began, but Ariana cut in. The changeling! Her voice was loud and filled with what sounded like disgust. But I knew better, because I'd heard it a time or two before. It was hatred. A gasp rose from the crowd behind us, and the queens both looked at me even more critically. Their expressions were almost identical. Narrowed eyes and pursed lips that peeled back in disgust after a moment. Mutters started up behind me while I endured the queen's equally terrifying stares and tried not to pass out since I was still recovering.
Filthy humans. Should have stayed with them. Infections that need to be wiped out. Some face she is.
The words all rang in my ears. Tough crowd, I thought. I frowned as I glanced around. I had as much right to be here as any single one of them. I was just as much Fae as they were.
Is Ariana correct? This is the changeling you've been so worried about.
Rowan's mother asked, her tone suggesting disapproval. I saw him nod out of my periphery, but never took my eyes away from the women on their thrones.
And this changeling is the reason you haven't proposed to a Fae worthy of your court yet,
She replied, acting as though the very word that described my life was an insult, while she gestured to Ariana, who was still standing next to the queen. The other woman's gown was similar to mine, only bejeweled to within an inch of its life. She glittered like some kind of expensive bauble. And while that might distract most people, I still saw the look of triumph on her face, the small smile that played about her lips as she watched Rowan struggle with the trap she had led him into.
I haven't proposed to Ariana because I don't care for her, and I don't intend to spend the rest of my life tied to her.
Rowan's voice rang out as clear as day through the now silent throne room.
She is the best match you could hope for,
The Crimson Queen said with a wave of her hand.
She's perfectly suitable to be the next Crimson Princess. She may be suitable for you, Mother, but not for me.
Rowan's words were quiet but strong, and anyone who could hear them knew that he wasn't going to back down easily. The Crimson Queen's face darkened, and she sat up straighter on her throne. Contrarily, though, the Frost Queen remained quiet, watching with icy eyes that held no emotion. I shivered when her gaze snapped to me. I blinked at the ferocity in her stare and turned away, refocusing on Rowan and the Crimson Queen.
I have waited long enough for a Crimson Princess to be crowned, Rowan,
the woman said.
Is that why you have summoned me and my court brothers?
Rowan asked.
Because you wish for me to marry?
Yes! Red skirts swished as the woman stood abruptly, pointing a finger down at Rowan.
You have ignored my demands for the last time. You will propose, and there will be a red wedding.
My stomach clenched as I turned and looked at the prince that stood at my side. No, I didn't like this. I didn't like this at all. The hesitation I saw on his face was like a punch to the gut. I turned back to the queens and narrowed my gaze specifically on Ariana, who stood back, preening as if the decision had already been made. It wasn't, and if Rowan even thought to propose to her, he was dead.
You're right, Mother,
Rowan said, shocking me. I whipped about and gaped at him. No, my mind screamed. No, she's not. The Crimson Queen's eyes narrowed, but her face softened and she lowered her head.
Yes, I am. And I'm glad that you finally see it my way.
She nodded approvingly.
Ariana will make another male a very conniving wife someday, I'm sure.
Rowan interrupted.
But she will not be my wife, and she will not be the Crimson Princess. I've chosen another to be my bride. As you've demanded, there will be a red wedding.
He'd already chosen a bride? I tried to pull my arm from his grasp, but his fingers tightened. He wasn't looking at me. I pulled again, harder this time. Still, he didn't release me. Who was it? I wondered. Why would he kiss me? Why would he do those other things to me if he was already betrothed? Rowan's mother's head went back.
Who would you select over Ariana?
She exclaimed.
Cressida is to be my Crimson Princess,
Rowan announced. The sudden silence in the room, making the words echo up into the top of the throne room. My jaw dropped. The Crimson Queen's eyes swung my way as she paled. Even Ariana's face showed only shock. Then, somewhere in the room, someone began to clap. The sound of slow, steady applause grew louder as the people in the room shifted to the side, moving forward until a man clad in a dark cloak stepped into the empty space before the Queen's thrones.
The Court of Frost never disappoints when it comes to entertainment, does it?
The man asked, turning to Rowan and me.
Brother.
Chapter 15. Crass. There was an air of confusion and shock in the room, and this time I wasn't the only one feeling it. I tried thinking back. When had this happened? Had Rowan proposed to me and I just hadn't known it? My thoughts whirled. I was sure I would have recalled something like a proposal. Regardless, he couldn't be serious. We hardly knew each other. But then again, weirder things had happened. I mean, I was standing in front of two eternal Fae queens who were more or less the embodiments of fire and ice.
Tyr.
My head whipped around as Sorrel pushed through the crowd to stand next to Rowan.
I wasn't aware you'd been summoned to the Court of Frost as well. I wasn't aware you'd respond to such a summons, brother,
Orion said, coming to stand alongside me. Tyr, the man who'd stepped forward and called Rowan brother, smiled, and I found I didn't quite like it. Nope, not at all, actually. especially when he turned that smile on me, strode forward, reached for my hand and lifted it to his lips. My flesh crawled as he pressed a kiss to my knuckles.
I'm so rarely summoned these days, and I'd heard about a pretty little bird that had wandered into your court. I just had to come see for myself.
He winked down at me, but as soon as he released my hand, I put it down and subtly wiped it on my skirts. It still didn't feel clean.
You are not summoned to flirt with the changeling, Tyr.
A frigid voice spoke, the sound causing a ripple across the gathered crowd. Several heads dipped down in respect as the Frost Queen rose from her seat, her hands clasped in front of her as she looked down on those of us who'd gathered closer. Unperturbed, Tyr turned toward the Queen.
Your Majesty.
He dipped his head and bowed gracefully, pausing briefly and tipping his head back up when she nodded to him.
Why, pray tell, have you summoned us? I notice you have high-ranking members of every Fae court here tonight. What have we all been brought here for?
The Frost Queen lifted her chin and looked over our heads before speaking again.
You have been brought here because we have received word that the human kingdom's leader, King Felix, has obtained the usage of one of our magic orbs.
A gasp rose within the room, and I glanced around briefly, watching as the women paled, putting their hands to their chests as though they might faint. By contrast, most of the men kept their stoic expressions. Rowan, Sorrel, and Orion's faces tightened at this announcement. Sorrel was the first to speak.
How?
He demanded, stepping forward. The Queen, his mother, didn't even spare him a glance as she turned toward Tyr.
Tyr,
she continued,
you've been called to a meeting of the Fae Court's Council. 2 members of each of the ruling courts are required. It will be held in 3 days. You will remain until then.
Why in 3 days? I asked. If it's important, wouldn't you want to do it sooner rather than later? Rowan whipped his hand out and slapped his palm across my mouth so quickly I stumbled under the sharp movement, nearly tripping over my own feet.
What she means, Your Majesty,
Rowan said quickly as the Queen turned her icy eyes on us.
Would it not be more beneficial for your intentions to host the council meeting a little earlier?
That wasn't exactly what I meant. It was, sort of. But why was he... The Queen descended from the throne, disrupting my thoughts. My eyes flitted to her crimson counterpart, but Rowan's mother was silent as she watched it all with an examining glare, as if she were waiting to see what would happen before she would erupt. Because I had no doubt that she was still furious. The anger simmered there, much like Rowan's just beneath the surface, waiting to be unleashed. The difference between her and Rowan, though, was that I found his heated anger kind of sexy, and I found hers disturbing.
Remove your hand from the changeling's mouth, Prince Rowan,
the Frost Queen commanded. Rowan hesitated, and both Sorrel and Orion stepped closer as if prepared for an attack. Orion I'd expected to come to my aid. But Sorrel? If he was concerned, then I had a bad feeling about this. He hated me. So if he was worried, then we were in deep shit. Slowly, Rowan eased his hand from my lips, but I kept my mouth shut as the Queen moved ever closer, a wave of chilled air following in her wake. I shivered under her gaze and scrutiny.
I cannot expect you to understand the ways of the Fae when you yourself have have no notion of our species," she said coolly, her words like ice chips falling from her lips. "We Fae have traditions, customs that must be adhered to, lest we fall into the barbaric ways of the humans." My eyes widened. Whoa. If that wasn't an obvious sign of species discrimination, I didn't know what was. "When the courts gather for a meeting of the councils, there must be a 3-day respite. It is the way it is done. It is the way it has always been done, and we will not change our customs because of the opinion of some changeling." She leaned closer, her eyes skimming down my form before returning to my face. It was clear by the dullness in her gaze that she found what she saw lacking. "Have I made myself clear?" I released a breath and met her gaze. "As crystal." She straightened and turned away, continuing to speak as she strode back up the steps to her throne. "Regardless of your supposed engagement to one of our court princes, your worth remains to be seen." "She obviously has no worth, Adora," the Crimson Queen commented dryly. "She's nothing more than a rebellion from my son." Nonetheless, Adora, the Frost Queen, turned sharply and, in a movement far more graceful than anything I could have ever managed, sat back upon her throne. "He's claimed her publicly now. You know the law. Only either of them can renounce the claim once it's been made before a court." I opened my mouth and then quietly shut it when Orion caught my attention and shook his head at me. Whether or not he knew what I'd intended to say, perhaps now wasn't the best time to argue about my engaged status. When Orion seemed satisfied that I'd keep my mouth shut, his eyes slid across the room. I followed his gaze, which was settled on the stranger who'd called him brother. Tyr. "We will see," the Crimson Queen responded with a low hum in her throat. The Frost Queen lifted her hand and waved it, lifting the volume of her voice as she addressed the room. "Hear me now. The court's council has been called. The tradition of respite will continue. During such time, we will host the Feast of Beasts, and at the news of Prince Rowan's engagement, we will also host the Run of the Gods." I frowned. I'd heard of a Feast of Beasts before. It was something the wealthy back in Amnestia had celebrated, usually reserved for grand welcomings. But I'd never heard of the Run of the Gods. "As you wish, Your Majesty," Rowan said, bowing. All around us, everyone bowed their heads, and when Orion lowered his, I mimicked him. When we all lifted again, Orion shot me a look. I licked my dry lips and watched as his eyes zeroed in on the way my tongue moved from one side of my mouth to the other. "With your permission, we'll adjourn to our chambers, Your Majesty," Sorrel said, drawing the Frost Queen's gaze. My eyebrows rose as her lips curled down. She could have been looking at a great big pile of pig shit for all of the warmth she showed her own son. And instead of responding, she merely nodded her assent, and before I knew what was happening, I was lifted into Rowan's arms and carted out of the room. I glanced back, watching as Tyr stepped into the space left by our absence as people parted to let us leave the room. He folded his arms across his broad chest, and the last thing I saw before we turned a corner was the wicked gleam of his smile and the wink he sent me.
Chapter 16. Cress. As soon as the door to the suites closed behind us, and I was sat down, I spun and faced Rowan. What was that? When he didn't immediately answer, I gestured between us. You know, traditionally, for someone to be considered your fiancé, you have to actually ask them to marry you.
Believe me, I didn't plan for this.
Rowan snapped back.
Could have fooled me.
Sorrel muttered as he pinched the bridge of his nose before dropping his arm and giving Rowan a look that could have withered an entire mountain range. While Sorrel and Rowan glared at each other, I turned away. This wasn't happening. Or it was, and I was fucked. Or perhaps this was a dream, and I'd wake up any moment and find out that I'd actually been eaten by a pack of magical wolf creatures at the bottom of the Bavarian Pass. Either way, I was fucked. Orion strode across the room and sat down hard on one of the many elegant chairs that had been placed in weird spots around the room. Who would place a chair by a dresser and not in front of the vanity? Oh no, there was one in front of the vanity too, I realized. Were they there just for decoration? Who thought, hey, you know what this room needs? Random fucking chairs.
And I did ask you.
Rowan snapped. Asked who? I replied.
You.
I frowned. Asked me what? His face grew red.
Asked you to marry me.
Rowan shouted. When? I asked. I have no memory of this.
In the forest, below the pass,
he replied.
That night, in the tree when we were talking, you said that I could tell people that you belonged to me.
There was a brief moment of shock and silence. When no one said anything for several long minutes, and Sorrel's and Orion's eyes remained on me expectantly, I realized it was going to be left up to me to break it. Blinking fast and inhaling through my nose, I tried to staunch the flow of annoyance. That, I said, eyeing Rowan, was your proposal?
Yes, it was,
he replied sharply. At the same time, Sorrel apparently found his voice.
You proposed to the changeling?
You can't exactly propose to someone unless you ask the question, will you marry me? I pointed out. They ignored me.
Yes, I did,
Rowan said, snapping back at Sorrel.
Why is that so hard to believe?
You didn't propose! I shouted. You insinuated a relationship, barely, and you talked about me belonging to one of you. But a relationship does not a proposal make.
Because you're a god's damned prince,
Sorrel yelled over me.
And she's...
He stopped as his gaze strayed from Rowan's face to look at me. I crossed my arms over my chest and narrowed my eyes, daring him to finish that sentence. Apparently, my daring face wasn't all that intimidating because he did. The asshole.
She's barely Fae,
Sorrel continued with a shake of his head.
Much less a court Fae. She's common. No education, no training, no anything. You've lost your mind. Cress is acceptable,
Rowan replied. Acceptable? Acceptable? Oh, just what I've always wanted to be, I thought sarcastically. But of course I didn't say anything. I honestly didn't know what to say. He continued.
She's certainly preferable to Ariana. What's wrong with that?
Dig. He was digging a hole so deep I doubted he'd be able to reach the bottom when I would eventually shove him into it. Rage rocketed through me, heating me from the inside out despite the chill of the chamber and the castle itself. So far, Orion seemed to be the only one who had yet to piss me off. And it was mostly because he hadn't opened his mouth. I shot him a helpless look, seeking out comfort or something, anything to make this all seem far less dire than it was.
You've been obsessed with the changeling ever since you first saw her. When she decided to let Orion deflower her, you looked like you'd just lost your favorite pet.
Sorrel growled.
You're possessive and jealous. Admit it.
Orion didn't even seem to notice my stare. He was focused on Sorrel and Rowan, his face dark with distress and concern. Rowan paced away from Sorrel, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. After a beat, I watched as he ran them through the flames of his hair. Literally. Small little tendrils of fire had ignited at the ends of the strands, some going out as he patted them away, and some remaining behind, though never burning him. Okay, I said. It was definitely up to me to keep everyone calm. I was probably the worst person for the job, but alas, it was mine. Can we just stop for a second and go back to when you announced me as your fiancé? I turned to Rowan. Why? I asked. With a roll of his icy eyes, Sorrel scoffed and shook his head. You are calm, I reminded myself. You are serenity incarnate. You do not want to harm, maim, punch, throttle, or ball kick anybody right now. Nope. Not even a little bit. Ball kicking wasn't even that fun. Even when the guy, Sorrel, was a fucking jerkwad of the highest order. Rowan didn't respond immediately, but Sorrel apparently was ready for action. Yippee!
Yes, please, let's bring the attention back to the changeling. As much as I am loath to admit it, I believe she is the voice of reason here. Why did you do this? What could have possibly led you to believe that announcing that she, of all Fae, was an appropriate choice?
I narrowed my eyes when he lifted his hands and pantomimed quoting Rowan's own words against him.
For a fiancé, or at the least, tell us why you would announce it to the entire fucking realm!
Hello. My name is Sorrel, and I hold the title of the most monumental asshole of the world. Was my eyeball twitching? I thought I could feel it twitching. That probably wasn't a good thing, was it? Rowan snarled in frustration, jerking his hands from his burning hair to gesture to the room at large.
Cress needed. No, she needs protection, he said. Not only from the queens, but from Tyr and other members of the court like him. You saw it out there. You saw the way they looked at her. It was as though she's nothing more than a feast that they can't fucking wait to rip into. Without the announcement of our betrothal, she would have been taken by any number of high-ranking court members. Damn the consequences.
Wait, what? Taken? I blurted. Taken how? Hopefully to a nice tavern for a warm meal and good music. Sorrel groaned as Orion finally stood and moved closer.
I was helping her,
Rowan said.
No.
Sorrel shook his head.
You've done nothing more than paint a target on her back. All you wanted to do was stake your claim. Well, here it is, Rowan. You've goddamn staked it. Are you happy now?
Sorrel exploded, his chest pumping up and down as he stomped back and forth, pacing in his fury.
I didn't think you cared about her,
Orion said, watching him. Sorrel made a very un-Sorrel sound, a choked growl of some sort, and turned, pacing away from our little group.
You both care about her, and I care about you,
he said. As he strode back and forth, I began to notice color filling his cheeks. He inhaled and exhaled in slow, steady waves, as if trying to stave off the riled anger inside of him. Finally, when the color began to recede, he turned back to us and spoke again, in a much more smooth tone.
As much as I hate that she's even here in the Court of Frost with us, I cannot change it. Not now. The best thing to do is manage the damage her presence and Rowan's announcement has and will cause. Because make no mistake, this can only mean catastrophe.
The Prince of the Court of Frost pointed an accusatory finger at me, and I felt like I'd just been caught eating vegetables by the nuns.
She is a walking disaster.
I eyed him with irritation, before sighing and facing Orion and Rowan. They, at least, might give me more answers. What did you mean by taken? I asked again. As soon as the question had left my mouth, an uncomfortable tension filled the room. Sorrel's shoulders stiffened, and he stopped dead in his tracks. Orion's hand touched my arm, but it was Rowan who answered.
A high-ranking member of the court could claim you as his consort,
He said quietly.
And as a common fae, one without land, title, money, or even much power, you would have no choice. You would be his to do with what he wanted, for all intents and purposes, until he released you.
Confused shock echoed throughout me. How is that allowed? I demanded.
It's tradition. This is the first time in history that there have been more queens in a court than kings. Fae are governed by tradition more than anything else. Regardless of whether or not they would agree with the custom, they would be helpless to do anything, especially if the court member who did the claiming was of high status. If Tyr, for example, attempted to claim you, there would be absolutely nothing they could do. Tyr is heir to the Court of Midnight. He is a future king, and even though, right now, the queens have more authority, especially in the Court of Frost, to anger a future king is unwise.
My mouth hung open. But Orion's hand tightened on my arm.
Despite what Sorrel believes,
He said,
this is a good thing. You do not want Tyr or anyone else to claim you. Rowan is trustworthy and honorable. You will be safe with him.
I lifted my eyes and met the dark, swirling pits of his gaze. They were deeper than normal, spinning with the shadows that pervaded his presence. The sense of secrets and horrors I hadn't yet uncovered from him, tempting me, and also warning me. Sorrel groaned, and I reluctantly peeled my eyes from Orion's.
Look, this all comes down to one thing, Rowan. Your mother. You know what she wants. Not only that, but you lied to both her and my mother to ensure she doesn't get it. They are not merely our mothers, they are the power of the Court of Frost. They are our queens.
Silence fell like a bomb in the room as the implications of what Sorrel said were realized. Rowan had lied not just to his mother, but to his queen. Not to mention Sorrel's mother. I had to admit that neither of them seemed like women that would be okay finding out they had been lied to.
It's not a lie, if I go through with it.
Rowan replied quietly. My heart stuttered to a stop in my chest, and then, just as quickly, it restarted and began working overtime. It raced, sprinted, roared through my veins, as if it meant to bound off and escape all of this tension. go through with it, I thought. As in, actually marry me. I tried to picture it. Me in a gown, walking up an aisle in a temple of the gods. Wait, did Fae get married in the temples? Before I could ask, however, Sorrel shook his head.
You can't go through with it,
he said.
We are princes. We do not always get to choose our brides.
At first, I thought he was just being cruel, as he always was. But the last bit of his denial was said in a quieter tone, whispered with a small sliver of pain that belied his own reality. He'd said we, I realized. It wasn't just Rowan he was denying. It was himself as well. Rowan, too, was quiet for a bit, as if his thoughts consumed him.
She needs someone at her side,
he finally said.
So I can and I will go through with it, if that's what it takes to protect her.
My first thought, that is so sweet. My second, don't I get a choice? I didn't have time to voice those thoughts, however. Rowan's hair blazed as he looked at me, his eyes boring their way into my soul with a ferocity that made my pulse leap.
Especially with the Feast of Beasts and the Run of the Gods,
he said slowly.
She can't be entrusted to anyone else but the three of us.
Entrusted, he said. Like I was something special. Someone special. Was my heart melting? I think it was. But still, as if he just absolutely had to be contrary, Sorrel spoke up.
All you've succeeded in doing is drawing more attention to her, making more eyes watch her, thereby putting her in more danger,
he announced dismissively.
What's done is done,
Orion said.
You both need to let it go. What we need to do now is come up with a plan for the Feast of Beasts and the Run of the Gods, if we don't want her to get into any trouble. Fine, but I'm not going to apologize for protecting her,
Rowan said as he shot Sorrel a defiant look.
Of course not,
Sorrel bit back. Orion moved across the room to a table amongst the many chairs. He took his place at the first chair, and Rowan and Sorrel followed. Rowan took the next chair, but Sorrel paused as I came up alongside the table. We both stopped and stared. There was only one chair left. A deep inhale from him, and he stepped back. Before he could offer it to me, though, if that was in fact what he was planning on doing, Rowan spoke up.
Come here, little bird.
Rowan held out a hand to me. I took it, and he tugged me onto his lap. With stiff movements and a glare, Sorrel moved forward, taking the last chair. After a moment, Rowan leaned his head close and whispered against my ear.
Forgive me.
I lifted a brow as I turned to face him more fully. I thought you said you wouldn't apologize.
To them.
He clarified, his lips quirking up.
You are a different matter altogether.
I sighed. I understand why you did what you did. But if you were that concerned about it, then you should have talked to me ahead of time. A pained expression crossed his face as he said,
I tried to.
In the tree, I know, I said, cutting him off. But you said that if I was in danger, I should act like I belonged to you. How is that a proposal?
Cress,
He sighed.
it's better for everyone to believe that we're engaged. Technically, making you my fiancé is staking a claim. As my fiancé, you belong to me, to the Court of Crimson.
I stared at him for a moment, but he appeared sincere. I huffed out a breath. Fine. But just so you know, if that was your idea of a proposal, I'd hate to see what your idea of an actual wedding is. Maybe next time you propose, actually ask the question instead of staking a claim in front of your mother. He chuckled.
It was for your own protection,
He said.
but fair enough. Cress, if you two are finished, could we move this along?
Sorrel demanded, interrupting whatever he would have said next. The urge to slap Sorrel rose. Could I get away with it? Just a tiny slap. My hand would meet a chair, and that chair would meet his face. Nothing more than a love tap, really. One that would knock him out and give me a little bit of peace. Rowan straightened and lifted his head.
Yes,
He said.
Cress will need an attendant.
His eyes slid to the darkest of them all.
Orion. And leave Tyr to his own devices. As much as I would love to, trust me, my friend. I don't think it's wise. He's up to something. I didn't like the way he looked at her. I have no doubt that my brother will make a move for her. Anything to drive chaos into the court. He feeds on it. I need to be available to follow and track him.
He shook his head regretfully. My curiosity rumbled through me. What kind of history was between them? Tyr had called them all, more specifically Orion, brothers. I didn't trust the man. Not with how uncertain these three were about him. Orion was concerned, and that in turn made me concerned.
I can do it.
All heads turned and settled on Sorrel.
What?
He frowned, folding his arms over his broad chest.
Do you have a better option? No. I'm just surprised you would offer yourself.
Rowan replied, the rumble of his words vibrating through his chest as it pressed along my spine.
I don't agree with your actions. I think both of you are mad for wanting the changeling. She's dangerous.
She's sitting right here, Iceman, I snapped. Was there really such a need to talk about me like I wasn't right there? It was rude. Sorrel's white-blue gaze swung my way, and I lifted my head to match his glare with one of my own. There was a small bit of softening in his features as I did so. Perhaps... No. Could it be? Was that a modicum of respect? I mean, it was tiny for sure, but it was there. Damn. Who knew the Frost Prince had it in him?
As I was saying,
He continued through clenched teeth.
I may disagree with everything you two are doing.
His eyes flickered to Rowan and Orion.
But my loyalty lies with you. You are my brothers, not by blood, but by throne and crown. We are stronger together than we are divided.
He unfolded his arms, one hand falling palm down on the table as he leaned back.
And though we argue in these chambers, I want to present a united front to the Court of Frost and the Council.
Rowan released a breath that sounded relieved.
Agreed,
He said.
So, it's decided then.
Sorrel replied. Everyone nodded. Everyone but me, that is, because I was still wondering what need I would have for an attendant. The few times I'd acted as an attendant, It had been to help one of the older nuns at the convent when she was too frail to do small things for herself. But this sounded like Sorrel would be attending to me. I could walk, run, and bathe on my own. So, what else did that leave for him to do? Orion stood abruptly, disrupting my rambling thoughts.
I will go track down Tyr,
He said. His face darkened.
I want to find out for myself what he's planning, if I can.
Sorrel and Rowan nodded, and I watched silently as he turned and left the room.
Chris,
Rowan's voice was right by my head. Yes, I replied, as my gaze met Sorrel's. Those wintry eyes caught hold of some darker base emotion, honing in like a predator on prey.
are you alright?
Rowan asked. I nodded. Of course. But just one question. I held up a finger. Both princes that remained in the room stiffened as they looked at me, expecting... well, I didn't exactly know what they were expecting, but one thing was for sure. I needed to know a lot more than I did, and there was only one way to start. Why do I need an attendant, and why does it have to be Sorrel? Blue and brown eyes clashed as Sorrel and Rowan looked at each other, and I had the distinct feeling it would be yet another complicated answer. Great, I thought sardonically. Complications were so much fun.
Chapter 17. Orion. Rage echoed up through my limbs as I stormed through the corridor, the darkness of my power and unadulterated aggression rising forth within me. I swung in front of the vile parasite that I hadn't seen in years, and it brought him to an abrupt halt. "What are you doing here, Tyr?" I demanded, my hands clenched into fists at my sides, balling in preparation to strike. Tyr rocked back on his heels with a grin. "The same thing that you're doing here, dear brother," he replied. "I was summoned, and I came." "You never come, summons or not," I pointed out. "And you weren't summoned. Someone from the Court of Midnight was summoned. The queens don't care who comes, so long as it's someone from the royal line. They never care who, just someone. Someone that would never have been you. I can be a representative." "You're with the Court of Crimson now," Tyr replied with a shrug. "By your own choice. Someone else needed to come. It could have been someone else, anyone else. You don't trust Adora or Evienne, Rowan's mother. So let me repeat my fucking self, brother." I spat the word back at him, loathing its truth with every fiber of my being. "What are you doing here?" Tyr's grin widened as the darkness that was my midnight origins began to seep from my skin. It coated me, and if agony and hatred could have a scent, I would have smelled as if I were dipped in it. "Perhaps I am here on a familial errand," he said, never losing that far too annoying grin of his. "Perhaps I am here to gain some intel which you seem chock full of." "Tell me something," he said, sidling closer. He threw one arm over my shoulders, yet he was anything but brotherly as he leaned into my side and lowered his voice, whispering in my damn ear. "How many times have you fucked that changeling of yours? Was it only once, or have you had her on her back for weeks now? Is she any good? Care to share?" My hand was around his throat, and his back was against the stone wall before I'd even realized I'd moved. A feminine gasp at my back alerted me to the fact that we were not alone, and had an audience. leaning closer than he had before. And I will slit your fucking throat while you sleep. Do you understand? Tyr's eyes flashed red, and this time, when he smiled, his teeth appeared razor sharp. That female gasp from a moment ago suddenly turned into a quick scurry as the maid or lady fled the scene of what would be a bloody crime of passionate rage if my brother kept it up. Do I smell a hint of possession in your tone, little Ori? Tyr's hands came up and knocked mine away far too easily. He spun, kicking my ankles together, and the only thing that saved me from making a crashing fall to the floor were my hands on the wall. I growled and pivoted to face him again, only to be slammed into the very position he had previously been in, except instead of his hand on my throat, it was his forearm. He pushed it in and upward, snarling at me as he laughed. "Oh, I think I do," he cackled. Magic swirled in the air, thickening with the tint of doom. As members of the Court of Midnight and all of its power, ours was a magic of something to be truly feared. All of the stories human mothers told their little children at night of the cruel fairies coming to steal them away or slay them in their beds, that had come from my home court. The very court that had sent me into battle at the tender age of 12. No child should ever have to witness such death and destruction. No child should ever have to deal it out as I had. Pillage and kill and plunder. My very soul, if there was anything left of it, was stained by those early years of my rearing. But unlike me, my brother, Tyr, had liked the pain he could deliver. He'd relished in the power of preying on people's hatred and fear. I brought my hand up and grasped his wrist, twisting until his forearm was removed from my throat. I released him almost as quickly, and we were left standing, 2 feet apart, with opposing expressions. Him, smug. Me, dangerously close to a dark side I hadn't unleashed in a long time. Cress is property of the Court of Crimson, I said slowly. My court, Tyr. Mine and my brother's. I am your brother, he interrupted. My throne brothers, I clarified. The men who rule at my side, the men whose sides I rule by. We are one and the same. You are an outsider. You are of the Court of Midnight. And, though we are not at war with other courts, we are also not friends, you and I. Stay away from the changeling, Tyr. If you know what's good for you, you will stay far away from that girl. She is mine. Ours, a small voice in my head echoed. Mine and Rowan's for sure. Sorrel's, well, on that I wasn't all too sure. He stared at the changeling as if he desired her as much as he hated her. But Sorrel was complex. Tyr wasn't. Tyr's smug grin transformed into another cackling laugh. You have fucked her, he crowed. My fucking gods. She let you put your dick inside her. A girl like that, beautiful and virginal, I spat. She was a virgin, and I was her first. Do you understand what that means? I took another step closer, our chests nearly brushing against one another. I seethed. I claim all rights to the girl. Tyr rolled his eyes. Those are old, outdated traditions, he said in a bored tone, just as the changeling tradition is old and highly unusual. He lifted a palm and scratched at the side of his jaw as his smile faded, and I realized how much I'd just fucked up. How did you come across a changeling? He asked as I mentally cursed my anger and irrationality. Her power pulses, but it's weak. Are you sure she's even all Fae? What if she's a half-breed? Now I was the one to roll my eyes. Those don't exist, I scoffed. but Tyr's expression remained serious. Regardless of whether or not the queens wish to admit or publicize the existence of half-breeds, do you think the girl is one? No, I gritted out, shoulders tensing. She's Fae. He hummed. The changeling tradition is also very specific to a court that we are aware, I barked, stopping him before he said the words. Tyr dropped his hand with a smirk. That makes her all the more intriguing, doesn't it, brother? Not to you, I snapped. Oh, on the contrary, he said, taking a step back and circling me. I pivoted to keep him from pacing behind me. I couldn't and wouldn't trust this man at my back. Never again. Not since he'd left me on the battlefield, surrounded by angry human warriors, simply because he'd been bored by the exercise. I find the girl fascinating. You don't want me to say it, I can see, but the Brightling Court was a strength to behold back in its day. Don't think the queens aren't thinking it just because you don't say it. Brightling, Cress. The threat to her grew by infinite leaps and bounds the longer he talked. I will say this one last time, I said through clenched teeth as Tyr finally came to a stop. The girl is mine. She is of the Court of Crimson, and you will not touch her. What if she asks me to? He countered. She won't, I snapped. Of that you can be sure. With that, I turned and strode off. No, I thought to myself, Cress had been suitably warned. She trusted us, and therefore she would obey us. She would not allow Tyr near her, and if she dared to break that, she'd find herself in for the spanking of a lifetime.
Chapter 18. Cress. I sighed as I stepped in front of one of the long mirrors that had been delivered to my room in the Court of Frost via the Pixie Express. Sorrel was going to be my attendant. I thought with amusement. I bet he'd hate every second of it. I stared at the frame of the mirror, and then at the girl in its reflection. White blonde hair swayed in uneven strands at my shoulders. My lips had been painted the darkest of blues in preparation for tonight. All I really wanted to do was return home. I didn't know when I'd started thinking of the Court of Crimson as my home, but it was. And right now, all I wanted was to return to it. Perhaps I should have been overjoyed to have been brought into the secretive fold of the Fae. And I was. I'd learned of my heritage, found out where I'd come from. As a child, a part of me had always been fascinated by the feared Fae. But now, I just wanted the game to stop. I wanted to spend time with Rowan and Orion, Nellie, and gods, even Groffet. I didn't want to suffer in silence while people criticized me for being something I wasn't, or something I was. A changeling. Would I ever be truly a Fae in their eyes? I hoped so, because the gods only knew I would no longer be human in the eyes of the people who had raised me. The only one who seemed to still love me was Nellie, and she was separated from me now. Court of Crimson, while I was here. At the thought of my friend, I couldn't help but wonder how she was. Had she and Groffet become friends? Had he given her books? She used to love those. I hoped he'd found a way to disguise her from curious eyes, too. While I was sure she was quite content in the library, reading to her heart's desire, with no one bothering her, I was still worried. I'd almost been slaughtered because the princes had originally assumed I was human. Because I originally assumed I was human. What would happen to her if she were found out? The princes weren't there. I didn't even know who they'd left in charge. Groffit, maybe? Guilt and worry ate at me. I missed her. I worried about her. I wished I'd never left her behind. I wish I hadn't left at all. None of this would have happened. Not the pass ball, not the engagement. I let my gaze fall away from the mirror as the door opened and a group of pixies appeared, flying into the room and shutting the door behind them. Several of their little bodies working to push the big plank of wood. What did someone call a group of pixies? A herd? Pack? Gaggle? Swarm? Yes, there was definitely a swarm feeling about it. "Hello," I said, waving with a smile, thankful to see creatures who didn't talk behind their hands as I roamed the hallways. Their tiny faces contorted in horror as I opened my mouth to speak more. But then I abruptly snapped my mouth shut. Well then, clearly these weren't as friendly as the ones in the Court of Crimson. But maybe it was just because I hadn't fed them yet. I looked around for food to give them, but I'd eaten earlier, and after I'd gotten a hold of that tray, there had been nothing left. What could I say? Growing girls needed their bread and cheese and crackers. I smiled to myself. Those had been delicious. The best crackers I'd ever had. I wondered if magic made things taste better. The pixies floated closer. They were different from the ones back at the Court of Crimson. There was something vicious about them. Their teeth appeared sharper, and their dark eyes beadier if possible. The bulk of the swarm carried over a few containers and items, dropping them next to me unceremoniously. Next, they opened the containers, and as I stared somewhat absently and lost in my own thoughts, they withdrew shimmering fabrics. Finally, they held up a dress before me, and I could see my reflection in the mirror through the gauzy material. The gown itself was a soft silver that made it appear translucent. Straps were held up by tiny arms as the pixies flew back and forth, crisscrossing the strands to showcase how the garment was meant to be worn. I sighed. Dresses were so confining. I'd love nothing more than to slip into a pair of breeches and a long shirt. But from the way things seemed in the Fae courts, women wore dresses. Often skimpy dresses that left little to the imagination, but dresses nonetheless. And so I was expected to wear them as well, especially since Rowan had announced our fake engagement. I slipped out of the simpler gown I'd been wearing and took the dress the pixies held up, tugging the massive skirts at the bottom over my head. The fabric shimmied down the rest of my body, and the pixies picked up the straps, and I gasped as they molded into an icy blue tone that crossed over my front and wrapped around and under my breasts, holding them up. There were completely open slits in the sides of the skirt. I turned and glanced over my shoulder. This dress wasn't nearly as confining as the ones I'd worn before. My legs felt freer, too. There were a few sections of the bodice that were cut out, and the corset-like top made me feel like my ribs were about to crack as the pixies tightened the back. I released an oomph as they wove the ties together. The neckline was studded with black jewels that glittered and sparkled in the light. My arms remained sleeveless. I reached down, smoothing hands over my stomach. The material was so thin, I could feel the heat of my palms. The pixies rose and fluttered around my head, their tiny fingers twisting the white blonde strands of my hair back into what felt like intricate knots and small braids around the top of my head. Kohl was smeared across my eyes, and a mask was held in front of my face. I reached out and touched it, taking it in my hands. The center of the mask, where the eye holes were, was smooth and black, The same jewels that decorated the top of my gown were scattered around the edges of the mask. I lifted it, fitted it over my face, and held out the silken strings as the pixies took them and tied them to the back of my braided crown. A silver tiara was lifted and fitted at the top of my head. I sucked in a breath as my eyes lifted and met my reflection. I didn't look like myself. I looked ethereal, different, like a true fae. It was then that I noticed the silvery hue of the dress wasn't just blue. The blue was most concentrated around the bodice, but the skirt shimmered with hints of red and purple. My heartbeat picked up. Never in a million years would I have thought that I'd be standing here. To be honest, I hadn't seen much of a future beyond the convent. I'd certainly never expected to stand in a castle made of ice and magic, dressed like a princess preparing for a masquerade ball. The pixies dispersed, backing away as I turned and headed for the door. I stopped with my hand on the doorknob. Was I supposed to walk myself to the Feast of Beasts? No one had come for me, and I could already hear the laughter and music coming from the great throne room. I'd never waited for anyone before, so I turned the knob and stepped out into the corridor. As soon as I did, I nearly crashed into another woman. She stopped abruptly, the sapphire of her gown a brilliant color against the subdued gray stone walls around us. "My apologies," she said, dipping her head respectfully. I looked behind me before flipping back around. Was she bowing to me? My eyes bulged from my head. No, it was my fault," I said quickly. She didn't say anything to that. Instead, she straightened and skirted around me. But I still wasn't sure if I was supposed to stay in my room or meet Sorrel at the party. "Wait!" I called. The woman froze, her dainty features scrunching as she turned back. "Yes? I'm sorry, but I was hoping you could tell me..." I drifted off, gesturing to my cracked door. "Do you know if I'm supposed to wait for my attendant to come get me, or am I allowed to go to the Feast of Beasts by myself?" Her head tilted, and her eyes roamed down my form. I straightened away from the door, letting it shut behind me. I was left standing in the corridor. No pixies, no other fae. Just me and this girl. "You don't know?" she asked. Would I be asking if I knew? I thought a bit dryly, but I shook my head in answer instead of voicing it. "You can reach the throne room on your own and descend the stairs." "Stairs?" I frowned. When I'd gone to the throne room before, there'd been no stairs. The woman's lips tightened, and she inhaled sharply. "Which court are you from?" she asked. "The Court of Crimson," I stuttered. My spine straightened. Oh no. The stutter had totally messed me up. She'd be able to tell I was lying. I mean, I wasn't technically lying, but she'd be able to tell something was wrong, and then she'd tell the queens, the ones who hated me. Not that I had any other queens who even knew of my existence or anything, but she'd say something to them, and then they would order me tortured or killed or... "Well, I don't know how they do things in the Court of Crimson," she said, cutting off my internal panic. "But here, when there is an event such as the Feast of Beasts, the queens widen and deepen the throne room. It's illusion magic. Nothing more. Everything will look and feel different, though. There will be a wide staircase when you enter. It's essentially for presentation. You can go to the top of it and descend. Your attendant should be waiting there." "Oh." I blinked. "Thanks." She shrugged. Good luck. You're going to need it. What? I reached for her and grabbed her arm as she turned to go a second time. Once more, she pivoted back, and it was obvious from her expression that she was growing tired of me. Well, too bad, I thought. You don't just drop a vague comment like that and keep walking. What did you mean by that? I demanded. Her brows rose. Do you really not know? She asked. Would I ask if I did? I snapped. She shook her head. Ariana and the Crimson Queen don't like you, she said. Oh, that. I waved my hand. I'm not worried about Ariana. I released her, only to be stopped as she grabbed onto me. You should be, she said, her tone urgent. Ariana is and always has been the Crimson Queen's chosen favorite. She's warmed Prince Rowan's bed ever since his last fiancé. She stopped herself, gasping. Her hand released me to slap over her mouth. I know about his last fiancé, I said. And almost immediately she sighed in relief. The woman leaned closer, her hand dropping away. After that scandal, the Crimson Queen chose Ariana as his future bride. He never proposed, but they were all but engaged. Irritated, I stepped away. And now they're not, I pointed out. A feeling of possessiveness stole over me. It wasn't a natural feeling for me. In fact, it was confusing, but I couldn't stop it. The thought of Rowan with anyone else, especially with Ariana, lit a fire in my blood. Yes, well, she coughed delicately, shooting me a sympathetic glance. Just a warning. The Crimson Queen usually gets what she wants. She does whatever she deems necessary to achieve her goals. And right now, you're a major obstacle. All I'm saying is that you should take care. Not everyone in this court is your friend. Why are you telling me this? I asked. It seemed odd that she would tell me about having no friends, and this is exactly what a friend would do. Warn me. She shrugged. Just advice. From one outsider to another. Outsider? I repeated, more confusion filling me as my angry possessiveness faded. She looked away. I'm from a lesser court, she admitted quietly. One that perished several years ago. I've never truly fit in. I moved closer. Can you tell me, I began, does the Frost Queen have any say over the Crimson Queen's actions? If it doesn't affect her, then the Frost Queen generally doesn't care. The second it does, however, she cast me a hard look. She'll act. And I promise you don't want that to happen. With that, she turned and left. And it was only moments later that I realized I never even got her name. At least I'd gotten some information, though, I thought, as I waited another moment, and then followed in the direction she'd gone. The laughter and chatter and music grew louder as I approached the throne room entryway. I paused just before I stepped through the doorway, wiping my hands down the sides of my dress. I closed my eyes and stepped into the light, freezing as several eyes landed on me at once. I scanned the room, noting the differences. The woman had been right. The whole room had been changed. Columns circled the room, making it appear larger and more circular, rather than the plain square it had been earlier. Ivy dangled from the ceiling, a ceiling I couldn't see through a mass of fog that collected at it. More greenery was draped over every available surface, even twining around the columns, lending a more natural feel to the room. So this was illusion magic. staircase. Reaching down, I fisted the front of my dress and dragged it up as I descended the staircase. Don't fall, don't you dare fucking fall. I reiterated the words over and over in my head, hoping that if I thought them hard or loud enough that it would stop any clumsiness from happening. By some miracle of miracles, it worked. I reached the bottom of the staircase without tripping or falling or breaking my neck. I found Sorrel several paces away and approached. He appeared distant, as if he were deep in thought. "Sorrel?" I said, calling attention to myself. His gaze cleared, and he jerked his head down, freezing as his lips parted. "Nothing." He said absolutely nothing. Instead, he gaped at me. It was almost cute, his shock. I smiled, and his eyes widened even further. Well, I hadn't expected this reaction, but it was nice nonetheless. He spent so much time hating me, and I spent so much time finding him to be a pompous ass that the silence from him was a bit of a reprieve. Still, I found my eyes trailing down to take him in as he did the same to me. His muscular legs were wrapped in black trousers and knee-high riding boots that made him look like he was going to go on a hunt rather than to a ball. A pale, icy blue doublet with black filigree was stretched over his broad chest. The black leather that edged the bottom and the shoulders gleamed in the light. His mask was a pale silver, reminding me of a ray of moonlight cast across his face. When my eyes lifted and met his once more, he cleared his throat.
"Chris,"
he said gruffly. I shivered. He didn't ever say my name. Well, rarely, anyway. It sounded different coming from him, especially in this setting.
"Are you ready?"
He asked. Was I ready? Not even in the slightest. But when he held his hand out, I knew there was no way I could say no.
Chapter 19. Sorrel. Fae were fools for glittering things, gems and jewels, pretty feathers, baubles of all shapes and sizes. Especially the females. They went head over heels for this kind of ridiculous spectacle. My head throbbed and pounded as I took in the scenery before me. There was more silk and lace and skin than practical wear. And here I was, standing at the edge of the room, waiting for my companion. I grimaced at the thought. The changeling had brought nothing but trouble. Yet here I was, awaiting her arrival. Because I was her fucking attendant. Why had I offered myself up for the position? That's right, because there was no one else who could do it. No one else who knew what we did. That she was as weak as a fae could be, and that we were secretly harboring her friend, her human friend, back home. Orion had to take care of his brother. Keeping Tyr as far from her as possible was necessary. Even I knew that. Tyr was partially the reason why Orion was so scarred. That fae thought of no one but himself, and would do anything in his plot to get whatever he desired. He was fickle, and would sooner stab his own family in the back than pledge his loyalty to them. As her intended, Rowan couldn't be near Cress in public without an attendant nearby until the wedding. I was the only logical option. Are you sure it has nothing to do with how the girl makes you feel when you look at her? A secret voice in my head murmured. I stiffened. No, not in a million years. She made me feel nothing but irritation. Irritation in your loins, perhaps, the voice replied. I released a subtle growl of frustration. One time, I thought, I'd only felt that way one time. Even as I'd shoved those thoughts at the incessant inner voice of mine, I knew that it was a lie. I shifted from one foot to the other, a glass of fairy wine clutched in my hand. Since that night at camp, I'd done nothing but think of her. A clumsy oaf, yes, but at the same time, she was honest and blatant in a way other Fae females were not. Cress was not raised to be poised and proper at all times. When she got angry, she showed it. When she wanted something, she demanded it. It was something I was not used to, something none of us were. Women were wicked creatures, slinking into beds, promising things, and all the while they were planning, plotting. My very own mother was the queen of them all. She'd seduced my father, had her heir, and then he was gone. A casualty in the early years of this war with humanity. A war that needed to end one way or another. We simply could not survive if it continued. Fae were a dying breed. Magic was leaching from the world faster than it was being reproduced. Humans could live without it, could flourish without it. We, on the other hand, could not. Soon enough, we would simply perish because of our own trials and traditions. As I looked around the room, I saw so much wealth and opulence, expensive extravagance, even as a people on the very brink of extinction. This would be our downfall, our vanity. Sorrel? A familiar voice called me back from my darker thoughts, and I turned, pausing as my mouth gaped open as I met her eyes. Her face was ivory and cream, her pale blonde hair pinned back to show off her features, beautiful as they were. Her breasts were pushed up, presented as if they were two ripe frost melons, ready to be plucked and devoured. I wanted to devour her, I realized at that moment. The annoying voice came back to snigger at my sudden discomfort. I set my now empty glass down at a nearby table and smoothed my suddenly sweaty palms down the outside of my dark trousers. Cress, I said gruffly, are you ready? I held my hand out for her. She took a step toward me, lifting her palm and resting it against mine. Lightning shards dug into my spine. The heated bolt of awareness of her skin on mine shot through me. I swallowed, my throat feeling parched despite the drink I'd just had. I'm a little nervous, she admitted quietly, her eyes lifting to dart around the room. Was she looking for Rowan? I wondered with a scowl. She didn't need him. I was here. I would protect her. I tightened my hold on her hand when I realized the direction of my thoughts. Sorrel? Her luminous eyes lifted to meet mine again. Are you okay? What is it? Is something wrong? No, I replied. And then, before I could think better of it, you look beautiful tonight. Her lips parted as she blinked up at me. Silence. For several long seconds, the only thing I could hear was the twitter of those around us. And then she seemed to collect herself. Of course, she had to be the first to do so, because I was still too fucking dumbstruck just looking at her. Was this what Orion and Rowan saw when they looked at this girl? If so, then I could see the reason for their obsession. I could understand it, because I, too, suddenly had a great pang in my chest that warned me against leaving her side. No matter how irritating, how uncouth, how wild she was a gem, rare and brilliant. And in a place such as the Court of Frost, she would be left broken and shattered before she'd ever been given a chance if I didn't look after her. Thank you, Cress stuttered, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Dance with me, I offered. It was only proper, I thought to myself. There was nothing wrong with asking her to dance. I didn't have to like her to dance with her. In fact, I still didn't like her. She may be beautiful, but she was dangerously impulsive. I debated on pulling my fingers away before she could accept. This was a bad idea. Why? She blurted. I blinked. Why what? I asked. Why would you want to dance with me? She asked. You don't like me. Honesty, openness, transparency. All things that the Court of Frost worked to erase from any creature that passed through its corridors. But not her. Of course not. I could feel the corners of my mouth curl up despite myself. I never said I didn't like you, I replied. She eyed my still raised hand as if it might bite her, and I lowered it. Yes, you have, she replied. Several times, in fact. Cheeky little brat. I huffed out a breath. Okay, perhaps we were not always so cordial. Are we now? She interrupted, lifting a brow as her gaze rose to meet mine in challenge. The front of my trousers tightened at the serious fearlessness of that expression. We are, I said through clenched teeth. And if you don't want to dance, all you had to say was, "It's not that I don't want to dance," she protested. I ground my teeth at the repeated interruptions, but she wasn't done. I just don't want to dance with you. Fury rippled through me, as well as astonishment. Every other female creature in attendance, unrelated to me, would kill to have me ask them to dance. It was not my pride that said so. It was the fact that I was a prince. I had a crown, a title, and royal blood that all equated immense power. I'd never been turned down before. Before I could stop myself, I began to chuckle. The sound rumbled up through me, and I laughed, drawing several shocked gazes, including hers. Sorrel? She took a hesitant step away from me, and that only served to make me laugh all the harder. Is this one of those hysterical kinds of laughter? She asked. If so, can you tell me if it's one of the kinds that precurses death and destruction and my impending demise, or just a really uncomfortable dance? She winced when I reached for her, and in an effort to be kind, to be fucking gentle, I smoothed my hand over her knuckles before taking her arm and leading her onto the dance floor. Nothing more than an uncomfortable dance, I assured her, for me and my increasingly tight trousers. Gods, this girl was like fire to my ice. Besides, I said as I whirled her about and settled my other hand on the small of her back, drawing her as close as possible as the music switched its tune. Rowan and Orion would murder me if I let anything happen to you. Her wide, wondrous eyes lifted as we began to dance. Her breasts pushed against my chest, and the farther we spun, the more I lost track of the rest of the room. The little voice from earlier kept pestering me with questions. It wondered, what could she smell like? I leaned forward and closed my eyes as I caught the scent of fresh rose petals and snow, the scent of fairy water. She must have bathed before tonight. Some time, hours ago. The scent was faint now. What could she feel like? She felt like fucking magic. More than magic. I'd held magic in my very palm. Magic could burn and sting and infiltrate your soul. It could smell like decayed corpses or fields of poppies. Magic had many feels, but she was all of the good it could ever be. Sunlight on my skin, warmth in my veins, the quick racing of my heart just before a satisfying battle, and even more satisfying victory. What would she taste like? That I wanted to know the most. I wanted to do more than just imagine. Damn it all to the gods, but I wanted what Orion and Rowan had with this girl. She irritated me beyond belief. She was rude and incompetent and weak in so many ways, fragile and careless. But above all of that, she didn't give a damn about who I was, what I was. Cressida did not see titles and royalty and crowns. She She saw only men, good men and bad men, and right now she was looking at me like she wasn't sure which I was. The music rose to its crescendo. The skirts of dresses spun all around. I felt my head dipping toward hers, heat building. Yes, so very close. I wanted. Her eyelids lowered as she lifted her face. She was about to let me kiss her, I realized. Despite her worries about me, despite my actions and words to her, triumph had never felt so sweet. Yes, I thought, I would have her. Just as I closed my own eyes and felt the soft skin of her bottom lip stroke mine, the music stopped. I jerked my head back and up. The other dancers had stopped, and so had we. Cress blinked in confusion as I turned my head toward the front of the hall and saw that my mother, Adora Chalcedony, Queen of Frost, stood at the base of the thrones, calling attention to herself. It was time for the Feast of Beasts to begin.
Chapter 20. Cress. My heart beat at an erratic, unnatural pace. It galloped through my ribcage even as Sorrel pulled away. Did he like me? No. It couldn't be possible. But then, why would he kiss me? Or, well, almost kiss me. Our lips had barely brushed, and yet that one small touch felt like lightning to my flesh. Dazed and lost in thought, I let myself be led to the side of the dance floor as everyone gathered around, waiting for the queen to speak. My entire focus was on the man at my side. Sorrel's face was tilted up, his eyes locked on the front of the room, his white blonde hair slicked back, revealing the fine bone structure of his face, the sharpness of his cheekbones, the square jawline. Even with our tenuous relationship, I had to admit he was handsome. For an asshole, that was. His hand found my waist. Despite his coldness, his fingers were hot against the opening of my dress where his skin met mine. He was not emotionless, as I had once believed. Not callous. Even with all of the emotion that Orion and Rowan showed, his was buried beneath a layer of ice. Tonight, just now, I felt a little bit of it melt. What would have happened if the music hadn't stopped? Finally, I pulled my concentration back from examining him and faced the front of the room, refocusing my attention on the Frost Queen. She stood before her throne, which, despite the numerous changes to the room, hadn't been removed. "Welcome," she called, "to the Feast of Beasts. Tonight we celebrate our heritage as Fae with a tradition descended from the gods of old. This event was gifted to us as a way to always remember who we are, our lineage, our magic." She turned her head, and eyes the same color as Sorrel's found mine in the crowd. I shivered at the deadness in her gaze. "Our power," she continued. "The Court of Frost welcomes you all as guests and honors you as such by presenting all of the delicacies and treats our home has to offer. Each dish and drink holds a facet of life here in Alfheim, as well as in the Court of Frost, and we are pleased to share them with you. In a few days' time, the Court's Council will convene to discuss the future of Fae and this war with humanity. But for tonight, we drink, we dance, and we celebrate the Fae." Applause rang through the hall, and even Sorrel clapped, which I figured meant I should too. The crowd dispersed as the queen turned and sat upon her throne. I aside and faced Sorrel once more. As soon as I did, I felt that heat slam back into me full force. Tension between us heightened. But before I could say anything, Ambassador Solas approached.
Prince Sorrel, how good to see you this evening. How is your homecoming? It's well, Ambassador. Thank you for asking.
Sorrel replied stiffly. I stepped back as Solas's gaze traveled to me.
My lady,
he said with a grin.
You look absolutely ravishing this evening. Congratulations on your engagement.
I forced a smile. Thank you.
We were just about to.
Sorrel began, his hand falling to the small of my back. But before he could finish his sentence, Ambassador Solas spoke over him.
Forgive me, Your Highness, but I've come to bid you to speak with Lord Telvakia. I'm acting as Cress's attendant tonight,
Sorrel said as his hand fell away from my back. I looked up at him, frowning when I noticed the deep crevice between his eyes.
Yes, I see that, and I am terribly sorry to ask. But you know he rarely makes appearances at court, and he deeply desires to see you.
Sorrel pressed his lips together, and I could tell he was struggling. It was rude for him to turn down seeing a Fey Lord. That much I could tell. Already I could see the surprise in Ambassador Solas's expression, the way he watched Sorrel with confusion. His big brows were drawn down low, and his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. You can go if you want, I offered. I'll stay right here.
I shouldn't leave you,
he replied.
Only for a moment,
Solas suggested with a frown.
I'm sure Lady Cress can look after herself for just an introduction.
I won't go anywhere, I said. You can go over and say hello and come straight back.
He should grab you a drink along the way,
Solas agreed.
In fact, Lord Telvakia is just over there. You can likely see her from there as well. So you'll be able to keep perfect track of your charge.
Sorrel sighed.
Will you give us a moment, Ambassador?
He asked politely.
I will be there momentarily.
Solas's smile blossomed.
Of course, Your Highness.
He bowed and left. Almost as soon as the man was out of earshot, Sorrel turned toward me and growled.
Damned court politics.
I offered a smile. I promise I'll be okay, I assured him. He eyed me.
I'll be right back,
he said.
Don't go anywhere,
he ordered.
Stay right here. Do not stray.
I held my hands up placatingly. As you command, Iceman. His eyes narrowed.
Why do you call me that?
He asked. I shrugged. I don't know. You're the Prince of Frost, and you're usually as cold as ice.
Usually,
he repeated, his lips quirking. My jaw dropped. Well, what I meant was...
Never mind.
He shook his head, granting me a reprieve. I released a sigh of relief.
I'll be back. Stay here.
I nodded as he disappeared through a throng of chattering couples in masks and fine clothing. I turned to scan the rest of the crowd, curious to see if Orion or Rowan had arrived yet. A flash of red appeared in my periphery. I pivoted, following it, and my eyes widened as I realized that the Crimson Queen was moving through the crowd with determination, heading straight toward me. I was rooted to the spot. Sorrel had told me not to leave. He would be right back. He'd said so. really didn't want to talk to Rowan's mother. The unknown Fey woman from earlier and her warning still rang in my head. It also didn't help that she was not pleased that Rowan had chosen me as his fiancé. People bowed as she passed them, stopping mid-conversation to turn and give her the respect she, as a royal, appeared used to. She came to a stop in front of me, the corners of her lips curling up as a smile stretched across her face. It looked brittle and uncomfortable. Before I could say anything, she motioned behind her to the Frost Queen.
Adora makes pretty speeches, doesn't she?
I cleared my throat, shifting slightly as discomfort wove through me. I guess, I said. It was wonderful, yes. That sounded pleasant, didn't it? Yeah, it definitely did. What did the guys know? I was definitely good at this court politics thing. I hadn't insulted anyone in the last several minutes. I was practically a professional.
Tell me,
she said, turning to stand at my side so that it appeared as if we were watching the crowd together. Oh, I thought. This wasn't a brief chat. She was staying. Great. I grimaced. Cue awkwardness. Even the nuns hadn't been so cruel as to make me stand with them. No, they'd much preferred my presence when I was away from them. So had I.
how is court life treating you?
It's nice, I offered, unsure of what kind of answer she sought.
Yes, nice.
She hummed softly in her throat.
You know, it could be a lot nicer, say, perhaps here. For you, I mean.
Here? I coughed as the word squeaked out. In the Court of Frost.
Yes, dear, that's exactly what I mean.
She clasped her hands together and smiled with tight lips as others bowed to her when they passed on their way to the dance floor.
I think you would find a good life here. I could introduce you to a lord or two. Perhaps arrange a marriage.
I blinked. A marriage? I repeated. But I'm already engaged. Her fragile smile dropped into a scowl so fast, I wondered if it had been merely my imagination to begin with.
That can be broken,
she stated.
It will be broken.
My eyebrows rose at the vehemence in her tone. Her eyes sought out the crowd, passing over the others, and I watched as her scowl evened out. Her smile never returned, as if the reminder of my engagement to Rowan had upset her too much. I frowned. If you want to talk about broken engagements, maybe you should talk to Rowan. I scooted a foot away, and then another when it didn't appear she'd noticed. In fact, perhaps I should go find him for you. Was I planning to disobey Sorrel's direct order? Yes, I was. This woman made me uncomfortable, and even if that Fey woman from earlier hadn't warned me about the Crimson Queen, I would have already found her untrustworthy. There was something in her eyes when they slid toward me, stopping me in my retreating tracks. Something sinister.
I don't think that's necessary,
she said coolly.
I think this can be done between us, don't you? Woman to woman.
I resisted the urge to grumble or sigh, but now that her eyes were focused on me, I felt unable to move away. I prayed that Sorrel would return soon.
You're obviously unaware of the massive responsibility heaped upon royals. As a princess.
She choked the word out as if saying it, not just the word, but saying the word in regards to me, was distasteful to her. I arched a brow, waiting for her to continue.
As a princess, You would be expected to know all of the nuances of court life, which you do not. You're a changeling, wild, untrained. And I've had a talk with the physician that oversaw your recovery from the experience you and my son had in the Bavarian Pass. Your magic is weak. Your bloodline is diluted. A royal is expected to be of the utmost breeding, to have power of their own. You're a weak fae at best, an imposter at worst. I stiffened at the word imposter. She was going for my obvious flaws and faults, but that word I didn't like at all. Mostly because I felt like it. Standing in this illusioned throne room in a land I'd never heard of before meeting the princes, I felt like a big fake. The nice clothes that weren't mine, the engagement that wasn't even real. When I didn't say anything, however, the Crimson Queen took that as her cue to continue. I'm sure you think you've caught yourself quite the catch with my son, she said. But it won't last. Rowan likes whatever pretty thing appears before him. He's much like his father was in that way. But like his father, he will see reason. He cannot and will not marry you. Save yourself the disgrace and let me help you. What if I love him? I blurted the question before I could think better of it. Her head rotated, turning toward me in slow increments. It was creepy, like a puppet doll being forced to look a certain way by its master. Love. She repeated the word with a confused tone. Fae don't love, dear. They lust. She reached out and patted my arm lightly. Especially royal male fae. I'm sure that's an assumption from your time in the human realm. But if you truly believe that you love him, then you shouldn't let him sacrifice his future to be with you when there are far more suitable candidates on the table. You mean like Ariana? I asked. The Crimson Queen narrowed her eyes on me. Yes. Ariana is of good, noble blood. She has powers beyond your comprehension. She tried to kill me, I said. And she failed. Stunned silence followed my statement, and I took it as an opportunity. Do you really trust a girl who couldn't even kill a naive changeling to be a princess or even much of a mate to your son? Her chest rose as she inhaled sharply, her bosom jutting out from her low-cut gown. Ariana understands the needs of royals. She understands that you can't always keep your hands clean. My jaw dropped. She had just admitted her approval of Ariana's deed. I took a step back openly this time. You don't care about your son, do you? I said. You care about control. And a girl like Ariana could be controlled easily. Even I understood that. Ariana liked fine things, jewels and power. Or at least the perception of power. I recalled the feeling of my blood heating beneath my skin just before I'd been attacked by those monstrous creatures in the dead forest. It returned, filling me with a sudden fury and righteous anger. I didn't understand how Rowan had been raised by this woman. But what I did know was that she couldn't be trusted. I was right about you, she said, her words cold. You're an uncouth savage. Too human to be fae, aren't you? I bit my lip, hating that she saw calling me human as an insult. My best friend was human, and she was the strongest person I'd ever met. Be warned, child, she spat. Even if Ariana could not finish the task, it will be accomplished one way or another. cease this insane attempt to win over my son. End the engagement, and I will let you live. I'll even find you another suitor. A throat cleared to my left, alerting us of a new arrival. My head lifted with such hope, but it wasn't Sorrel who stood at my side. Instead, a pair of dark, almost opaque eyes met mine, and a cruel mouth grinned.
Am I interrupting something?
The man named Tyr inquired. I knew it was him because his mask only covered one half of his face, leaving the side profile completely visible. I pressed my lips together, unsure of what to do or how to respond. Was I allowed to talk to him, even if it meant making an excuse to leave, or could I just walk off? Was that rude? Would that cause some sort of court slight that would end up with me in the dungeons or something? Who knew what these crazy fae considered unreasonable? Before I could say anything, though, the Crimson Queen raised her chin and scoffed at the man, who was dressed as if the god of death had arrived. All black leather, other than the vest he wore, beaded with dark jewels. Tyr moved closer, reaching out and capturing my hand before I could pull it away. He lifted it to his lips.
Would you mind if I interrupted and stole the next dance, my dear?
A dark chuckle escaped the queen, and I frowned her way as she shook her head.
Of course the Court of Midnight would be interested in this abomination.
Abomination? I bristled at the insult. I was fae, just as much as she was. Maybe. Possibly. Definitely, I argued with myself. I mean, there was no denying that I had some sort of powers now. After all, I hadn't died even when I'd been shoved off a castle wall. I'd managed to escape mostly unscathed from the Bavarian Pass and those wild creatures who'd tried to eat me. I didn't deserve her ire, no matter that she seemed more than willing to direct it toward me, as if I were at fault for all of the things she disagreed with.
I merely entertain the loveliest of ladies, my queen.
Tyr replied, winking my way. Nope, I still didn't trust him. But I did wonder, was this how Orion would look without all of the scars? There was no denying that his brother was beautiful in a purely masculine way, even if he did remind me of a slimy snake. I opened my mouth to turn him down nonetheless. The guys had ordered me to stay away from him, and I wasn't about to use him as an escape from the queen. I'd walk away before I did that. Unfortunately, my rejection never made it past my lips. As if he could read my mind, Tyr's hand tightened on mine, and he tugged me forward, his other arm winding around my waist as he spun me away.
Actually, I don't think I'll accept any other answer than yes,
he said with a grin. He turned me, lifting me off my feet into the group of moving dancers faster than my legs could carry me. My eyes searched the crowd as it closed around us, but found no familiar faces. The masks made it impossible. I clenched my teeth, even as an unwelcome hand slithered down my spine and nearly to my ass. I was in deep trouble.
Chapter 21. Rowan. Your Highness! I cursed as a familiar voice called for me, just as I was about to make my way across the room and away from the possessor of said voice. Unfortunately, now that she'd opened her goddamned mouth, I couldn't ignore her. To do so would enrage my mother. So when Ariana approached, I turned and flashed her a tight smile. Ariana, I said, offering no more than that. And as soon as I saw her Feast of Beasts gown, I realized why she'd approached me. Ariana was dressed for seduction. Her breasts were plumped up in a blood-red bodice. It appeared to be several sizes too small, cinching her waist into impossibly tiny proportions and making her upper half appear that much larger. Gods, could the woman breathe in that thing? She stopped before me and bowed, her breasts nearly spilling over. Lord, I swore I could see a hint of a light pink nipple. I lifted my gaze and kept it on her face. A face with only a strip of matching red lace over her eyes as a mask. "What is it?" I said, hoping to escape her sooner rather than later. "I was wondering if I might ask you for a dance, Prince Rowan," she said, smiling brightly. "No," I said. "Is that all? If so, I'll be going." "But Rowan..." Her hand latched onto my arm, and I sighed, frustrated beyond belief. I turned sharply as a Lord Fey brushed by, his eyes eating up Ariana's expanse of flesh before he nearly slammed into an ivy-covered column. I pushed Ariana into a darkened corner. She sighed in my grasp, going easily as I led her away. "Oh, Rowan," she whispered, her hand reaching up to tangle in my hair as she lifted up to kiss me. Without hesitation, I put a hand up, blocking her affections, and she stumbled back against a stone wall in surprise. "What are you? I thought you..." "Thought I was bringing you over here to fuck you?" I supplied when she didn't appear to be able to finish a complete sentence. "No, I didn't." She straightened, frowning. "Then why did you bring me over here?" "To tell you to stop," I snapped. "We are over, Ariana." The words were spoken harshly, with as much venom as I could muster. She needed to understand. I was enraged by her actions. I didn't trust her. She was nothing more than my mother's spy, her pawn. And although I'd once found her beauty incomparable, that was no longer the case. "You're only saying that," she said, her expression softening as she stepped closer to me. Once again, her hands reached for me, and once again I caught them and held her away. "I'm not," I said. "I'm engaged to Cress, and you're nothing to me anymore. You're not welcome in my chambers, my heart, or my home. In fact, when I take Cress back to my court, I think it best that you stay here." Shock wove through her features, tightening her lips, widening her eyes, and flaring her nostrils. "The Court of Frost is a dying court," she protested. "If you leave me here, I'll never be able to go back to the other realm, not without another court to take me." "Then perhaps you should suck up to Tyr," I sneered. "Or just plain suck him. I'm sure he wouldn't mind your expertise. He's the only way you'll be leaving here, because I can assure you that when the Court of Crimson returns, you will not be accompanying us. Whatever happens to you now, I don't care." She cried out, tears filling her eyes. "You don't mean that," she said, shaking her head back and forth. "You can't." "I can and I do," I snapped, shoving forward and pressing her back against the stone. "I know what kind of woman you are. You tried to kill Cress, and as much as I want to kill you for your actions, I think leaving you here in this barren wasteland is as good a death as any. Remember, Ariana, you did this, not me. If you'd simply accepted her, you'd still at least have your position in my court. Now you don't." I released her, and she crumpled in on herself, her hands covering her face as she sobbed. "And if you try to win over my mother and get her to convince me to let you back into my court or my bed..." I paused, letting the threat linger before I delivered the final blow. "I'll see to it that you'll never be able to betray me or anyone I claim again. Cress will be my bride. Accept it or die. Your choice." With that, I spun on my heel and stormed away. Fury mounted within me, erupting in tiny flames at the ends of my hair. I sighed and patted them out as I approached Orion, where he stood drinking next to a table, a dark half mask covering the majority of one cheek. I swiped the drink from his hand and downed it in one gulp. The one brow I could see of his arched. "I wasn't finished with that," he said. "Trust me, I needed it far more than you," I replied gruffly. "Oh?" I sighed and snatched 2 more as a servant passed through with a tray full of the wine goblets. I handed him the new goblet, discarding the empty one, and drank from my own. "Ariana," I said, and it was all I needed to say. He sighed, turning back to watch the mass of Fae gathered in the illusioned throne room. Music played from somewhere, the sound soft and lyrical. "Did you learn anything from Tyr?" I asked after a moment. Orion's fingers clenched on his goblet, and in one smooth movement, he lifted it and downed the contents just as I'd done. When he pulled the empty cup away, I took it from him and discarded it to another passing servant. "Tell me," I ordered. Orion's eyes shot to mine and darkened. "He's up to something," he confessed, his tone ripe with irritation. "I don't know what yet." "But," I hedged, "you have an idea?" His lips parted, revealing clenched teeth as he hissed out a breath. "He knows of my interest and feelings for Cress," he said slowly. "Fuck, I know." Before I could say anything more, Sorrel appeared before us, slightly disheveled. I glanced to his side, expecting Cress to be near, but she wasn't. "Have you seen the changeling?" he demanded quickly, sounding out of breath. "What the fuck do you mean, have we seen the changeling?" I barked. "You're supposed to be with her. You're her fucking attendant." My head jerked up as I scanned the surrounding area. "I went to..." Sorrel began, but then stopped, shaking his head. "No, it doesn't matter. I was gone for a moment, just a moment." "That bastard." Orion's low curse captured our attention. His eyes were locked on the sea of dancers several paces away, and I followed his line of sight until I saw her, beauty that she was. It wasn't Cress, though, that had more flames igniting in my hair. It was the man holding her. A haze of red descended over my vision. "I'm going to kill your brother." I stated the words clearly, wanting to be sure that there would be no confusion on this matter. My hands clenched into fists. "I will help you," Orion replied. And almost as if she sensed our gazes, Cress's head lifted and her eyes met ours. She looked a bit surprised, yet unafraid of the man she was dancing with. But she had no clue. Tyr was a dangerous Fae, and his hands were all over my fiancé. "Rowan!" My eyes closed, cutting off the burn in my vision. Of course, the moment I needed to go to Cress most would be the moment my mother, the Crimson Queen, would appear. When I opened my eyes again, she stood before me, blocking my path if she realized it or not. Orion and Sorrel, however, were both gone, and I could only pray to the gods that they'd gone to save Cress from the man I planned to cut down very soon. Oh yes, anyone besides my court brothers who laid a hand on Cress would feel the steel of my blade across their throats or in their hearts. She was mine, no matter what anyone, Ariana, the Court of Frost, or even my own mother, thought. Cress was mine, and I protected what was mine.
Chapter 22. Cress.
"You look beautiful tonight, little changeling."
Tyr's grip never loosened as he whirled me about the dance floor so fast, it felt like we'd left my head somewhere far behind. I nearly stumbled because of the speed at which we danced, but he merely picked me up and placed my feet on his boots and kept going. Smart. Sneaky. I lifted my head and kept my narrow-eyed stare on him. "Thank you." The words came out stiffly, and he laughed.
"Don't like me much, do you?"
asked. I huffed out of breath as we turned again, blending seamlessly into another circle of dancers. What was the use in trying to hide my distrust? I'm not good at this, I said testily, ignoring his comment and question as I, once again, stumbled over my own 2 feet when they left the tops of his boots. He laughed, strengthening his grip, and re-lifted me so that I dangled in his arms. I squirmed uncomfortably.
Answer my question, and I'll set you back on my boots.
He offered.
I want to know what you really think.
I snorted. Really? You do? Fine, I said. I think you're conniving and sneaky. You knew the Crimson Queen didn't like me, but you came over anyway. Most people want to avoid upsetting someone like her, so I'd been continuously informed. But that's not why I don't like you. I don't like you because my friends don't trust you, and neither do I.
Those friends wouldn't happen to be the 3 princes, would they, dear?
He inquired, tilting his head to the side as he lowered me until my toes touched the tops of his shoes once more. Yes, I snapped.
Well, I like you, Cress. I think you're quite fiery and honest. Honesty is rare in a Fae court, especially the Court of Frost.
Thank you.
But it's also something that can get you killed.
He interrupted, his voice deepening as his head dipped closer.
I wouldn't enrage the Crimson Queen any further if I were you. Women like her will do whatever they have to in order to stay in power. And Queen Yvienne's power comes not just from her position in the Court of Frost, but from the fact that her son is a powerhouse in his own right.
Why would you tell me that? I asked, frowning. And how much of it was true?
Because despite your dislike of me, sweetheart, I find you charming. You certainly bewitched my younger brother.
Orion? I blurted. He smiled.
Yes.
How did I do that? I asked. He seemed perfectly normal the last time I talked to him. Is there a spell that I don't...
No.
He stopped, laughing as he slowed his pace, our legs moving slower as the song changed.
No, not actual bewitchment. My, you're amusing. Do you take everything so literally?
I shrugged. Why say it if you don't mean it?
Because lies serve well in Fae court.
Our steps slowed even further, and I met dark eyes that seemed to swallow all color. If there'd ever been any color in his eyes at all. All I saw was a blackness so opaque, the image of my face was reflected there. And I looked confused, dazed, almost as if I were the one under a spell. Was I wondered.
Perhaps you don't realize it as of yet.
He said quietly. Realize what? I asked, my voice sounding far away, as if I were yelling from a great distance.
That you've been lied to as well, by the very men you call your friends.
He replied.
They're not your friends, are they? They're more. Lovers, most certainly. But is there something else between you? Tell me, little changeling, what are you to the Princes Rowan, Orion, and Sorrel?
Sorrel hates me, I found myself admitting. The words, though, weren't my own. They were pulled unwillingly from my throat. I tried to stop them, call them back, but they were already out. And then more followed. Rowan and Orion are my lovers. I've had...
Yes, you've fucked them. I understand that. Not sorrel. That is surprising. He can't seem to take his eyes off you, and he seems quite upset with me.
What? Tyr's fingers left my hand and reached up, touching the edge of my chin to direct my face to the side. There, I saw them. Rowan, Sorrel, and Orion, all standing together, their eyes piercing through the crowds of people and the illusion of the throne room. They were not happy.
Did you know it was the bridling court that practiced the changeling tradition the most?
Tyr asked suddenly, turning my face back to his. Was my head always this fuzzy? I wondered. I felt muddled, even as I nodded and replied to his question. I know, I said. But there was a test. I'm from the Court of Crimson. Not powerful, though. Not like them.
Crimson? Really? I find that hard to believe.
He cajoled. What about you? I tried, fighting my way free of the fog that was clouding my head. Orion said you don't come when summoned. They're not happy about you being here. Why is that? Tyr chuckled low in his throat.
Orion chose to be part of the Court of Crimson. Therefore, he can't represent the Court of Midnight. Since I'm the only other appropriate option at the moment, I thought it was best that I show up and not anger the queens unnecessarily.
I didn't believe that for even a second. But all I did was hum in response. He smiled at me.
What?
He asked.
Don't believe me?
Was he reading my mind? Could Faye read minds? That would have been a much better power to get. That probably would have been far more useful. But then again, my greatest power at the moment was my ability to thwart death. And with so many Fae around me suddenly appearing like monsters in fine clothes, I should probably be more grateful. No, I answered honestly. I don't. You don't seem like the kind of person to cater to the desires or whims of other people. You know that my friends...
Your lovers.
He corrected. I grunted in frustration even as he kept me pinned, my front to his, during this perpetually long dance. What I'm saying is... I tried again. That I'm naive, sure. But I'm not stupid. They don't like you, and they don't want me around you. I think you know that. You're doing this to purposefully irritate them. Kind of like a sulky child who wanted to play with someone else's toys, I thought. So why are you really here? And why are you dancing with me? This time he didn't laugh, just smiled slowly, and for the first time, I believed the princes when they said he was dangerous. There was something dark and deadly behind his eyes, a cold and calculating emotion, as if he didn't care who he hurt so long as he achieved his goal.
Aren't you astute?
He asked the rhetorical question quietly, more to himself than to me.
You're much more intelligent than I would have expected a changeling to be. And brave.
Brave? I frowned and shook my head. I'm not brave.
Perhaps I'm mistaken.
He turned me and pressed onward as the music lifted higher into the room.
Perhaps I'm not. All right, then. Here it is. The humans may be planning a larger attack on the Court of Midnight's forward outpost. I'm here to report on it and gain the opinion of the queens, as well as supplies, men if needed, and money. Also, because a courts council meeting has been called. Someone from each court must attend. I've come to hear them out and get what I want in the process.
discussing the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands of people could be amusing. Very dull when it's not dramatic. I repeated his words in my head. Really? He thought I was going to fall for that. If something wasn't dramatic, then it was obviously dull. Unless it was just... what was something if it wasn't dramatic or dull? What was the in-between stage of that? Average? Boring? No, boring meant dull. They were the same.
Have I lost you again, sweetheart?
Tyr's question drew me out of my internal debate. No, I said. But that still doesn't explain everything. Are you planning to end the war then? He shrugged.
Humans have their place and their uses, just like everything else. Destroying them could upset the balance of the world and give more power to those who shouldn't have it.
He replied solemnly. From what the guys had said, this was the exact opposite of who he was. If anything, from their description, he would relish a power imbalance, so long as it favored him or gave him more power. He was lying. There was no other option. The princes couldn't be wrong. Could they? Even Sorrel was honest with me, as brutal as he was sometimes. How noble-minded of you, I replied dryly. He chuckled.
You are quite different than what I'd imagined a changeling to be.
I resisted an eye roll, though just barely. So you've said. His lips parted. But there was no way in the realm of the gods that I was going to stand here and listen to any more of his sinister intentions. A man didn't offer to dance with a woman, after all, out of the goodness of his heart. He always expected something. Conversation, to make her feet ache, or sex. I worried that Orion's brother might be after all three. And he'd already accomplished at least 2 of those things. There would be none of the third. When is this dance going to end? I blurted, cutting off whatever he'd been about to say. We've been doing it for a while. He laughed.
We've danced for at least 3 of the songs. What's one more?
My foot up your ass, I muttered.
What was that?
I blinked up at him innocently as he looked down at me. What was what? I inquired.
What you just said.
What did I say? Come on, Cress. Push the big, innocent eyes. They may not have worked on the nuns, but those old maids had known you too well. This man knows nothing about you. For all he knows, you could be as pure as fresh snow. Yeah, that's what you are. Pure snow. Think it, be it. Pure fucking snow.
Something about wanting to put your delicate toes somewhere they likely would not be very comfortable.
Tyr said with an amused grin. Did I asked airily. I don't recall. Laughter erupted from him as he threw his head back and let the sound out. His hand fell away from my waist, leaving the other in my palm. Several heads turned. My face heated with embarrassment, but I didn't say anything. Just gripped his hand so hard that I hoped it hurt. He didn't even flinch as he slowly let his amusement die, and his eyes returned to mine. I glared at him.
I can see why my little brother is so taken with you. Cress the changeling,
He said. What? His free hand returned to my waist, and he proceeded into the next dance.
I know that Orion was the one who took your virginity.
He confessed. I stiffened immediately. A blush flew up my cheeks. Orion told his brother he'd taken my virginity. When he'd given me a big speech about how I couldn't say too much around Tyr because he would twist it to his advantage. I mean, I'd already admitted that I'd slept with him, but I hadn't admitted the part about my inexperience. That was crossing a line, wasn't it? Man, there really should be a list of guidelines or something to follow for all this relationship business. There had to be some sort of book I could read that would tell me what the rules were. Something titled The Rules for Bedding Multiple Princes. That sounded straightforward enough. If there was such a book, I had no doubt Nellie or even Graphic could find it for me. If there wasn't, well, by the gods, I'd have to be the one to write it because this was far too confusing. Whatever the case, I shook my head and returned my attention to Tyr.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, he said. Nothing to even concern yourself with. It simply explains why he likes you so much. Men do like the virginal ones, and Faye so rarely are. You are a prize. Or rather, you were.
What does that have to do with anything? I snapped, growing more and more furious.
Well, if Orion is so infatuated with you, then it certainly calls into question the validity of your engagement to Rowan, doesn't it?
Tyr's words made my heart stutter in my chest. Rowan and I are engaged, I said. He was previously engaged, and I can assure you he wasn't a virgin before.
No.
Tyr shook his head, cutting me off.
I'm not saying either of you has to be a virgin before your nuptials. If you ever get to that point.
If we ever got to that point? This man was a bag of donkey dung. Worse than Sorrel by far. He might have been handsome in some ways, but the more time I spent in his presence, I realized the more I wanted to punch him in his long neck. His long rooster neck. Yes, that's what it was. I mean, sure, some women might see strength in the column, but I bet when he aged, his straight-cut jawline would sink into unattractive jowls. Heavy ones. That looked like a man's testicles resting on his chin. Yeah, I can imagine that quite well. I snickered.
What, may I ask, is so amusing, darling?
He asked, drawing me out of my reverie of insults. Nothing, I said sharply. You were just explaining why you think there's a problem with me marrying Rowan, which there isn't.
Trying to.
He agreed.
Before you drifted off, that is.
Oh, that. I lifted my hand and waved it nonchalantly. It happens when I'm bored. Ignore it.
I've never been called boring before.
I winced. I hadn't exactly meant to say it like that. Your explanation? I prompted, instead of replying to his comment.
I'm just curious. Does Rowan know? And is he okay with Orion, his throne brother, being your lover?
What happens between me and Rowan is between me and Rowan.
But a polite way of telling me it's none of my business.
He mused. Because it isn't, I huffed. Who I have been in bed with has nothing to do with you or anyone else. He shrugged.
That's just the human in you. Besides, I'm sure the whole court knows by now that my little brother was balls deep in virgin changeling pussy.
His words were designed to elicit a reaction, and I couldn't stop myself from giving one. I jerked my hand from his grip and slapped him. Hard. And by the gods, it felt fucking good. His head snapped to the side, and when he turned back to me, I could see a grin on his lips. Nervously, I took a step back and looked around, but no one seemed to have noticed. How had they not? The dancers moved in a manner I hadn't noticed before. They weren't moving around me. They were moving right through me. As if my body were made of nothing more than mist. I gasped as a particularly fast couple spun through my side. What is...
word of advice, little changeling.
Tyr said, stepping into me, forcing me to back up.
Hitting a member of a royal family in public is cause for discipline.
Why didn't they see that? I asked. Why are they... I gasped as another couple moved through me, stopping my next question.
You should be thanking me for casting this separation spell.
Tyr said.
It allowed me to pull us into a detached pocket of existence just inside this court. We can see and hear everything around us, but they can't see us. A good thing, because if your little outburst had been witnessed by the queens, or specifically the Crimson Queen, since she most certainly doesn't like you could have lost your engagement to Prince Rowan, and possibly even your hand as well.
I frowned and glared at him all the while. You deserved it, I hissed. He shrugged and smiled.
Which is why I won't tell anyone if you don't.
I watched him with careful scrutiny.
Come here,
he said, holding his hand out.
I'll drop the spell and we'll blend back in with the dancers.
How can I trust you? I demanded.
You have no choice,
he said simply. And I realized then how right he was. I didn't have a choice. I had to accept his help, or I might be stuck in this separation spell of his forever. I took a hesitant step toward him, and as soon as I took his hand, he spun me back into the dancers, and we blended into the mix. I lifted my head and watched as the spell dropped away. I hadn't even noticed the differences until they were right there in front of my eyes. The sounds were louder. I could feel the wind rushing across my skin as we danced. I could smell the food. I hadn't even realized those things were missing until it was too late. Orion and the others were right. Tyr was dangerous.
I wanted to dance with you, Cress, because you're in a very precarious position. One I find interesting.
How so?
You've taken the three princes right out from under all the crown seekers' noses. I wish I could have been there when Ariana realized she'd lost.
I don't think she's realized it yet, I muttered grimly.
Oh, I think it's been made very clear to her. Or at least it will be soon. But now that you've got the attention of all three princes, you'll have the attention of the Court of Frost as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Ariana wasn't the only one trying to take you down a notch or two. Maybe even steal a prince back for themselves. You'll need to watch for a blade in your back more than anything else.
A warning I'd already received, more or less.
The politics of Fae courts are interwoven, complicated things that have evolved over thousands upon thousands of years. Don't be too hard on yourself for not taking to it like a duck to water,
he said gently. I wasn't sure if his words were meant to be kind or warning, but either way, I knew he was telling the truth. I think I'm nearly done with this dance. I tugged my hand away, or at least I tried. He held fast, fingers closing over mine and squeezing until I had to repress a wince.
Take it from a man who understands Fae very well. You want powerful friends on your side, Cress.
He slowly lifted my hand and pressed my knuckles to his lips.
I can be one of those friends.
I didn't have a response, and it appeared he didn't need one, as he didn't stay to hear one. Tyr nodded to me, bowing slightly before departing, and leaving me, I realized a bit belatedly, at the edge of the dance floor. I shook my head and turned to go in search of Sorrel, who would no doubt be furious with me as I'd seen him and the others not long ago standing and watching from the sidelines. I wasn't even allowed more than 2 steps from where I'd been left behind by Tyr before I was lifting my head and meeting the cold, furious gaze of the Prince of Frost. Lucky me.
Chapter 23. Sorry. Keep her in the room! Rowan's body practically vibrated with anger. Orion had disappeared nearly the moment Tyr had, likely to track the bastard down. It was clear that his earlier warning to the man hadn't taken hold. I wondered if one ever would. Tyr was not the kind of fae to fear others. No, I'd be shocked if he'd ever known true fear. He was beyond sanity. He was madness dressed to appear logical. And do not let her leave. I won't, I assured him. Stay with her, he repeated. I mean it. I know you do, brother. I reached out and grasped his shoulder. I will. I'm going to find Orion, he said, taking a step back, shrugging off my hand. He was on the edge, flames dancing at the ends of his hair. He wasn't in any mood to put them out either. I'll take care of the girl, I replied, shutting the door as Rowan stalked away. I didn't invite him over, Cress said as soon as the door closed. I turned and met her anxious gaze. I know. After all, Rowan and Orion and even I had warned her. You're not to blame for tonight, I said. It was my fault. I shouldn't have left you. She stared at me, her brows drawn down low as her lips pursed. You're not angry? I shook my head and sighed. Not tonight. She blinked before turning and striding across the room to the bed, as if she didn't quite trust my mood. To be fair, I hadn't ever really given her a reason to trust me. But trust me, she had to. Because this was a place ripe with danger. The Court of Frost was a knife that everyone balanced on. One small slip could cut you, and you'd lose your head. There were few alliances forged in this place that ever remained steady and unbreakable. The only one I knew of was mine with my throne brothers, and likely formed because the 3 of us were similar in that we understood the pain of betrayal. Fae with status such as ours, with power such as ours, could not trust easily. But we trusted each other, and from that, we had forged our own path in the Court of Crimson. I grabbed a cushioned pillow from the mattress and tossed it to the floor. Every year, more and more royals died, and less were born. We were slowly dying out. I fisted the top layer of blankets, pulling it down and folding it into a makeshift sleeping pad alongside the 4-poster bed. You should get ready for bed, I said, turning and glancing at her over my shoulder. She watched my work with an unreadable expression as she nodded her assent to my suggestion. Her eyes stayed on the floor where I'd put the blanket and pillow for a moment more before she spoke again. Can you, turn your back or something? She asked, hands fisting in front of her as if she were nervous. I won't look, I assured her. I moved away from my sleeping pad and picked up a carafe of wine from a nearby table and poured it into a goblet. I turned my back to her as I drank. It was odd to think of a prince, much less a prince of Frost, the heir to the Court of Frost, sleeping on a cold, hard floor just to give his bed to a girl with no status or royal name. But I was going to do it. The position I'd chosen was closer to the door anyway, and the discomfort would keep me on the edge of wakefulness. If someone came in, I'd know, and I'd be up in time to protect her. I'd seen the way Rowan's mother had watched her tonight. I had no doubt, conniving woman that she was, the Crimson Queen had plans to get rid of her little problem. I wouldn't let it happen. Perhaps I'd been too harsh on her before, maybe too untrusting, especially when she'd come back to us at great peril to herself. I fingered the rim of the now empty goblet. Behind me, I heard the dropping of cloth, the shifting of fabric as she undressed, and then her feet padded across the floor to the bed. ambassador that changed me. She was light and vibrant, a cheery ray of sunshine in the dreary world of war and intrigue. I didn't trust her before because I didn't believe she was genuine. But more and more, the unflagging conviction of Rowan and Orion were beginning to wear me down. I only prayed to the gods that she was real, that none of it was an act, because I knew if she betrayed them, if she betrayed us, I would have to be the one to slay her. Rowan was in too deep. It would kill him to hurt her. And Orion, he had a deeper attachment as well. He'd been the one to deflower her after all. My stomach tightened at that last thought. My fingers strangled the goblet. What had she been like, I wondered, in the throes of passion between them? Had she cried out in pleasure, screamed her release? Or was she quieter, more reserved in bedroom activities? With a wry smile, I set the goblet down on the table. For a girl like her, I highly doubted it. No, Orion and Rowan were very much taken with her. Silence sounded behind me, and I began to turn. She had to be... My thoughts froze as I stopped and stared, my mouth gaping open. "What the fuck are you doing on the floor?" I demanded, as her head of short blonde strands poked out of the blanket pallet I'd made for myself. She frowned at me. "I got ready for bed," she stated slowly, as if she were talking to someone who might have been partially deaf. "Now I'm in bed. What's the problem?" "You're in my bed," I said with a huff, storming toward her. "Get out." What? She sat up fully, the blanket falling away from her chest, and... Holy dear gods. Her nightdress was damn near translucent, and her breasts were on full display. A fact she didn't appear to realize. Otherwise, she'd never have pushed the blanket away and stood up. "What do you mean I'm in your bed? I thought you made this pallet for me." "No." The word came out of my throat as a croak. I coughed, clearing it, and tried to force my eyes away. But once they'd settled on her, it seemed they didn't want to leave. I took her in, soaked the image into my mind, and let it rest there. She was magnificent. Oh, I'd known it by the dress she'd worn earlier that evening, but it was different seeing her dressed up like all the other ladies of court, with a tight-fitting bodice and beautiful jewels. Oh, how she was now. Face scrubbed clean, hair unbound, body practically glowing. A brilliant beam of light beneath a nightdress that was no more than a thin layer of fabric. It concealed nothing. What in the gods was it even there for? It didn't have to be there at all. That voice from earlier, the small, insane little creature, came back with a vengeance. You could pull it off of her so easily. Lay her down upon the bed and spread her legs. I bet she tastes like honey. A sip. All you need is a sip to know. "Sorrel?" I shook my head and jerked my eyes back up to hers. She still hadn't noticed my preoccupation, but by the look on her face, tight lips, hard frown, narrowed eyes, she was growing increasingly irritated by my silence. It was amusing, her anger. I almost wanted to see what she'd do if I didn't respond at all. Would she yell at me? No one ever raised their voice to me. No one who was not royal. I cleared my throat and straightened. "I made the pallet for myself, to better protect you," I said. "You can take the bed." She stared at me, and for several moments didn't say anything. Then she crossed her arms over her chest, and her narrow-eyed look became sharp. "Why?" she demanded. "Excuse me." I rolled back my shoulders in surprise. I just offered her the bed while I would sleep on the stone floor, and she asked me, why? "Why are you being nice to me?" she asked. "You're never nice to me. First you don't get angry or yell at me or blame me for dancing with Tyr, then you offer me the bed so you can sleep on the floor." She shook her head. "No, I don't believe it." Before I could open my mouth, she gasped and whirled around. ripping the next layer of blankets and sheets from the bed, sliding her hands around, up and under the pillows and beneath the blankets. I moved closer until I stood at the bed by her side. "May I ask what you're looking for, or would that upset you as well?" I inquired. "I'm looking for any spiders or snakes," she said. That seemed like a random thing to suddenly search for. I mimicked her earlier tone. "Why?" She turned to me and poked me in the chest with her finger. "Because I don't trust you," she said. "You hate me. You've made that clear. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but I'm tired. I've had a long day, and..." I reached up and wrapped a hand around her finger, and miracle of miracles, she stopped talking. "I'm not playing a game with you," I said. "There are no snakes or spiders waiting to bite you in the middle of the night. I just didn't think you'd be comfortable sharing a bed with me." Slowly, she pulled her finger from my grasp. "Really?" She eyed me suspiciously. I nodded. "Yes." "Oh." After a beat, I gestured to the bed. "Now, if you would be so kind as to get in. I'd like to turn in for the night as well. You're not the only one who's had a long day." Surprisingly, she didn't say anything to that. Instead, she turned, and after another brief review of the bed, she climbed in and snuggled under the sheets. With a sigh, I moved about the room and began putting out the candles until only one was left on the nightstand. After that, I towed off my boots and peeled my clothes away until all that was left were my trousers. Normally, I slept in the nude, but I left the trousers on out of civility. I glanced at the girl in the bed. Unlike how I'd allowed her privacy to undress, she'd watched me the entire time. Turning, I approached the bed, and just as I bent to the pallet, she sat up again. "You don't really have to sleep on the floor," she said, her voice quiet. I glanced up. Two pools of a miraculous blue and gray mix stared back at me. Her heart-shaped face was pale in the soft glow of the candlelight. Hesitantly, as if she feared I'd reject her, she gestured to the bed. "It's big enough for both of us. We don't even have to touch." Oh, but I wanted to touch. I wanted very much to feel what Rowan and Orion had felt with her. It had been some time since I'd taken a lover, and I could feel the depletion of my magic stores. I wanted to know what sex with Cress would be like. I doubted it would be gentle. No, with two people such as us, her so fiery and bright, and me so controlled, I expected the sex would be explosive. Even knowing that choosing to crawl into that bed with her would be like trying to walk a very fine line, I bent and picked up the blanket and pillow anyway, and moved them to the mattress. "Move over," I said, my voice nearly a whisper in the darkness of the room. "I'll take the side closest to the door." She didn't argue and scrambled back to the other side, pulling the blankets up to cover her, as her big, luminous eyes watched me. The mattress was cool and comfortable at my back. The pillow was soft under my head, and my cock was hard in my pants. Keeping them on had been a good idea. I turned over, facing away from her, and then reached out, pinching my fingers over the candle's flame, letting a bit of ice freeze the stem before I pulled back. Darkness descended, and I closed my eyes, praying sleep would come soon. Chapter 24, Sorrel. I knew it was a dream the moment it started, and yet, still, like a flaming ball of fire locked onto its target, I also knew that its course could not be directed elsewhere but at me. A cursed dream? I wondered. Sent by an enemy? Sent by my mother? Oh, how she used to torment me with them when I was a child. She thought it was tough love. But for a 10-year-old boy, the monsters she sent to spread nightmares over my sleeping mind had left behind scars. Though not visible, like Orion's, they were there all the same. I appeared on the steps of a castle, one I knew quite well. It was Crimson Castle, my home. My body locked as my mind attempted to stop its forward movement, but I couldn't. My muscles clenched and unclenched, forcing my legs to move on their own. There was nothing else to do but let this blasted, cursed dream take its course. Once it was over, I would waken, and everything would be as it was. I would drink to clear away this nightmare. Gods, I would down barrels of fairy wine, if only to stop what I feared was going to happen here. I didn't know what it would be, but I could sense the presence of doom just around the corner as I strode up the steps and into the front hall of the castle. Glowing bulbs of light were floating around the room, illuminating the space. Gone were the tables for feasts and banquets. Gone were the 3 identical thrones that would have graced the very front of it in reality. Everything had been emptied out. The stone tiles were cool underfoot, alerting me to the fact that my feet were bare. I rarely went bootless. Nowhere but my own chambers did I go without them, and even sometimes I slept in them. An unprepared prince was a prince asking for assassination. That is what Adora Chalcedony had always taught me. That and the idea that some women were just not meant for motherhood. Sorrel? I stopped immediately at the sound of my name being called, and when I turned to answer it, to see the speaker, I froze. It was Rowan, but not as I knew him presently. It was a Rowan from long ago, the child Rowan. His flaming hair was pulled back into the loose ponytail that he'd worn until he'd reached maturity. Freckles danced across his cheeks. He was nearly 2 feet shorter as he smiled at me from the open doorway. Rowan, I looked around. Is it just you in here? I asked. The young Rowan smiled and bounded forward. No, of course not, he said. Orion is here too. Won't you come play with us? He reached for my hand, and I nearly jerked it from his grasp, not sure if this was a trick. The pervading sense of that dark, gloomy feeling hadn't dispersed. What could this mean, I wondered, to send me Rowan's image in this way? From what I knew of cursed dreams, the sender often steered it at first before the magic took on a life of its own, and from there, nothing could be done except to wait until the nightmare had been snuffed out. I reached for my waist as Rowan frowned up at me. Damn it, I muttered, feeling the weightlessness at my side. My sword was gone. I couldn't feel any well-placed daggers on hand either. I was weaponless, something I hadn't been in a long time. I tried conjuring a light glow and released a sigh of relief when a small orb of white appeared at my side. I waved my hand and let it vanish. At least I still had the use of some magic in here. Are you coming to play with us or not? Rowan demanded, his frown turning into a soft, childlike scowl of impatience. I couldn't resist the small smile that curved my mouth. Time, it seemed, had not changed him much. Are you going to take me to Orion? I asked, by way of answer. It would be much better if I could see them both. Then I could see for myself that this nightmare was not one that would see them dead. I'd had that before. Walked straight into a bloodbath with their lifeless bodies lying prone upon a glass floor. One of my greatest fears. Already our courts were weakened. Courts meant to house families of royalty. 4 base members to each, lending concentrated power to the Lanuet. But with the dying royal lines, each court had taken severe losses. The Court of Frost, forever bound in Alfheim, only 2 queens. The Court of Crimson, 3 princes. What had become of the Court of Midnight, though, no one on the outside knew. Child Rowan rolled his eyes at me, very reminiscent of the current Rowan. Of course, he said, turning on his heel and running out. I followed him at a much slower pace, back out into the corridor and down it until we reached the library through many twists and turns that did not meet up with the true Court of Crimson's layout. A Obviously, whoever was currently directing this dream had little knowledge of the actual Crimson Castle. That, at least, narrowed the list somewhat, albeit not by much. Here, we're over here, Rowan called as soon as I entered Groffit's library. The moment I saw them, I paused. Orion, as young as Rowan was, children well before their maturity and yet well after their infancy, stood side by side with his friend, with my friend. It had been so long since I'd seen him without the scars he'd acquired on the battlefield. I'd forgotten how he'd appeared before. Dark locks of hair curled over his forehead, straight lips and an even straighter nose. His big eyes looked up at me as I approached. "Why did you leave me here?" I asked, turning my attention back to Rowan. But Orion was the one to answer me. "We wanted to show you the princess," he said with a smile. "Princess?" I frowned. There hadn't been a true Fae princess born in several decades. The last had been Rowan's mother, nearly a century before, as Fae often lived 10 times the lifespan of a human. "Come, this way, before they burn her." I froze. Burn her? Neither Rowan nor Orion stopped at my startled question. They kept moving, racing to the back of the room, where a secret door suddenly popped open. I followed after them, with no small amount of trepidation and confusion as they disappeared from my view. "Rowan," I called. "Orion?" Their childlike giggles echoed back to me, but they didn't stop. My pace picked up. What princess? What did they mean by burn her? I didn't have to wonder long, because a moment later I was flying out of the end of the long tunnel and stumbling into the courtyard where a pyre had been built. Except instead of a bed of sticks and wood, there was one giant stake in the center with a girl tied to it. Horror descended. My legs were once again my own. I raced forward, sprinted over stone and grass and land. Cress. What should have been a shout was nothing more than a whisper as it escaped my lips. I watched a masked man smile as he lit the bottom of her pyre. Fire came to life, dancing at her feet. And when Rowan and Orion reached the base of the fire, they turned, children no more. "Come, brother," they said in unison, holding out their hands. "Let us watch the princess who would have ripped us apart burn." "No," I said, shaking my head in disbelief. Cress appeared to be dazed, as if she didn't realize what was going on around her. Bespelled, I realized. This was an old tradition, one that hadn't been seen in centuries. This was the execution of someone who had committed treasons against royalty. Her hands were bound by rope, though, instead of the metal that would have sucked away her powers. No, here they didn't see any reason to bind her as a true Fae. In my eyes, I didn't know that she fully was. So weak was her magic, perhaps she was a half-breed. But should it even matter? What were they doing? How could they do this? I was irritated by the girl, yes, annoyed, frustrated, often wanting to throttle her pretty neck myself when she blurted out things in ignorance and challenged me with her glares and narrowed glances. But this was too far. "Stop this!" I yelled, striding forward more urgently as I realized the flames licked ever closer to her bare feet. Mine were cut and bleeding as I hurried toward her and them. "You can't do this," I said. "You don't want to do this. I know you. The two of you are besotted with her. Why would you have her burned?" "She is dangerous," they said, once again united in their actions, words, and tone. "It's as you've warned us. She will only tear us apart." "What do you mean?" I tried to step forward, lifting my hand to form ice alongside the wood to force the flames to die out. They didn't. I tried again, and even as frost formed along the wood and Cress's lips turned blue with chill, the flames grew ever higher. Magic flames. They would hate themselves if she died. I couldn't let it happen. But when I tried to climb upon the pyre myself, they stepped forward, stopping me. Rowan and Orion both grabbed me, pulling me back, away from her. And I watched in horror as the fire finally reached her, first catching onto her skirts and then her legs. It traveled up, and her trance was broken. Scream after scream tore from her lips, echoing into the air. Agonizing wails ripped from her throat as her flesh blackened and burned. No! My scream matched hers. Stop this! I struggled against my friends, my brothers. You can't do this! It has to be this way, Rowan said, his eyes devoid of emotion. If the princess doesn't die, then who would she have married? You God's damned bastard! I shouted, throwing them off momentarily to punch him in the face. Rowan didn't even blink. He didn't try to hit back, but he did reclaim me as I once again went for the girl. Even as Orion desires her, he asked, tone steely. Would he have her too? Orion was silent as he held me with Rowan, keeping me pinned as I watched the changeling. No, not the changeling. Cress. You love her, I said, as the fires reached her waist and she screamed anew. Her throat became hoarse, the shouts and cries weakened. It caught on the ends of her hair, lighting all the way up to her scalp. Stop this, I pleaded. What would you have us do if we spared her, brother? They asked. Marry her to us all. Yes, I screamed. Marry her to us all and save her. Gods, anything to stop her horrifying shrieks of agony. I couldn't bear it. Stop this, I begged. Something I hadn't done since I was a child. Not since the nightmares, I realized. I'd forgotten. None of this was real. It couldn't be. Rowan and Orion would never do this to Cress. They loved her, whether or not they would admit to those words yet exactly. They definitely cared for her. This was nothing more than a cursed dream. Cress's screams faded as the scene wound down. It would keep going if I didn't stop it. The only way to stop a cursed dream was to snuff it out, I reminded myself. Snuff it out. And for this particular dream, there was only one way to do it. Gods forgive me, I muttered, just before a dagger of ice appeared in my hand, called forth by my magic. I turned, slamming the blade into Rowan's throat. Blood spurted. Then I did the same to Orion with the same result. Yet even as the dream faded, my fear did not.
Chapter 25. Cress. Something hard jolted me from the bed, slamming into me with enough force to knock me off the mattress and send me sprawling to the floor. I landed with an audible oomph. What the? I started as I got to my feet, rubbing at my poor bruised backside, only to stop as I saw what had woken me. Sorrel was sprawled out on the bed, sweat coating his entire body, so visible that it had soaked through his trousers. He'd kicked the blankets away enough for me to see that his pants were stuck to his body like a second skin, outlining everything, including his, package, which I noticed, despite attempting not to think about it, was just as large as Orion's and Rowan's. He was having a nightmare, I realized a moment later. Sympathy slid through me, and without another thought, I leaned over and put my hand on his shoulder. Sorrel. I shook him roughly. Wake up. You're dreaming. Icy eyes shot open, startling me so badly that my hand dropped away and I jerked back. But it was too late. Sorrel's arms reached up and gripped me by my shoulders, yanking me down on top of him. I was only like that for a split second before he rolled and sank down. His palms trailed down, fingers circling my wrists as he brought them up and held them in one of his hands. although open, were unfocused, dazed, as if he were looking to a faraway place. He was much heavier than I expected. I'd recognized his strength before, but he wasn't nearly as large as Orion or Rowan. Still, he held me down with little effort. His muscles were tense and trembling. With fear, I wondered, what had he dreamed to make him react this way?
Must stop. You have to stop.
He muttered. Stop what? I asked. Was he talking to me? Unlikely. Sorrel. I began to struggle, squirming under him as I tried to slip my hands from his grasp. He merely tightened his hold and lowered his chest to mine. I inhaled sharply as I felt his nakedness against me. The thin shift I wore wasn't much to keep the heat of his skin from seeping through, and whether or not he realized it, his body had hardened down below. His cock brushed against my belly. Sorrel! I croaked out his name again, trying to get through to his groggy mind. It's Cress, the changeling. You have to wake up.
Cress. Yes, it's Cress.
He said.
Don't hurt. You have to stop. Please, you don't want to do this.
Do what? I bucked my hips and squeezed my eyes shut when his cock jumped beneath his trousers. Holy dear gods, he was thick. Was he? He couldn't be thicker than Rowan or Orion. It wasn't possible. Was it? They were both large enough as it was. There was no way I could take... Wait! I stopped that thought. Was I really thinking about taking Sorrel's cock? No. I just wanted to wake him up. No matter how hot his skin was, or how his tight grip made my insides tingle in a way I hadn't expected. Sorrel and I weren't going there. He was an asshole. An asshole that didn't even like me. My eyes shot open. Sorrel! I shouted as loud as I dared, not wanting to alarm others or make anyone come crashing into the room. Sorrel may not trust me, but I didn't want to embarrass him. Despite his feelings for me, he'd always put Rowan and Orion first. And since my loyalty was with them, I had to at least try to get through to him. Wake up! Sorrel's head tilted, and his white blonde hair slid over one side of his face as he blinked, his gaze clearing.
Cress.
His lower body brushed against mine, making me gasp. He jerked his hands away from my wrists in horror.
I'm so...
I groaned, unable to help myself as he slid back, and his cock lined up with my core and unintentionally rubbed. He froze, cutting himself off. Pink tinged his cheeks. His lips parted and sweat glistened on his brow. I panted, my body tightening and releasing as something crawled through me. A feeling I recognized from previous interactions with Orion and Rowan as desire. But for Sorrel, I'd never felt this way before.
What did I...
He trailed off, the question unfinished as his eyes heated. I shook my head, locks of hair sticking to my cheek. Nothing, I said breathlessly. You didn't do anything bad. I tried to wake you and you were still asleep. Your eyes were open, but you were...
It was a cursed dream,
he said. I didn't know what that meant. What I did know was that he still hadn't moved off of me, and his eyes were focused on my chest. I looked down and realized that even though it was dark in the room, I could see because our skin was glowing. His a subtle white glimmer and mine a golden light. Unfortunately, with that glow came reality. It made the cover of my shift pointless. He could see everything. And I watched, as if caught in a trance, as his hand lifted and he cupped one breast. His thumb brushed over a nipple. Fire lit me from within, and impulsively, I arched into his touch. His hands were large, warm, and calloused. Surprising for a prince. I'd always assumed that royals were pampered, and they didn't work like a common man. Then again, Sorrel, like the others, was Fae. They were not mere men. They were warriors. The swords they carried were not decoration. They'd likely wielded them and practiced with them regularly. Whatever the case, the rough feel of his hand on me made all rational thought flee. I rose up, but his hand refused to fall away. I was going to do it, I realized. I was going to kiss him. I was going to finish what he'd started at the Feast of Beasts. Sorrel. His name called on my lips had him raising his head. I leaned forward, as if pulled by some invisible force, and pressed a kiss to his mouth. There was a pause as he absorbed the hesitant but sensual touch, and his hand dropped from my breast. I pulled back. Had I read him wrong? Worry made me bite my lip. Before tears could threaten to burn my eyes, before I could apologize, before anything else could happen, Sorrel sank his fingers into my hair and yanked my head back. This time, when his head fell toward mine, it descended with a single-minded purpose. His tongue sank inside the cavern of my mouth. It sought refuge, and I gave it. Relief poured through me as I kissed him back. My eyes slid shut and I leaned into him, taking the kiss with as much fervor as he gave it. Heat sizzled in my veins. I shivered as I reached up and twined my hands around his neck, pressing my breasts against him, feeling the way my nipples scraped against his muscles through the fabric of my clothes. Sorrel gripped me hard, directing where he wanted me to go. I felt contained and controlled. I was the instrument and he the musician. A moan bubbled up my throat as his body came down even harder over mine, pressing me back against the bed. He moved between my legs, his free hand sliding down and jerking up my shift. Without thinking, my thighs fell open, and he moved to take his place between them. Dizziness assailed me. Air. I needed air. I pulled away from his mouth, gasping, but he wasn't done. It was as though something had been let loose inside of him. Sorrel's head moved to my jaw, where he laid a series of open-mouthed kisses. I couldn't draw enough air to fill my lungs. Though his trousers remained fastened, I could feel his hardness rubbing against me. His hips rolled, pushing insistently in an age-old rhythm. My hands fell to his shoulders. My nails sank into his flesh as I squeezed my eyes shut, a brilliant light roaring toward me. Pleasure infused my whole body as he hit a perfect spot against the bundle of nerves that the others had used to make me orgasm before. I clutched him, whimpered, shook as I lost myself in the haze of bliss. Sparks danced behind my closed eyes. Sorrel. His name came out on a whisper as I came back down from the high of pleasure, only to realize he was no longer with me. At least, not as he had been. He was stiff all over, his muscles impossibly tight. Sorrel pulled back, and I relaxed, letting him go, even though something inside me cried out for him. His face showed surprise and some horror as he stumbled from the bed. He couldn't seem to look at me, and yet his eyes never left the bed. He trailed over my bare thighs, the tangled sheets, but he refused to look at my face.
I'm sorry.
He grunted, tripping and nearly falling as he backed toward the door.
I shouldn't have. Forgive me for... I didn't realize what I was...
He couldn't even finish a sentence. I didn't know what to say. Suddenly, his head lifted, and his eyes connected with mine. They flared, and he jerked as if someone had branded him with a cattle prod. Sorrel whirled around.
I have to go.
His words were stilted, formal, uncomfortable. Still, I didn't say anything. It was as if evil little pixies had invaded my usually chatty self and sewn my lips shut. No words would emerge.
I'll be... back.
His eyes trailed over his shoulder for a brief moment. But when he caught me watching him, where else was I supposed to look? He pivoted and strode to the door. Just before his hand touched the knob, however, he froze.
Whatever you do, President,
He said, his voice serious and suspiciously clear of concern or embarrassment.
don't leave this room. Someone will come for you. Don't leave.
This time I didn't even get the chance to reply before he was yanking the door open and storming out into the corridor. The door slammed shut behind him with enough force to echo against the stone walls of the room. And I had to sit there and wonder, what just happened? Chapter 26. Press. No one came. First, minutes went by, then hours. Still, no one came, and I couldn't fall back asleep. Every time I tried to close my eyes, I pictured Sorrel. His white hair, ice-cold eyes, and his strong body against me. My stomach grumbled as I sat on the bed, waiting. I was hungry, but I also didn't know where or how to get food in this wretched place. It wasn't like this was the first time I'd gone without a meal. I'd just forgotten what it felt like. I'd forgotten a lot of things, I realized. But the mountain air felt like on my skin. The sound of the bell that rang when the sisters went for their services in the chapel. I sighed and dropped my eyes down to my legs. I couldn't just sit here anymore, I decided, getting up. I searched the room and found some discarded trousers. They were not meant for someone my size, so I rummaged around some more and found a belt and a shirt to go with it. I pulled the trousers up my legs and cinched the belt tight around my waist until I was sure they'd stay before donning the shirt. As I moved about the room, my mind kept drifting back to Sorrel and the conundrum that he presented. I was, for all intents and purposes, publicly engaged to Rowan. He and Orion had come to an understanding. But what about Sorrel? He was their throne brother, as Tyr had so sardonically pointed out last night. Would they be angry about what happened between us? Did I want it to happen again? I'd been the one to move first. I'd kissed him. But then I'd pulled away, and that had broken something inside of him. The way Sorrel had taken control, even now, hours later, with him mysteriously absent, I recalled it. He had kissed me until I couldn't breathe, as if I was water and he was dying of thirst. Why? I wondered. Why had I kissed him? Why had he kissed me back? What had he been dreaming of? The questions just kept looping around in my brain, along with the searing hot memory of Sorrel's hand on my breast. His lips claiming mine and demanding everything I had to give. Every time my mind flashed to the memory of those sensations and images, my core tightened and ached. Shaking the internal thoughts away, I moved toward the door, debating on what I'd do next. Could I go out and find them? Would they be angry at me if I did? Whatever the case, I knew I couldn't stay here. Not for much longer, anyway. I hesitated, though, with my hand on the knob. I didn't mind running into anyone, except perhaps the queens. But there was someone even more disturbing to me than them. Tyr. A sinister sensation crept over my spine as I thought of Orion's brother. He was dark in many of the same ways as Orion, but whereas Orion's darkness called to me, Tyr's made me want to keep my distance. He'd been caustic and unnerving during our dance the night before. But more than that, he'd been outwardly secretive at the same time that he'd professed to know all of my secrets. Yet he claimed he wanted to help me. Doubtful. He was the one person I did not want to see again. Ever, if it could be avoided. My hand twisted the knob, and I froze as a scrap of paper was pushed beneath the door. It hit my feet, and there was a moment of pause as I looked from the floor to the door and back again. There'd been no sound to alert me that someone was on the other side. I'd been so close and I hadn't known. My hand tightened on the knob, and then, with a quick twist, I jerked it open to confront this secret note deliverer. My breath released in a rush when I was confronted with nothing. Not just nothing, but nobody. There was no one in the corridor. I took a single step out of the room and glanced up and down the hall. The only thing that greeted me was the chill in the air that was constant in this place, and the stone walls. I retreated back to the room, bending to pick up the curious note. I turned it over as I let the door shut behind me and pressed my back against it. I unfolded it and glanced over the contents. I grimaced and shook my head. The handwriting was scratchy and barely legible. The nuns would have whipped whoever had written this for such poor penmanship. I struggled to decipher what the scrawl said, squinting at the page as I made out each word. If you want to know what the Court of Frost's real intentions are toward you, meet me at the entrance to the garden. Yeah, okay, I thought. I'll definitely follow the instructions of an unsigned note that was creepily slipped under my door. That seemed completely reasonable. Definitely safe. Except not. I mean, I knew I wasn't the most intelligent girl in the world, but even I wasn't that stupid. I fingered the thick parchment and bit my lip before shaking my head. Nope. Not even if I was curious. I mean, I suppose it did take a special someone to leave something as secretive as this. Who could it be? I wondered. Tyr? The mysterious Fae woman who'd warned me to be careful? I narrowed my eyes. Perhaps it was Rowan's mother, or even Ariana, trying to trick me. I should throw it in the fire, I decided. Yet my feet remained where they were. What was it about the unknown that made it such a temptation? And why couldn't it leave me alone? I groaned and strode across the room, slapping the note down on the table, instead of tossing it into the fireplace where it'd burn among the crackling flames. The guys could look at it and decide what they wanted to do. I'd just leave it be. Those were the wisest actions a girl like me could take. Leave it be, I warned again, even as my eyes strayed back to the table. Nothing good can come from mystery, except For the guys. Preferably Ariana's. Yes, hers would do nicely. Something ironic, such as falling off a castle. I grinned at the amusing thought. Becoming Fae had certainly made me more bloodthirsty, that was for sure. Or perhaps it was just being around them that had done it. Whatever the case, something in me was definitely changing.
Chapter 27. Rowan. The afternoon following the Feast of Beasts, I walked into the council chambers and was relieved to see that nothing had changed. The large oval table that covered the middle of the room was surrounded by chairs, spaced out so that if someone got a pixie up their ass about something, then they couldn't just strangle the person next to them and start a war. Not that I'd been tempted to do such a thing nearly a dozen times or more, except that I had, and so had Orion and Sorrel. The space was necessary. A few chairs were set up on a dais at the end of the room as well, next to a line of empty spaces where other chairs had been removed. 4 thrones, 2 larger, made for the queens, and 2 slightly smaller, made for their heirs. It was where Sorrel and I would have normally sat. But as we were now the rulers of the Court of Crimson, we joined the other lords and ladies gathering around the council table. As I took a look about the room, I noted that most of the chairs were already full. The majority of delegates had chosen to sit further away from the queens, which left me, Sorrel, and Orion sitting at the head of the table on one side. Sorrel had been silent since he'd come to us early in the morning. Thankfully, he'd left Cress back in the room, where she'd stay until this damned council meeting was over. When the door opened and Tyr walked in, I felt every single muscle in my body stiffen. Orion sat up straighter. Sorrel tracked his movements with an expressionless face. I couldn't be as cold as the two of them. Everything inside of me heated up at his presence. I wanted to drive my fist into his face, and then keep doing it until he was bloody and broken or dead. Tyr's head turned, scanning the room, and I knew the moment he spotted the 3 of us, because his smirk kicked up a notch, and he made his way toward us. Pulling out the chair across from me, he sat, and then leaned forward, watching us with his chin resting on his steepled fingers. Outright murder, unlike hidden, secretive murder with plausible deniability, was frowned upon in Fey courts. That was the only thing that kept me from lunging across the table at him. When I killed him, there'd be no denying it. Moments later, all chatter stopped as the doors opened and the queens in residence strode into the council chambers. Heads turned and eyes followed as the Frost and Crimson queens made their way to their thrones. You have all been called to the Court of Frost because of a grave issue, my mother began. Our informants within the human kingdom of Amnestia have brought vital and dangerous rumors to light. Rumors we've recently found to be true. A human has stolen one of our sacred lanuets. All around me, there were small murmurs of outrage and mutterings that I couldn't quite hear clearly. One thing was clear, though. This was a serious matter. The Crimson Queen nodded solemnly. How a human could have managed to get their hands on one of our magic orbs is a curious thing, she said, narrow-eyed, as she examined the faces of the council. I kept mine placid as she roved over me and stopped. It calls into question the strength of our soldiers, of our own courts. What we need to focus on is getting it back and ending this war once and for all. Our attack needs to be vicious, surprising, and most of all, crippling to the human race, Queen Adora added, a savage glee coloring her usually calm and cool tone. Then again, her hatred for humanity was no secret. Of course, she'd be overjoyed by the prospect of a final wave of battle to wipe out their existence, if not force it into irrelevancy. Do we know which region the orb is in, or how it was obtained? One of the delegates, Oberstein of the Court of Fury, asked. It's in the Ostis province in the southeast, Tyr said, before either of the queens deigned to answer. That's far from any of our normal crossing points, Oberstein murmured. We suspect this was the largest operation the humans have run this century. They are getting bolder, and the Court of Midnight can only do so much to hold them off, especially since our heirs are so few. Tyr paused, glancing to Orion. He kept his face cold, but small wisps of darkness began to coil from his flesh, drifting against his hair and face. I focused on Orion, willing him to look at me, and when he did, I shook my head, letting him know to keep silent at the jab. His agreement to run the Court of Crimson with Sorrel and me had been highly controversial. No other member of the Court of Midnight Royals had stepped outside of their reach so completely. But had he not, he'd likely be another body on the battlefield at this point. Orion nodded in the most imperceptible motion, but it was enough to give me some relief. I turned my gaze back to Tyr and tried not to kill him as he sat back and grinned. Someone else chimed in, their voice low as they spoke. What they were saying was lost as Tyr and I locked gazes, neither of us willing to release the other. No matter what he had planned, I planned to keep Cress as far away from him as possible. After the run of the gods, no one would be able to dispute that she was mine until the wedding itself. Once I caught and claimed her, she would belong to no one else. The wedding that would follow was nothing but a formality, or at least it was for the older members of the court. The younger members definitely preferred the wedding. Despite the centuries of hatred and animosity, human culture had bled over into our own. It was as much of a tradition now as the Feast of Beasts or the Run of the Gods was. Once the orb is retrieved, we will mount an assault from the north and join our brother and sister courts to squash the humans once and for all. A voice from down at the other end of the table pulled me from myself. I glanced back to Orion. Thankfully, his attention was captured by the conversation around us. The same could not be said for Sorrel, however. I frowned as his gaze grew distant. He didn't speak up or respond as those around us began to talk in fast, demanding tones. Instead, it appeared as if he'd lost himself in thought, his fingers occasionally touching his lips. The unusual movement made me frown. Was he concerned with the dangers Cress presented? If we were going to launch an all-out attack on the human kingdom, we were agreeing with the majority that they needed to be eradicated. That wasn't exactly possible for us anymore. Cress's friend still remained behind, sequestered and protected in our court. If anyone found out now, we'd be arrested on the grounds of treason. Harboring a human was akin to plotting to murder our own mothers. Sorrel was solid, though. I knew he'd never betray our trust or our confidence, even if he disagreed with our actions or opinions. Then again, I wondered if his faraway look had anything to do with the rumors of him kissing her on the dance floor at the feast. I was not one to judge, considering I, myself, had entertained multiple lovers at once. But it was curious. Of all of us, he'd been the most opposed to her. Had something changed? What do you think, Prince Rowan? Tyr asked. A curse hovered on my lips as I ripped my gaze away from examining Sorrel and returned it to the snake before me. The asshole knew I hadn't been paying attention. All eyes landed on me, and I felt the weight of their expectations, just as heavy as the stares from the queens. I sucked in a breath, releasing it as I lifted my head and met Tyr's amused expression with a glare. I think no one steals from the Fae and lives to tell about it, I said, my voice confident and strong. A round of agreements went up from those around the table, and when I turned my gaze to my mother, she nodded slightly, as approving as she'd ever been. Her approval, however, was something I'd stopped attempting to gain years before. The nod only did one thing. It affirmed that when we went back to the human realm, we'd be going back to a new level of war we hadn't known before.
Chapter 28. Cress.
What the fuck is this?
I blinked at the fury in Rowan's tone as he and the others stared down at the note. Well, I started. It looks like a note to me.
Who did it come from?
Orion asked. I shrugged. I don't know.
Where did it come from?
Rowan demanded. It was slipped under the door, I answered, my eyes straying to Sorrel, who'd remained surprisingly quiet.
What are you wearing then?
Orion asked, frowning down at the loose trousers and large shirt that covered most of me. If it weren't for the gaping collar that was meant for a neck much thicker and a chest much broader than mine, it'd fit like a dress. As it was, the hem fell to my knees and swished there as I swayed back and forth, waiting impatiently for them to be done with the Inquisition and tell me where they'd been. I didn't have any clothes, I pointed out. Rowan and Orion's heads swung to Sorrel.
You left her without clothes,
they said in unison. The confused shock in their tones pitched equally, as if they couldn't believe Iceman had managed such an oversight. Sorrel stiffened at their scrutiny.
She was clothed when I left her, I assure you,
he said coolly. That was a night dress, I pointed out. You can't wear a night dress in public.
You can't wear that in public, Cress.
Orion replied with a sigh, gesturing to my clothes. Why not?
Well, for one, the shirt is see-through.
I looked down at the same time Rowan and Sorrel's gazes jerked to my chest. Orion was right. My nipples were pretty clear to see through the thin white fabric. Oh. Heat rose to my face, and I straightened, ever so subtly, crossing my arms over my chest to cover myself. Well, how was I supposed to know that? I didn't have anything else to wear. Orion gave me a small smile.
I'll find you something, sweetheart,
he said gently, before turning and leaving the room. I looked to Rowan and Sorrel.
We are connected through gentle story.
As the door shut behind him. Realizing that they were still staring, both princes yanked their attention back to the note in Rowan's hand.
It has to be Tyr.
Sorrel said a moment later.
Who else would it be? It could be anyone that works for my mother.
Rowan said, frowning. I mean, there is one way to find out who sent it, I offered. One pair of liquid fire and one pair of frosted ice eyes settled on me. I meet whoever it is and you follow me.
No.
Rowan growled. Sorrel glared at me.
Absolutely not.
I shrugged, unconcerned. It's the fastest and easiest way to find out who sent the note.
You're not going, Cress.
Rowan snapped. Okay. I let the word drift off as I glanced away innocently.
Cress.
I turned and looked back up at Rowan with big eyes. What?
You're not going.
I heard you.
Answer me.
You didn't ask a question. He growled.
You didn't agree.
He pointed out. Nope. I popped the last syllable. You're right. I didn't.
Cressida.
Sorrel began, stopping as his face screwed up. I could see a parade of thoughts march through his head, spreading over his usually enigmatic expression.
You can't put yourself in danger.
He finally settled on. Would I really be in that much danger if you were there? I asked. They both appeared at a loss for words. We stood there for several minutes in silence. Me expectant, them horrified and distraught. They only seemed to reanimate when the door opened once more and Orion came in with a bundle in his arms.
I managed to purchase a few things off a nearby lady's maid, but we'll likely have to either create an illusion or purchase something far more elegant for the run of the gods later. What's wrong?
Orion froze when he realized the tension that had entered the room since his departure. Do you think I should go meet this mysterious person? I asked. Dark brows drew down low over his eyes.
No,
He said simply. I groaned and turned toward him, snatching the clothes from his arms before stomping to the bed. I spoke as I walked. It makes perfect sense, I argued, stripping my shirt over my head and moving to undo the self-made belt I'd wrapped around my hips to keep the trousers up. How else are we to catch this person or know if they mean me harm?
they obviously mean you harm.
Rowan burst out.
Half of this fucking court means you harm. You're not going.
You'd be right there with me, I continued, finally managing to undo the knot. I stripped the trousers down and reached for the bundle I'd tossed onto the bed, unfolding it to pick through and find what I wanted. I grabbed a pair of trouser-like stockings of pure darkness.
Cressida.
I paused in the process of bending over to pull the things on. That voice. It hadn't been Rowan or Orion, but Sorrel. He sounded choked, as if all of the air in his chest had deserted him. I glanced over my shoulder and realized he wasn't the only one. All three of them stood there, eyes locked on my backside. On my naked backside. With an internal scream of shocked horror that I'd undressed in front of them without even realizing it, I very quickly pulled the stockings on and reached for the first scrap of fabric to touch my hand as I fumbled around on the bed. I ripped a dress over my head and covered myself as quickly as possible before turning around fully. Had the sun suddenly taken up residence in my face, I wouldn't have been surprised. I felt as though I could cook a nice meal from the heat currently burning my cheeks. Ignore it, Cress, I silently urged. Pretend it never happened, and maybe they will too. It wasn't like they hadn't seen it all before. All of them. Besides, people got naked all of the time. If they hadn't, there'd be no babies, right? Rowan was the first to speak.
With the number of people in the Court of Frost, especially those under my mother's purview, that wish you harm, being without one of us at your side is dangerous.
Rowan said slowly, with forced composure.
I wish that wasn't the case, but we have to accept how it is. Thankfully, it's not for much longer. We've completed the Feast of Beasts and the court's council meeting. Now, once we complete the run of the gods, we'll be released to go back to our home courts.
We can finally go back, I repeated, hope flaring brightly in my chest. I'd finally get to see Nellie again.
Yes,
Sorrel said.
and we'll be going back to the human kingdom. There's been a development in the war.
Orion said.
We have to prepare for that.
What development? I asked. When they exchanged glances, but remained silent, I huffed a breath and glared at them. What are you planning? I demanded.
It's not us specifically, sweetheart.
Orion said, taking a step closer. I frowned at him.
Humans are dangerous to us all. It appears they've found some way to steal one of our lanuettes.
When I stared at them in confusion, Sorrel sighed and answered my unspoken question.
It's the magic relic that allows us to use our magic to transport our corpse.
He said. Yes, I know what that is, I said, waving my hand. But I'm confused as to how someone could steal one. Why is that bad? Humans don't have magic, and I thought it could only be powered by royal fae.
It has magic of its own. To move a castle, of course, it requires more power. Yes, specifically from royal fae. However, the orb itself usually still contains power after use. Remnants of royal power. And that is enough to be cause for concern.
But what?
The incoming battle is unavoidable, Chris.
Rowan said, cutting me off.
And we will deal with it when it comes. For now, we must do whatever we can to simply get home. The Court of Crimson is the safest place for you.
What about Ariana? I asked. Rowan's expression darkened considerably.
She'll be staying here. You won't need to concern yourself with her anymore. She won't be a problem.
Somehow I doubted that.
What we need to focus on now is getting ready for the run of the gods tonight.
Orion said, gesturing to the new dress I now wore.
Like I said earlier, I can only gather so much from the ladies. That's not going to do for tonight,
Sorrel said.
You know what is expected.
Rowan examined me from head to toe.
The pixies. I don't trust these pixies.
Sorrel interrupted.
They answer to my mother and yours.
Rowan pondered that for a moment.
I have an idea.
He stepped forward and took my shoulders in his hands, running his fingers lightly down the sleeves of the gown.
Est aurum de pubis, fabricetuum fingunt, et tu iubis.
I gasped as a warmth burst from his palms where they touched me and smoothed over the rest of my body. The dress I wore molded to my form, altering right before my very eyes. It cupped my breasts and traveled down to my thighs where the fabric wrapped more loosely. The skirts split on either side of my legs, affording me more room for movement. My neck and arms were left bare. I blinked down at the new creation. It was no longer the bronzy color it had been before, but a shimmering gold that complemented the warm hues of my skin. I twirled around, pulling myself from his grasp as I tucked my chin against my shoulder, trying to look behind me as I spun. It was a whole new creation. You're going to have to teach me that kind of magic, I said when I stopped spinning.
I'm afraid it's a particular skill of mine,
he said with a grin. How so? I asked curiously.
It can change the shape and physical appearance of a material at will,
Sorrel answered from behind him.
But that still leaves her without shoes,
he said to Rowan.
Sandals would be best,
Orion said, coming forward as he too looked me over. He turned his head to Rowan with a scowl after a moment.
If you were just going to show her this, you might have told me that before I ran to grab more clothes.
Rowan shrugged noncommittally. I stared down at the shimmering color of the dress. The pale blonde seemed designed to match my hair, and I felt like my skin was glowing beneath it. Not just warm from heat, but something else.
Get the sandals then, Sorrel ordered. I think it's time for us to head out.
Now? I asked. But it's not even nighttime yet. I thought the run wasn't until after dark. As I said the words, I realized I didn't know much about the run at all. It had the word run in it, so I assumed that I'd be doing some sort of physical movement. I grimaced inwardly. Ew. To be honest, I'd much rather lie in bed and eat cheese and bread than go running through anything.
The run
run of the gods is a bit farther out than the throne room," he said. "We better get the horses ready or we'll be late. The run begins at twilight."
I groaned as they bundled me up and whisked me out of the room. For once, I'd just really like a night in. It also didn't escape my notice that they'd somehow led me away from the topic of meeting the note leaver. Sneaky Faye. Chapter 29. Cress. The guys had bundled me up and onto a horse before we rode out into what felt like the middle of nowhere. I glanced around from where I was perched, my back to Rowan's front as we gathered, along with a significant number of others, all dressed similarly as I was, before a massive field of ice planes. The women wore provocative dresses that left little to be desired. If the fabric wasn't drawn tight over their chests, then it was loose flowing and obvious that they wore nothing beneath. There was no in-between. The men, on the other hand, were dressed like warriors. Before we'd ridden here, the guys had stopped to change into their own strange attire. For them, that meant vests made of leather and metal, and tight leather pants laced up over their sides and their crotches, molding to their frames like a second skin. I shivered as I waited atop the horse, pressing closer to Rowan as I turned and burrowed into his chest. He chuckled, the sound reverberating through me.
"Cold?"
He asked, amused. "Freezing," I said with emphasis.
"It'll start soon, little bird,"
He said. "When?" I whined.
"When the illusion reveals itself."
He replied. "The what?" Just then, the horizon shimmered, catching my attention. I sat up as the field of ice transformed as the sun sank beyond its backdrop. "Mother of the gods," I whispered, enthralled as a giant maze appeared. Dark brush blacker than night, silver spikes protruding from the top of the entrance. Rowan kicked at his horse's flanks, and the creature began to clomp forward. "Rowan?" I said hesitantly.
"Yes?"
"Do I really have to run from you in a dress and sandals?" Orion chuckled as he approached us on one side.
"The run of the gods is an ancient tradition from when the old gods first came to this realm. You've heard the stories of them coming down and ravishing maidens, yes?"
I nodded, wide-eyed as we passed through the maze's gates. And then I saw that it wasn't a maze at all. Or rather, it was more forest than maze.
The gods were insatiable creatures when they first came down. They would hunt the surrounding lands day and night for their prey.
"Their prey?" I squeaked. Sorrel approached on the other side and took up the explanation.
"This is a tradition rarely employed," he said, "for it engages a male's primitive side."
Primitive side? I repeated. He nodded, keeping his head forward, though I saw the twitch of his lips at the concern in my tone.
A female will enter the garden, and her chosen will enter after her,
He explained.
Her chosen will attempt to catch her. All males will have a choice of their own to make. Hunt their prey or let her go. You, we won't be letting go.
Rowan warned quietly. I sighed as the heat of his breath touched my throat. He nuzzled inward, pressing a kiss against my pulse, making it leap at the attention. My thighs clamped down harder in the saddle. His hardness pressed against my backside, hot and heavy. Inside, I melted. My teeth bit down on my lower lip, and I tried to steady my breathing. I blinked, clearing my vision as I realized I'd lost all sense of reality as he'd rocked against me. My head turned, and I caught Sorrel's gaze. My throat closed up at the heat I saw reflected there. Far from icy, he looked ready to leap off his horse and drag me from mine. A stormy sort of darkness echoed from within the depths of his eyes, making me shiver.
Sorrel and I will be there as well,
Orion said.
We're going to keep an eye on the queens if they bother to show up. Oftentimes, matrons of the court don't come because it's an event specifically designed for the younger generations. But if they do, we'll watch out for them. I doubt they'll cause much trouble if they do.
Rowan said with a nod. Sorrel mumbled a quiet agreement. I cast him another curious look, but instead of looking back at me, he averted his eyes.
All you have to do is run for a little while.
Orion continued.
Not even very far if you don't want to. Rowan will chase and catch you. All females are given a head start to make things interesting. Once caught, Rowan can ravish you on the spot like the old gods would have upon their chosen prey. Or bring you back to the castle and claim you there. Once you're claimed, the run is just for sport. The rest of the couples and groups participating will be left to do what they wish. You can just sit back, and by this time tomorrow, we'll be on our way back to the Court of Crimson.
My eyes flicked over my shoulder to Rowan, who looked very smug about the whole thing. Do not ravish me in front of everyone, I said with a narrow-eyed glare as we came to a stop and dismounted. It's bad enough I'm expected to run around in the cold, mostly naked, let alone the fact that I don't have any decent shoes. I gestured to the strappy leather sandals they've given me upon our departure. How am I supposed to run in these? They are ridiculous.
Tradition,
Rowan said with a shrug, and a grin as he reached up and helped me down off the horse.
just like a ravishment.
I groaned and slapped lightly at his chest before bending down to retie the annoyingly long laces on the sandals. They reached all the way up my calves. How was that necessary? Shoes were meant to be worn to keep one's feet clean and unharmed, not whatever these were meant for, which I couldn't tell because they appeared far too dainty for anything other than garden walks.
What if I want to?
Rowan challenged. Want to what? I asked distractedly.
Want to ravish you in front of everyone. Show off that you are mine in every way that matters.
He replied, pressing against me from behind. His hips met my ass, and I stood up straighter as once again that hard cock between his legs made its presence known. Then I'll know you don't respect my wishes, I stuttered. At the same time, I pictured it. What would it be like to allow him to take me here, with others watching? Orion would be turned on, that was for sure. He'd enjoyed our time together, him, Rowan, and me. But Sorrel? As if pulled by some invisible force, my gaze strayed back to him. But he'd turned away and walked over to speak with some of the nobles that had come to the event. At my back, Rowan gave a mock sigh and then wrapped his arms around me.
What if I ravish you now?
He inquired in a whisper.
What if we both do?
Orion agreed, moving to cover my front. Their heat surrounded me, their cocks prodding at me with expectation. It had been several nights since I'd had them, and even though I'd been a virgin nearly a month or two ago, I found that once that barrier had been breached,
I wanted it done again and again. With these two, they made me as insatiable as any lustful god. I leaned into them and opened my mouth to reply, but before I could say a word, Sorrel was back and frowning at the three of us.
We don't have time. We need to escort Cress to the waiting area for the females. It's starting soon.
Rowan and Orion both huffed in frustration. The sentiment I completely understood. Both men took a step away from me and then stripped their vests off one after the other. I turned and gaped. Then when Sorrel did the same, my eyes nearly fell out of my skull. "What are you doing?" I hissed, jerking my gaze around to see if anyone had noticed that they were stripping their clothes off right in the middle of everyone.
We're preparing for the run. This is to be our attire,
Sorrel said. Was that? No, it couldn't be. Was he preening? I couldn't be completely sure, but the corner of his mouth curled up as he watched me rake my eyes over him, as if he knew my thoughts. His chest wasn't nearly as defined as Rowan's, but it was tight and compact. His abdomen was taut and stacked, ridges of muscle clearly visible beneath the skin, and the scars that littered Orion's chest made him no less desirable. Rowan, however, turned away as he shoved his vest into his saddlebag, presenting me with the golden-hued skin of his back. After a moment more of ogling, I swallowed against a tight throat and spoke. "Yeah, right. Your attire." I breathed slowly through my mouth. "Where's the rest of it?"
This is it,
Rowan said with a grin as he turned back around. The three of them bent and removed their boots. No shoes, no shirts, just the pants, if they could even be called that. "Why do I get sandals and you don't even get shoes?" I asked. He shrugged.
to make it easier for you to run, I suppose.
Apprehension attacked my nerves. "What if I don't want to?" I asked suddenly. "What if we just went back to the castle and waited until morning? We could still leave, right?"
You have to run, little bird, or the engagement won't be considered legitimate.
Rowan said, his hand coming up to cup my face.
I'll catch you, though. Don't worry.
My heart fluttered at his words. He leaned over and rested his forehead against mine.
I'll always catch you.
My breath hitched, and I blinked rapidly as I felt a curious burning behind my eyes.
We always will.
Orion said emphatically as he approached my other side. I waited, but when I lifted my head, I saw that Sorrel was placing his vest and boots into his saddlebags as well. He didn't turn or meet my gaze, though by the stiffening of his back, the ripple of muscle across the blades of his shoulders, I sensed that he could feel it. I don't know why it hurt that he hadn't said anything. After the kiss, I thought... Well, I supposed it didn't matter what I thought. It was clear he didn't want to have anything to do with me. I wondered briefly if he'd told the others. But one glance at their faces, and the lack of attention they paid him, I doubted it. After a moment more, Sorrel spun and his focus lifted over my head.
Time to go,
he called. Rowan and Orion each settled a kiss upon my lips before backing away. As I took their hands, though, I couldn't help but stare at Sorrel as he began to stalk toward the other Fae, who'd gathered in clearly distinct groups at the mouth of the wide forest that had magically appeared. His
His voice hadn't been cold, but there was a distinct sadness to it that I couldn't understand. It made me want to throw my arms around him and force him to tell me what was wrong. I had to admit that, like Rowan and Orion, even through all of the rudeness and hostility, I'd come to care for the Iceman after all. Chapter 30. Press. I stared into the opening set between two tall ebony trees, my heart thumping in my chest as the other women gathered around. As the bride-to-be, I was going first. Of course, I was always either first or last. There was no in between. For once in my life, I wished I could just blend into the middle somewhere and pretend I was just like everyone else. I hated the feeling of all eyes centered on me. I wiggled a little bit where I stood. It felt like tiny insects were crawling over my skin. I took a deep breath and looked over my shoulder where the men had gathered several paces behind us. Some of their eyes glinted in the near darkness as the sun finally set below the horizon. The three of them stood back there, Rowan, Orion, and Sorrel. They stared at me with quiet expectation as I faced the entrance once again as a horn blew. It echoed up toward the sky, sounding from all angles and all sides, loud and sharp to my ears. I blinked and looked around. Where the hell was it coming from? Someone nudged my side. I jerked my head down. "You're supposed to go," a woman hissed behind me. "You're the bride. You must take the first step." She gestured wildly and then put her hands to my back, pushing me forward. As soon as I took a single step, the rest of the women around me, all growing antsy, finally took that as their cue to go and dashed forward. Giggles rose into the atmosphere as they disappeared into the woods. With a jolt, I followed them. I dashed into the dark woods. As soon as I entered the illusioned forest, I realized that there was something different about it. The golden hue of after twilight was gone. Instead, the entire matted undergrowth was covered in shadow, with slitted rays of silver shining down, as if a moon hovered close overhead. My feet pounded on the ground as I ran. The girl who'd pushed me disappeared as she ran alongside me. 1 second, we were running together, and I could hear her excited pants coming quickly between spurts of outrageous laughter. The next, she'd vanished, and all I heard was nothingness. "Just run," they had said. "They'd find me." But what if I ran too far? What if they didn't catch me? What if someone else? I stopped cold as I realized I was surrounded by darkness. I turned and tried to seek out the entrance, but that too was gone, somewhere far behind. A shiver stole over my back, alerting me to the fact that I wasn't alone. "Hello?" I called out. "Rowan?" No response. I stumbled forward, hands outstretched, searching.
Pretty little changeling like you should be captured and ravished right away, you know.
I squealed at the new voice and whirled in a circle, hunting for it in the darkness. Thin beams of moonlight cut through the forest. The palms of my hands grew damp. My breath choked in my throat as I backed up, slamming into a nearby tree. Something overhead twittered, and the sound of little animal legs scratched at the tree. There were animals in this forest? It wasn't real. Were they real? A face appeared before me, pale with dark eyes and a familiar grin. I gasped and pressed myself even more firmly against the trunk of the tree. "What are you doing here?" I snapped. "I didn't see you waiting with the others." Tear came fully into the silver beam of light directly in reached forward and snagged me, lifting me as though I weighed no more than a sack of grain, and threw me over his shoulder. What was it with men and carting me around like food? Was it some sort of subconscious masculine desire to see me as something to eat? I mean, could be attractive. Were I in the right frame of mind, or with the right man? If it were the guys, I could be convinced. They were good at convincing. But even they seemed to pick me up and put me down wherever they pleased. It was damn rude.
Now I don't have time to wait for you. It's time to go.
Tyr said. Go. I pressed my hands to his back and lifted my head, searching the surrounding area. Where are we going? I could hear the amusement in his voice.
You'll see.
I couldn't see, but I could feel him lift his arm, and then a gust of air rushed over my backside, nearly flipping my skirt up. I shrieked and squirmed in his grip, trying to get down.
Stop moving.
He ordered. Put me down, I countered.
Chris!
My head snapped to the side at the familiar call of my name. It was Rowan, several paces away, his face coming clear through the darkness as he passed beneath another ray of moonlight. He disappeared just as quickly as he kept moving forward, but I could still hear the movement of his legs as he tramped through the forest toward me. I'm over here, I called, fighting against Tyr once more. Put me down, asshole! Tyr heaved a great sigh, all amusement gone from his voice as he spoke.
You're quite irritating when you want to be. Do you know that?
It didn't sound like he was really looking for an answer, but I gave him one anyway. Really? I replied. 'Cause I'm not even trying right now. I pounded his back with my fists, threw my body side to side, and still he held tight. Let's punch. Me. Kick. Down! I screamed in frustration when nothing I did was good enough. Why are you doing this? I demanded to know. What is it about me? I just don't understand. Seriously, I thought with annoyance. This was the question I'd been asking myself ever since I'd heard that horrible noise and found the cord of crimson. What was it about me that drew random fae to kidnap, imprison, chase, and want me? I wasn't special. Or if I was, then why couldn't someone else be more special? There had to be someone out there.
Chris!
Orion's voice shouted through the darkness, and then Sorrel's.
Cressida!
Here! I yelled back. I could hear them getting closer, and as they did, the wind picked up. There was a strange buzzing noise in my ears. A dizziness assailed me as I tried to shout again, and my words were swallowed up. Tyr grunted, though I wasn't sure if it was under my weight or because of whatever he was doing.
You'll soon learn, little changeling, that there is much you don't understand.
He said. I leveraged up and over, turning my head back to peer at whatever it was he was doing. My lips parted in shock as I saw a circular portal open, a haze of leaves and twigs spinning around it. He took a step toward it, even as I tried to throw myself one last time from his grip. A crash sounded to my right, and I glanced over just as Orion spilled into the opening he'd created in the underbrush. Sorrel appeared at his side, and then Rowan. They took one look at Tyr and me, and dove for us just as Tyr stepped through the portal, and we were swallowed up.
Chapter 31, Orion. As we ushered Cress to the waiting point for all of the females, I scanned the area for Tyr. So far, there had been no sign of him. It was a good thing, if it lasted. A sharp tingling sensation on the back of my neck pervaded me, though, warning me of some impending doom. I reached up and rubbed my fingers against it, trying to will it away. Always in the midst of battle, that sensation had warned me of an attack, and I'd never ignored it. I didn't ignore it now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that, this time, no matter what I did, did, there would be no avoiding what was coming. My eyes slid to Rowan. The flush of excitement was on his face. Embers sparked at the ends of his hair, but fires hadn't yet erupted. I didn't want to spoil this for him. The run of the gods was a stimulating event, so I kept my mouth shut. I bypassed him in favor of looking to Sorrel, who stood on his other side. Something had changed in my frost brother lately. His eyes were focused on the mass of Fey women gathering before the entrance to the illusioned forest. I wondered if he was beginning to feel the same way Rowan and I did about Cress. She was light in the world of darkness we'd known for so long. To me, the worst. When the trumpets blared, I turned and watched as Cress looked around frantically, confusion clear on her face. Another female pushed her forward, and the mass of women dove for the trees. She followed soon after, her shorter legs working twice as hard to catch up as the rest of them disappeared into the woods. 1 minute. I could feel the anticipation racketing up. 2 minutes. Several of the men shifted forward, towing an invisible line we all knew not to cross until it was time. 3 minutes. Logically, I understood that it was tradition to give the females time to race forward. However, that didn't stop the craving to release, to spring forward and chase down our prey. 4 minutes. 1 more. 5 minutes. The sound of the booming signal to release us echoed around us. We took off. It was an explosion of action as different groups went in search of their chosen females. Cress's trail wasn't hard to find, and for a moment, I worried she was going to make it too easy for us. Broken twigs, footprints. I shook my head. She wasn't even trying. We did tell her that we'd catch her, but does she think that we're too dumb to find her trail? Rowan asked aloud, sounding more amused than offended. I don't think she's trying to do anything, Sorrel said, several paces back and to my left. I agreed. She wasn't trying to evade us. She wasn't trying to make it difficult to find her, as other Fey females would have. She was just running, trying to find the path that made the most sense to her and taking it. Ironically, I'd always imagined that the run of the gods was more metaphoric than literal. Yes, the gods had tracked their prey in this realm when they'd first established themselves. They'd hunted the women they wanted and taken them. Many of the women had been more than happy to succumb to the gods' advances, but many more hadn't. It was a dark reality often glossed over. But now, as we trailed through the illusioned woods, I began to wonder if there wasn't a deeper meaning. While other females made their paths as difficult as possible, some even setting traps to evade their hopeful suitors, others made it too easy. Cress was neither. She seemed to pay no mind to the fact that the three of us were trailing her, intent on finding her, and at the very least, one of us ravishing her. Instead, she just forged ahead, trying to make her own path to wherever that led her. I glanced at Sorrel, whose face showed no emotion. He didn't appear particularly happy about this endeavor, nor did he seem irritated by it. Surprised noises as females were caught sounded from some distance away. I slowed my pace. She's not making it hard, I said, as I stopped completely. Rowan and Sorrel came to a stop as well, peering at me through the darkness, beams of moonlight as they shone through the canopy above. No, Rowan said. So why have we stopped? We should have caught her by now, I said. Rowan and Sorrel's bodies stiffened, and their gazes swung out to the surrounding area. Here! Her voice rang with panic. I could feel the buzz of magic over my skin, like the smallest of insects with fiery venom gnawing on my flesh. We spilled into a small clearing that was besieged by strange winds. No, I realized. Not strange winds, but the magic of a portal being opened. One that should have been impossible. Branches and twigs and leaves hovered in a circle as lightning flashed within the center. I got a good look at Tyr as we raced toward him. Sweat shimmered on his forehead, concentration drawing his brows into a hard V. He could sense through our blood how near I was, how angry I was. For the first time in my life, I understood my capability. Never before had I wanted to harm him. Not when he'd left me in battle, not when he'd abandoned or betrayed me numerous times before. Now, I wanted to do it. Tress's head came up and she turned, meeting our gazes for a split second. I reached out, almost there, and just before I could grasp onto her, Tyr stepped forward and disappeared into the portal. My knees hit the ground. The wind immediately ceased. The branches and twigs and leaves dropped to the ground. A loud crack boomed, and suddenly the trees before us began to wither away, sinking into the underbrush as that too dried up and ice formed beneath our feet. The illusion had been broken. The bright, icy cold of Alfheim's ice field spread over us as everyone in attendance was revealed in their various placements. There were dozens of fae scattered around. Many were naked. Many were halfway through ravishment and claiming. Shouts of alarm sounded as people realized that something had gone terribly wrong. Male and female fae alike rushed to put clothes on as the warmth of the illusion dispersed as well. My gaze stayed fixed on where the portal had been. The three of us stood there, horror and fear in our hearts. I didn't have to look at them to know that was true. Rowan roared. I didn't even have the strength to look back. I knew what I'd see, his head engulfed in flames, fire dancing at the ends of his fingers, fury
distraught. I snapped my gaze to Tyr, but he merely stood by, casually eyeing them, and then turning to me as he grinned.
Welcome back to Amnestia,
He said coolly.
to the capital, and to the king's throne.
My mouth gaped, and no sooner had the words left his lips than a man larger than the rest came barreling through the mass of men that had gathered just inside the room, facing us with their weapons. He removed a helmet that looked as if it were made from pure gold, revealing an older, haggard face with a twisted beard and cold, cruel eyes. I shrank away from him as he approached, but before I could run, Tyr reached out and snagged my arm, locking me firmly in his grip. "Let go!" I snapped as I tried digging my free hand between his palm and my arm. "You stupid, bird-brained asshole!" Tyr didn't even blink at the insults I hurled. "Run, dumb bastard!" He shot me a look of amusement. "Backstabbing, conceited!" He laughed outright, causing my face to heat with fury. "Fuckface!" What even was a fuckface? I didn't know, but it sounded good and insulting. What was worse than a fuckface? I contemplated during my struggles as the man with the golden helmet came nearer. I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding, as if this man was someone to fear.
What have you brought to me this time, Tyr?
He inquired. Tyr arched a brow at me, and then hauled me forward and shoved me to my knees before the man.
A face mine in your midst, your majesty.
He announced. My whole body froze in shock as Tyr bowed to the man that I now understood must have been the King of Amnestia. The King of Amnestia, who was human, and whose exploits I'd only known as heroic in the eyes of the nuns I'd been raised by, but who I suddenly realized was a greater threat to me now than when I'd been growing up, because now it was more than clear what I was. Fae. And this man's hatred for Fae was the greatest that had ever existed. So, that begged the question, what was he doing with a Fae like Tyr? I stared up at the man, who curled his lip down at me with contempt, and summoned the only word I could seem to muster. The only word that perfectly encapsulated this painstakingly horrible moment. Fuck. This concludes Court of Frost by Lucinda Dark and Helen Scott. Narrated by Ariella Crow and Tyler Dunn. Copyright 2020 by Lucinda Dark and Helen Scott. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Lucinda Dark, Helen Scott, and Josie Beck, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.